Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Sharma, Organizing Secretary for the International Short-Term Training Program, which has gained its popularity as ISTTP-5, with a chosen topic on production and regulation of chemicals and toxins for environmental conservation. पर्यावरण संरक्षण के लिए मिश्र और रसायन के उत्पादन के नियम under component 8, enhancing quality and excellence, are 2 points of a scheme and commissionerate and stable direct trade, college education, government of Rajasthan, India. Organized by Rajrishi Government Autonomous College Alwar, which is popularly known as RRC, is signing in from this newly revamped Jubilee Hall, which is equipped with ultra-modern facilities such as high-technology visual systems and voice-sensitive cameras and lights. On the behalf of our curator and principal and from the organizing committee, I welcome you all to 7th and the last day of ISTTP-5. Sometimes you will find that your smile is as infectious as a common cold, but it's much more welcome. आप सभी का इंटरनेशनल शॉर्ट टर्म ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम के साथ में बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आप सभी का अभिनंदन। माँ सरस्वती ज्ञान और चेतना का प्रतिनिधित्व करती है, वह बिल्कुल ही चढ़ती है। माँ सरस्वती को समस्त ज्ञान, साहित्य, संगीत और कला की देवी माना जाता है। माँ सरस्वती की आराधना करते हुए हम इस ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत करते हैं। We are beginning the 7th day of ISTTP-5 by remembering Goddess Saraswati and worshipping her. A small and fast recap from the 6th day of ISTTP-5. We start with the day with the keynote address by Dr. Mr. Chakomi, who is the assistant professor at Sacred Heart College, Kerala, India, and he spoke about green chemistry for green economy. After that, we had a deliberation from Dr. Preet Sonwal, assistant professor geography, SCRS Government College at Savai Madhopur, Rajasthan, India, and he spoke on water conservation. After that, we have Surendra Pratap Singh Kothari, who is assistant professor at SSJ's Bodhiji College, Jaipur, who spoke on environmental conservation. The day was then concluded by a field forum and feedback which was conducted by Organizing Secretary of ISTTP-5. We have circulated the home assignment in the WhatsApp groups and in the Telegram group, and I would request all the delegates who are joining us from the different parts of the world that they should complete their home assignment and send it to us on ematoxicall@gmail.com. It is very important because for ISTTPs, we religiously follow the norms which are put in by UGC, that is University Grants Commission. And according to them, 3 things are very important in ISTTP. One is the registration, second is the home assignment, and third is the feedback. So I would request every delegate to kindly complete this. We will be circulating the feedback link in the valedictory session today, which is going to start at 2 p.m. A true conservationist is a man who knows that the world is not given by his fathers, but God for his children. Now, I'm going to call upon a person who really works in the field of conservation, environmental conservation, and interpretation toxicology, Dr. Rajendra Purohit. Dr. Rajendra Purohit is working as an associate professor at Government Junior College, Bikaner. He has 31 years of rich teaching experience in the field of teaching and research. At present, he is the head of the department in zoology at the college. He has expertise in the field of radiation science and has published more than 150 research papers in the journals of national and international review. Dr. Purohit has attended around 150 international and national conferences and delivered invited lectures and chaired the sessions. He has also delivered keynote lectures in Japan and the United States. He has visited Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Sri Lanka, and various other countries. Dr. Purohit has supervised 26 PhD scholars and 30 MPhil students under his supervision. He has organized one national and two international conferences in the field of radiation biology. He is the recipient of many national and international awards. District Distinction Award, Bharat Jyoti Award, Best Citizen Award of India, Rajiv Gandhi Excellent Award, Aisha Award, and Kuzu Award from US. He is the life member of many national and international societies. Presently, Dr. Purohit is holding an additional post of National Secretary of Indian Society of Radiation Biology. He also looks after the media and the legal cell of Singapore. Dr. Purohit, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, आपका अभिनंदन नंबर से. With a lot of respect and gratitude, I would like to request Dr. Purohit that he should start with his declaration. So stage is all yours. Please, Dr. Purohit and making the co-host. Sir, आपने आपको unmute करिए. It's such a pleasure to see you, Dr. Purohit. Please unmute.
Namaskar, madam, for nice introduction.
Thank you, sir.
First of all, I would like to congratulate you. One more feather in your cap. Again, I would just a minute, but I'm focusing on the. Full screen. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Very much. We can see you as well.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mamta ma'am, for giving one more opportunity as invited speaker. कुछ दोबारा शेयर करना चाहूंगा. I would like to speak again on the potential influence of natural herb, medicine and heavy metals induce changes in mice. Whenever we talk about the radiation, I would like to tell my scholars, colleagues, the radiation type. Again, there are two kinds of particular, which include alpha, beta, positive, electron, electromagnetic, alpha, gamma ray, ultraviolet, light, etc. Then particular again are two kinds, that is charged, alpha, beta minus, beta plus, and uncharged, we all know, the neutrons. Again, radiation are of two types, when the ionization, alpha, beta, and radiation, it waves, light waves, etc. When we talk about the radiation exposure, हमें radiation क्यों होता है? सोसाइटी में से क्या होता है कि we get exposed by the radiation due to residual activity, due to physical practices, due to agricultural activities. We all see in newspapers daily, regularly, the agriculture influence, industrial activities, nuclear test explosions. These all may lead to one way or another the radiation hazards or radiation side effects. For last 2.5 decades, I would say last 3 decades, we have been working in our department the common treatment of radiation and the heavy metal and their protection by the various kinds of herbal drugs. How we get polluted with metals, metal pollution, again due to agriculture waste, due to domestic waste, burning fossil fuel, pesticides, again smelting, discharging industrial wastes, and the mining. These are the causes which lead to the metallic pollutants. Here, what is the theme of our research, in what field we are working? The combined treatment, as I have already mentioned, the ionizing radiation and the metallic pollutants. When a cell get exposed with the radiation, cell में से क्या हो जाता है, body में क्या हो जाता है, the side effects are caused. I have mentioned sequence. Suppose this is a cell. When give the radiation, whether the ionized radiations or the UV light, they get ionized and the excitation. It leads to the free radical formation, which may fix the radical fixation. I have given the mechanism also. It may lead to biochemical lesions and lead to the cellular damage. Here you can see, when we discussed about the early in the 1980s, 1970s, there were various synthetic radioprotectors, sulfide compounds, aminoethyl compounds, phosphorylated compounds, and the calcium channel blockers. These were the drugs which were used as the radioprotectors, but all these drugs are highly toxic at their effective dose levels. Then what should be the chemical protectors? What activities should be there? What should be the properties? The chemical protectors, they should have cysteine, cysteamine, they are certain name. They are 2,3-DMP, EDTA, WR2727, 2721, then the 2-MPG. These all were used against radiotoxicity and the chemotoxicity. Radiotoxicity and the chemotoxicity. And again, now, what is the herbal radio protection? You can see here the herbal radio protection. They are the certain properties of the herbal radio protection. In the 20th century, we have experienced an increasing use of nuclear energy in medical, engineering, industrial, and scientific research, and for generation of electricity. Such uses have raised the problem of radiation hazards to the living beings. Such kind of chemical protection against radiation into changes have also been observed with AET. I have mentioned some of the market में drug आती है, LEAF-52, LEAF-52, WR272, ये बच्चों को दी आती है basically for the liver. Am I audible, ma'am?
Slides are not moving, Dr. Florence.
Slides are not visible.
Yeah, we are still on the first slide only.
Wait, ma'am.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, now we can see some change in the slides. Yes.
Okay.
Now they're moving, sir. Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Now, is it visible now, ma'am?
Yeah, very much visible, audible, and slides are also moving.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. There was some technical issue meanwhile. Now, I was talking about the herbal radio protection. The similar type of chemical protection against radiation changes have also been observed with the AET. I have mentioned certain kinds of herbal preparation like WR2721, मेंथा, या अपने एलोवेरा से अपन वार पाठा भी कहते हैं अपने इंडियन कल्चर में, फेनेक्स, जिनसेन, विटामिन, ये वो ड्रग हैं जिन्हें हमने यूज किया है for the cancer patient also. The use of plants and natural products may be beneficial in protecting against the radiation-induced damage, as they are less toxic or practically non-toxic than the synthetic compound at the optimal doses. मैं या फिर एक बात बताना चाहूंगा, ये कई बार पहले भी कहा है, when you come to Bikaner, not only the Gujian Rasgulla, it is the biggest center of the cancer research. You all might have heard about the Tulsi Cancer Hospital Research Center. अब जो रेडिएशन फैसिलिटी मिलती है, वही आचार्य कैंसर हॉस्पिटल में मिलती है. लगभग 500 से 1000 पेशेंट डेली ट्रेन्स आते हैं, से बीकानेर आते हैं, and they all are cancer patients. They come to cancer hospital, they get exposed to gamma radiation therapy, and they go back to the Batinda in the evening. ये डेली प्रैक्टिस बीकानेर की है. इसमें हमने फील्ड चूज किया कि क्या रेडिएशन एक्सपोज हो रहे हैं, कितने साइड इफेक्ट्स हैं और क्या इनका बचाव रहेगा. अगर अपन बात करें रेडियो प्रोटेक्टर, मैं यहाँ कहना चाहूंगा बीकानेर के डॉक्टर्स हैं, जो स्पेशलिस्ट हैं, हमने भी उनको बहुत से ड्रग्स के बारे में बताया है और मुझे खुशी है बहुत सारे कैंसर स्पेशलिस्ट कैंसर पेशेंट को इन हर्बल्स के बारे में अब कुछ राय देने लगे हैं. सपोज एन आइडियल रेडियो प्रोटेक्टर, it should be for cancer use in radiotherapy. It should protect against the right kind of radiation, that is and radiation. It should be orally administered, rapidly absorbed and distributed in the body. It should be non-toxic. It should be chemically stable. And most important point, all these herbal drugs, they are available at very low cost in the market. So they are the basic characteristics of an ideal protector. In my further slides, I will mention some of the steps involved in the development and evaluation of the reproductive property of medicinal plants. हम इसको कैसे बनाते हैं? ये सिंबल आप देख रहे हैं, जहां भी रेडिएशन कोई प्लांट होगा या रेडिएशन संबंधित कोई भी इंस्ट्रूमेंट होगा, you will find such kind of symbol. It shows this is the radiation area. Plant, any herbal plant, if you select as radio protector, extraction and after standardization, we have to go for in vitro test. What kind of tests are there? Antioxidant assay, comet assay, हम ये कर चुके हैं हम लोग, plasmid relaxation assay, allium sepa assay. अब इन विवो में क्या होगा? Endogenous sprint colony forming unit assay, whole body survival and body weight, gastrointestinal damage assay. These are the assay which are being done before finalize any herbal radio protection drugs. या आंवला देख रहे हैं आप लोग, एम्ब्लिका ऑफिसिनालिस, रोजमेरिनस ऑफिसिनालिस, ग्वारपाठेका अगेन, एलोवेरा, लिनम का, देन द ट्राइगोनेला फिनम, एल्स्टोनिया स्क्वालेरिस, सीजियम कुमनाई, एवरिया, देन द टिनोस्पोरा. अभी रिसेंटली इस पर काम कर रहे हैं मैडम, मोरिंगा ओरिफेरा के ऊपर, सीजनल प्लांट्स है. और जो प्रदेश सरकार राजस्थान गवर्नमेंट है, आपने देखा होगा घर घर हरियालो राजस्थान के अंदर हर घर में बांटे ये मोरिंगा, जिसे अपन आम भाषा में सैजनी कहते हैं. अपन सैजनी इज ए गुड सोर्स ऑफ हर्बल रेडियो प्रोटेक्शन कैंसर पेशेंट में. या आंवला आपके एम्ब्लिका ऑफिसिनालिस, वी ऑल नो आंवला, दिस इज द, ये डूंगर कॉलेज का हर्बेरियम में, दिस इज नंबर, इट बिलोंग्स टू फैमिली यूफोरबिएसी. इट फाउंड्स ऑल ओवर इंडिया, श्रीलंका, मलया, चाइना एंड पाकिस्तान. कौन से ऐसे प्लांट मटेरियल्स हैं, कौन से इनके पार्ट्स हैं और क्या इनके यूजेज हैं, here I would like to mention. Suppose aloe vera, we have published many research papers in the on aloe vera, belongs to family Liliaceae, घृत कुमारी भी से कहते हैं अपन, ग्वार पाटा भी कह सकते हैं अपन, घी ग्वार. पार्ट यूज कौन से पार्ट है? लीव्स यूज करते हैं इसके. हाउ एलोवेरा इज यूज्ड, किस तरह बीमारियों में काम आता है, क्या क्या ग्वार पाटा के बारे में आप देखिए. मुझे एक बार जाने का मौका मिला जापान, अमेरिका. मुझे इस बात की बड़ी चिंता हुई कि अमेरिका में लोग एलोवेरा को पेटेंट करने में लगे हुए हैं. हमारे खुद का पौधा है राजस्थान का, हमारे बीकानेर का, हमारे जयपुर का, हमारे जोधपुर का, अलवर का, एक डेजर्ट जो वेस्टर्न राजस्थान है वहां के प्लांट है, इंडियन प्लांट है, डेजर्ट प्लांट. प्रॉपर्टीज क्या है इसकी? प्रोटेक्टिव, वुंड हीलिंग प्रॉपर्टीज, एंटी इंफ्लेमेटरी, एंटी फंगल एंड एंटी कैंसर. देन अगेन जिसे अपन मेथी कहते हैं, ट्राइगोनेला फिनम ग्रिकम, belongs to family Leguminosae. Part seeds, medicinal uses, again anti-diabetic, anti-inflammatory, anti-tumor, diuretic, hypoglycemic and restorative. इसी प्रकार से आप देखें, अगेन ये रूट यूज करती है, इसे अपन नीम गिलोय कहते हैं. बहुत सारे घरों के सामने आजकल देखते हैं पार्क के अंदर गिलोय खूब चल रहा है, नीम गिलोय. Also called गुडुची, टेनोस्पोरा कॉर्डिफोलिया, many sprimaceae. Again the medicinal properties are the, again it is also anti-allergic, anti-aging, anti-stress, and then therapeutic properties. It is used in the treatment of jaundice, skin diseases, gout, rheumatoid, emaciation, infection, general weakness, arthritis में काम लेते हैं इसको, शुगर में काम आता है, and the anemia as well. Here again, I would like to mention, we cannot use any plant, chemical plant ले लिया कि radio protector, not like that. First of all, we have to calculate the DRF. Without calculating DRF, there is a specific formula also for the DRF. Vitamin C, DRF is the dose reduction factor, 1.60.
Sir, your slides are again not moving, sir. We are seeing in the chat box.
हाँ, एक मिनट देखिए, स्लाइड्स आ रही है मैडम?
अब आ रही है सर, मूव नहीं कर रही है, दिख तो बिल्कुल रहा है, हम सुन भी बहुत अच्छे से पा रहे हैं आपको, पर स्लाइड्स मूव नहीं कर रही है आपके उसके साथ।
ये अब वो कर रही है, अब वो कर रही है।
वेरी मच
थैंक यू मैडम। ओके, सो मेंथा पिपरेटा 1.78, एम्बिलिका आंवला का है। अगेन द dose risk factor we have 1.96 dr amla. Again guarpata 1.65, then rosemary 1.89, methi 1.65, एस्टोनिया पढ़ना कहते हैं, अगेन 1.80, गिलोय का 1.68। मैंने अन्य पार्क में देखा, अपन ने गिलोय का खूब सारा गिलो यूज कर रहे हैं, मॉर्निंग में लोग गिलो, बहुत अच्छी चीज है गिलो, इसका 1.6 डीआरएफ है। वी हैव यूज्ड अगेन फॉर द कैंसर पेशेंट आल्सो। ये इसका एक्शन हम कैसे बनाएंगे? सपोज आंवला ले लिया, एम्बिलिका जो है the purchase from the market, cleaned, cut into small pieces, air dried, powdered, and extracted with double distilled water by refluxing 12 times, 36 hours. Then we get the extract. The obtained extract was the vacuum evaporated so as to make it in powder form. Again, it was redissolved in distilled water just before oral administration. The drug is given 7 days prior to, whether Lennox state, whether or any other drug. Very important point to be how we get the source of radiation. As I have mentioned already, cobalt 60, gamma electron, AECL, it is atomic energy Canada state, obtained for Canada, is used to radiate the animals. We have the PB hospital, that's a radiotherapy department. Animals are irradiated, their doses ranging from 2 gray to 7 gray. मैं स्टूडेंट्स को, विद्यार्थियों कल को बताना चाहूंगा कि जो रेडिएशन यूनिट है, इट इज मार्क्ड ग्रे, जी ग्रे, एंड 1 ग्रे इक्वल्स टू 100 आर। जब भी कोई कैंसर पेशेंट जाता है कैंसर हॉस्पिटल के अंदर, किसी को ब्रेस्ट कैंसर है, किसी को सर्वाइकल कैंसर है, किसी को लंग कैंसर है या बोन कैंसर है, फॉर द different part, different kind of cancer, there is different doses are calculated. How we plan the experiment? What we are doing in our department, we group the animals in normal group, only heavy metal, low dose and high dose, low dose plus heavy metal, high dose plus heavy metal, they are the control group, and all group with herbal drug, they are the experimental group. The general plan. How we get the animals? You see, nowadays it is very difficult to work on the living animals due to CPCSA guideline, government India rules regulation. I would like to mention we have our own animal house. We are registered from the government of India. CPCSA actually. 6 to 8 animals we procured from the Lala Lajpata Research Center and we maintained at 20 to 25 centigrade in animal house. All animals, they are provided with a standard feed and tap water at limited. Here you can see the government of Bikaner is registered CPC. We have our own we have our own institutional animal ethics committee. Without the permission from IAC ethics committee, we can go for the experiment on living animals. What, as I had mentioned, we are doing some biochemistries also, like total proteins, acid phosphatase, DNA, RNA phosphatase. All these values in different mammalian tissues, whether liver, skin, kidney, we observe the value in the form of increase or decrease. Here you can see the liver. After irrigation, you can see the giant cells. These slides are in my own scholar. You can see the damaging blood vessels, hyperemia. Here you can see this effect of radiation. Liver is completely devoid of nuclei. No nuclei is there. You can see cytoplasmic degradation, bacteriation in different parts of the liver. Again, kidney, you can see damaged blood vessels, glomeruli, and again you can see, again you can display damaged blood vessels. The pigmented nuclei, cytoplasmic degradation, testes, अगर वो टेस्टिस की बात भी करें, मैंने टॉक दिया था, gamma radiation they are very much harmful for the testis. So you can see loss of sperms in the seminiferous tubules. You can see they are the sperms. Again, some of the tubules you can see the devoid of sperms, no sperms are there. Again, you can see some of the dead cells are also there. We have worked on different tissues. Here I mentioned the goblet cells. You can see the mucosa, submucosa, dead cells. You can see the hydrophilic degeneration. All are the effects of gamma radiation on one way or the heavy metals on other way. When they keep the conventional treatment, more severe changes are being observed. How ampulla ऐसा क्या होता है आंवला या बॉडी के अंदर आंवला आपको हेल्प करता है? इट इंक्रीजेस द जी लेवल, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट, ये बॉडी में गुडथर को बढ़ा देता है, रिड्यूस द फॉर्मेशन ऑफ फ्री रेडिकल्स, जो रेडिकल्स से बनते हैं फ्री रेडिकल्स उनको रिमूव करता है, इट इनहिबिट्स द लिपिड ऑक्सीडेशन, इट एक्टिविटीज, इट रिड्यूसेस द ऑक्सीडेटिव चेंजेस, इट इज इंपॉर्टेंट स्टिमुलेटर of hematopoietic system. It contains polyphenol ingredients which are scavengers of free radicals. यानी जो फ्री रेडिकल बन रहे हैं रेडिएशन से आपके, उनको रिमूव करता है जीएसएस आंवला. रेडियोप्रोटेक्टिव मैकेनिज्म rendered by natural plants, stabilization of cytoplasmic and mitochondrial membrane potential. What herbal drug does in the cell? DNA protein cross linking and induction of convection, enhanced DNA repair and recovery. और इस पार्ट पे आपके इंड्यूस सेल साइकिल अरेस्ट होता है, डिक्रीज डिग्रेडेटिव, रिड्यूस प्रोटीन ऑक्सीडेशन, इंक्रीज सेल proliferation. They are the activity, they are the benefits given by the herbal drug. Increase, इधर देखिए आप, increased phagocytic activity, free radical scavenging, metal chylation, hypoxia induction, anti-inflammatory response, increased glutathione level, reduced lipid peroxidation and immunoglobulin. ये दोनों दिया है मैंने. Now, what is the future prospects and challenges? The mechanism of protection by the large number of nutrients and phytochemicals that can modulate its response favorably are not yet clear, and such has to be worked out by using active ingredients of each plant extract. सपोज हमने आंवला यूज किया, सपोज ग्वारपाठा यूज किया, तो ऐसा एक एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट बॉडी के किस किस पार्ट को किस तरह से ये प्रोटेक्ट करता है, उस काम कर रहे हैं. हाल फिलहाल तो हम लोग यूज किया है, क्रूड एक्सट्रैक्ट यूज किया है, आंवला है चाहे एनी है, जब मोरिंगा कर रहे हैं, सेजिने कर रहे हैं हम लोग अगेंस्ट दी, और ये बहुत फायदेमंद साबित हो रहा है कैंसर पेशेंट के लिए. वेदर इट इज इंड्यूस्ड एपोप्टोसिस कैन बी प्रमोटेड बाय सम एंटीऑक्सीडेंट्स इन ट्यूमर्स but not in normal tissue. ये भी हमको देखना है हमको. And when it is useful to protect against radiation-induced apoptosis in normal cells. Protection against apoptosis in damaged cells is also relevant to chemoprevention strategies in population exposed to environmental radiation as well as radiotherapy planning. तो कोई जरूर नहीं है कि हम खाली रेडियोथेरेपी से ही एक्सपोज हो रहे हैं. जो नेचुरल एनवायरनमेंट कंडीशन, नेचुरल रेडिएशन एनवायरनमेंट है, उनसे भी एक्सपोज होते हैं. Further in vivo studies are required that focus on the use of radioprotectors following radiation for their possible use after unplanned or accidental exposures. हम देख रहे हैं कि किस प्रकार से इनको अपन ले सकते हैं. So what I would like to, I wish to mention the tissues of cis abenomites. The tissues of cis abenomites, they are the suffer with both the radiation and heavy metal induced changes at histological, biochemical and hematological levels. When we can see when biochemistry is changed, biochemical parameters are changed, they will lead to damage in histological architectures. Common treatment, again, so it will create more effect, more severity. They are called synergistic effect. Herbal drugs treated animals, they show less severe renal lesions and an early and fast recovery in comparison to non-drug treated animals. Means, suppose we give only heavy metal, suppose we give only radiation, metals will create less effect, radiation will create more effect. Both the common treatment, they will effect more severe effect. When we give the herbal drugs simultaneously, any aloe vera, आंवला, तुलसी और दी सजनी, जब नाम लिया मैंने, तो ये साइड इफेक्ट बहुत कम करते हैं। अब अक्सर के बार देखते हैं किसी व्यक्ति को कैंसर हो गया, अब आप जा रहे हैं हॉस्पिटल, डॉक्टर ये आपको देते हैं कीमोथेरेपी, डॉक्टर देते हैं रेडियोथेरेपी। मैंने बहुत सारे देखा है लेडीज के अंदर के बाद पूरे बाल उड़ जाते हैं। ये इफेक्ट है इसका केमिकल्स का, इफेक्ट है रेडिएशन का। यदि साइमल्टेनियस के ऊपर हर्बल ड्रग देने पर, तो these herbal drugs they can protect the tissues at both the dose levels with and without heavy metal treatment. Herbal drugs might protect the animals from radiation by more than one mechanism due to multiplicity of their properties. Some of the properties I had already mentioned, इसे बढ़ा देता है, और ये क्या जो आपके फ्री रेडिकल्स बनते हैं उनका स्कैवेंजिंग इफेक्ट होता है। तो ये सब जो इफेक्ट इनके आपके होते हैं। I acknowledge my colleague Aruna, Archana, Nirma, Manisha, Saval Puja. Again, Bikaner is a biggest center of the radiation research. In the year 2004, we organized national conference on recent trends in radiation biology and cancer research. International conference on emerging frontiers and challenges in radiation biology. We organized January 24 to 2012. One day symposium on radiation, boon or curse, was organized on August 6, 2021. International conference again we organized in the January 1921. Next symposium on health hazards of radiation on August 6th this year only. In the January we organized international conference Toronto. In the August we organized national conference. This is the radiation source in the cancer hospital Bikaner. Whole team we take the animals in boxes then we go to cancer hospital, we place it here and we get the radiation exposure. Again the international conference 2022, a large number of delegates. I was the convener of the conference. This is our laboratory. Again the recently in the month of August we celebrated Hiroshima Day, and thank you Mamta ma'am for giving me opportunity to be here as the invited speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rohit. It's always great hearing you, and there's a lot of appreciation for me. Just over the chat, if there are any questions, please do write in the chat box. If there are any questions, so there's a lot of appreciation. Like, thank you so much, and very nice and informative, right? So if there are no more questions, I would like to thank Dr. Rohit from the bottom of my heart and from whole community, from my patron principal. And thank you so much for taking out time and being with us. Dr. Rohit, there is one more request from our side to you that we are holding an offline conference in collaboration with Government Office College Bikaner on 18th, 19th and 20th.
Many congress, ma'am.
Yes, and you are with us in our advisory there.
Sure, ma'am. Sure.
Yes.
My whole team, my whole laboratory, all my scholars, all my colleagues, they all will cooperate.
Thank you so much, Dr. Purohit. We
Thank
look
you, ma'am.
forward to your support and to your help.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, madam.
So now we have our next keynote speaker. See, just Nikita Patel, she's online. Just check. Nikita Patel. We have our next speaker is Nikita Pataribushi. She's the assistant professor of law at National Law University, Odisha. Her key areas of interest is climate change, law and policy. She has various book chapters to her credit, prestigious publications like Oxford University Press and Springer. She has participated in various national and international conferences, the most notable one being the annual Cambridge International Law Conference 2022. Organized by Cambridge Law School, she has delivered guest lectures on environmental law, sexual harassment of women at workplace, and on laws preventing corruption in India. She's not online, but let's wait for her. So she will be coming at 12:30. So can I have the documentary, please? Let's have the documentary. So by the time we wait for our next speaker to come, we'll have a documentary show on forest fires. Thank you so much and enjoy. Nikita, Nikita.
NIKI.
Let's wait for her. We'll know when she'll be joining. So till then, let's have a documentary of forest fires, please.
Is the only planet in our solar system that burns. And there's one main reason why. Planets, since they first evolved 400 million years ago, land masses have changed from the soil to the atmosphere. The origin of fire is tied to the origin of planets. Fire couldn't exist here until the fuel and oxygen from land made this planet flame. So in 100 billion years, the Earth has been in flames. In turn, fire shapes the balance of life, the climate, and ultimately our own style. Flames changing. Over the past decade, every forest and continent has seen an alarming surge in large, uncontrollable fires. Mega fires. That's what a mega fire is. It's muscular, it's lean, it's big, it's aggressive. That nature of its fires is also changing. Really fast, and their local intensities these are very, very environments. So extremely, they demolish the very ecosystems that are thriving 5 millennia.
Here in the southwest US, fires have become so large and so intense that whole forests are transforming into entirely different landscapes.
In Australia, catastrophic megafires are tearing landscapes apart. It means we all have to rethink how to live on this planet. Which they need for life, we know. In this catalyst special, we charge one side of the planet from death.
It's quiet and still, the eastern side of the Haywoods Mountains in the southwest US. The trees here are often little shade.
We're walking through one vehicle, which had stunning carbon. It burned 43,000 acres for the first 14 hours. Almost 1 acre per second. The last bunch of fire was outside the experience of anybody alive in Mexico, including me. The scale of that fire was almost quadruple the size of the previous largest fire that used. Shocking. Actually, the fire people, they'd never seen this kind of fire behavior. Certainly shocking for myself as well.
In that fire, Dr. Craig outlined the obliteration of forests he'd been studying for decades.
We're in the middle of a huge patch, about 30,000 acres, where every conflict tree was killed. These trees don't have seed banks in soil or in the canopies. They need mother trees to survive. And they've been wiped out this huge area.
So basically, you've got an ecosystem that's changed overnight.
Literally overnight, you don't get these tree species back from these.
The term megafire didn't enter the scientific literature until recently. It refers to a wildfire that's not just large, but extreme in its behaviour with catastrophic impacts. In the past, fires burned much less severely, leaving living trees to regenerate the scorched areas. But as you can see behind me, for many thousands of hectares, there's not a single living conifer left. And there won't be for hundreds of years to come. A little further in our trek, the future landscape is impossible to deny.
So as we look across this open area, this used to be forest, pines, forests, fires, the eye can see. And you can't even see the elements. This is a forest.
The pine forest that was here was hit by two high severity fires, 15 years apart. The first killed the trees. The second erased even the blackened trunks. So how long has the Ponderosa forest?
Thousands of years.
And this is the new landscape.
Yeah.
Instead of trees, grasses and shrubs moved in. At lower elevations, there's barely any vegetation at all.
The first night was just fire. An amazing thing happened. There was this huge convection cloud that created these pyrocumulus clouds. And heat on the plume collapsed. It just incinerated all. And 5 minutes, I was very dry area. Some of which were very spot temperature. You couldn't even hardly imagine fire could carry through them. And it burned off the organic, rich soil, leaving a very concerning landscape afterwards. I'm going to get first of it actually. It's a forest that's been more than 30 years studying. So many trees are friends.
As we head back to the Fate's office, I finally get to see what the burnt out landscape must look like. Gold. Pretty calm. Here, mountain elk, coyotes, and prairie dogs are a regular sight. We're traveling at the edge of Mexico's Valles Caldera, the collapsed cones of volcanoes. The change in elevations creating these forested sky islands in a sea of grassland. It's a strikingly beautiful place. It's also one of the most intensely studied places in the world when it comes to fire history.
Maps there you can see. These are historic maps of fires in the whole Haynes Mountain Range. This goes back 140 years to 1909. So the first 60 years, you can see that there are 3 fires. They were small. It takes us 20 more years to 1989, which was wet period. The 1980s, there was almost nothing. And then this blue patterns are the fires from the 90s. And now we go more. This fire was at the time more or less the largest fire in recorded history in Mexico. And now the president is forwarding. You see this huge fire is the Las Conchas fire we're just in.
When the fire maps are run together, the last few years are truly standout. But this recent explosion of fire is by no means unique to Mexico.
We're seeing similar dramatic increases in fire in Western North America and in many other parts of the world as well.
This is the Yosemite fire, California's 3rd largest in nearly a century of prevalence. In their list of the top 10 biggest wildfires, most occurred after the year 2000. Only one on the list was before the 1970s. A study of foreign forests in Alaska has found their burning at the highest rate in 10,000 years. In 2012, Russia's worst fire year on record, over 30 million hectares of Siberian forest burnt down. But what about Australia? This past fire season was lengthy, vicious, with firefighters confronting hundreds of blankets in 40+ degree heat. As the fires raged, so did debate on whether what there is today is even outside. Although bushfires have always been part of the Australian landscape, there is evidence a dramatic change is occurring.
Stretches. So starts get up there and I told to the point, which is the Australian Alps are a classic mountain, which works in peace down feathers and our winter ski response. Most areas are protected as national parks. Fire. These things are just extraordinary damages. Fuel, some people call them fuel factories, but when you burn them, you're almost feeding them. Our plants co-evolve with fire. Fascinates forest ecologist David Bowman. This forest here is probably one of the most fire-damaged forests on Earth. It's hard to believe that this forest was pretty well incinerated about 6 years ago. And we look at that lithium there. Underneath their bark is really a volcano parts. And if you burn the trees, those parts will just erupt through the bark. The swamps are carpeted by a mosaic of eucalypts, a high mountain region fertilized by alpine ash forests. Are surrounded by eucalyptus delicatensis, the alpine ash, like most eucalypts, on the burn. Their leaves are full of flavour. They surround themselves with large amounts of leaf litter that fills up as fuel. They drape themselves in bark when they catch the light, lofts in the air like cannons and starts fires many kilometres away. And their seeds are encased in hard capsules that need fire to germinate. But unlike its eucalypt neighbours, the alpine ash can't be sprung from its trunk. Like the polymerase pine in the US, the alpine ash is known as an immigrant cedar because it can only produce from seed and only with the trees mature. The alpine ash is a really interesting trade. It's a bit like you've got a racing boat and you want to beat so badly, you throw away pretty well all of your safety. You have done like it's very like grass, no nothing. You're just going to beat. It doesn't have the capacity to press ground after a fire. It's shut down all of those strands which are typical as normal. The obligate cedar looks fine as long as the frequency of the fires remains in sync with the life cycle of the trees. Joining forces with David is National Park Manager Peter Jacobs. He's been working in the Alps since the 70s. I guess after very privileged growing these forests for many years and seeing the big pure alpine forests. Well, since years of it was on beauty here, recently they've become much more frequent. Nearly all of these large alpine ash trees started life 75 years ago. Today, Blackfly, 1939, many structures and particularly megafires tore through 2 million hectares over just 2 days. Some said we didn't roll everything for half as historically when we never had that end in 2003. We had more than 2 million hectares now. Victoria is up north with the ISTTP, so we are still back in the environment. 2003, we set the clock there to match. After the next decade, many fires document Jesus' work.
See here the big stacks of the older forests that are now dead, so killed by fire. This beautiful regrowth of alpine ash which has come back from those 2003 fires.
Soon after, the Great Alpine Fire of 2006 burned out a million hectares. Just as the odds moved right, lightning started another fire in 2013. So in 10 years, 3 overlapping fires struck the mountain forest, burning large areas more than once. What does that mean for the survival of alpine ash forests?
Not only got a forest fire,
Clearing traps and charge and scientists needed a size of density of the trunks to estimate how much seeds the trees which
210.
The good thing is that there was a lot of seed building for trying to get the tree, that was released by the fire, and you can see seedlings starting to germinate that seed.
but these trees were lucky.
Or what if you suddenly come along and go, and you give it 3 fires before it's even thinking about various things.
This is the result. Carrot trees are killed. Regrowth is wiped out. The seedling is obliterated. Even seeds in the soil are incinerated. In this national park, tall wet forests are now sun-scorched wasteland. Wetland wearing hard hats in the bush, looking for live trees in a dead forest.
If it's a trend, then it's really amazing because we're talking about ecology and energy. We're talking about climate and fire over likely landscape.
It's only from above that you get the big picture here. And the climate changes since you read. Nearly 90% of the Australian fire region has been burned. 97% of the originating alpine ash forests have been killed.
10 years ago, did you ever use the front bag? No, I did.
Since maybe the last we see of mature alpine ash forests in our lifetimes. Perhaps forever.
It's a really amazing time, possibly a tipping point. We need to get to the bottom of, is this unprecedented? Maybe this has happened before.
It's difficult to know for sure. Neither the alpine ash of the high country nor other species that burn more frequently contain any kind of reliable fire history.
But it's another story with the iconic trees of the southwest US. What they can tell us about the last few hundred years reveals important clues to understanding recent megafires in other parts of the world, including Australia. New Mexico's ponderosa pine is in many ways close to the eucalypt. It's highly tolerant to fire and it's used to frequent burns. There's one key difference. Ponderosa keeps a meticulous logbook. come rain, snow, or shine, each year they lay down a distinctive ring of growth. The science of tree ring analysis, or dendrochronology, was developed around the century by Andrew Douglas from the University of Arizona. It's been intensively studied here in the Southwest ever since. Regents Professor Tom Sweat is a world-renowned dendrochronologist. So how old are the trees here?
Oh, they're pretty old. They're probably 400 years old or something, maybe some 500. So this is actually a good one here. Looks like nice big fire star.
Wow.
Yeah, it's kind of shaped like this. You want to see one like this, I'm going to get down really close to see how many flowers are. We can actually tell by looking at these images, these vertical images here.
Right, so each one of these cracks is like.
That's right. That's right. So the first fire are up here, and then the next fire come along is part of the end. So each one of these is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
So the extra tree is 35 at least.
Yes.
Over how long?
Probably if I stay up here, maybe 400 years.
The numerous fire scars found in old living trees proves that while fire wasn't unusual here, it typically wasn't severe enough to kill the trees. And it didn't seem to bother the locals either. Long before Christopher Columbus arrived in America, it was the Pueblo Indians who called these forests home. Here at Frioli's Canyon, in Valkyria National Monument, they lived in the cliff dwellings at the base of the canyon walls.
My main focus is on trying to understand how fire has varied, how it's changed through time over the last 700 years, and now, recently, how people have interacted with climate and fire force.
Together with Dr. Craig Allen and other researchers, Tom's been investigating the Native Americans' close relationship with fire.
We've been studying fire and climate here since the 1980s.
Right.
If you take a look here, it's a president and just a and these building rings are sort of weapons around that helps things. You can see the rings on these really distinctly as we've been able to imagine these ring patterns with tree recalls for the region. We learned that these sites were mostly constructed in the early 1300s and 80s.
700 years ago, Pueblo Indians used rocks carved from the volcanic cliffs, held together with mud and water on the rows of pine to build dwellings on the canyon floor. Up high in the canyon, they stacked roofs on top of one another, using the natural shape of the walls to support and enlarge their constructions. These little holes in the wall aren't rooms, they're storage areas. If you look up here, these are big blocks, and they used to create big apartments in a wall that's now eroded. So this is a room of the youth. From here, the Pueblo people would have often seen a landscape full of smoke and fire.
Yeah, people like looking at these last years, just recent decades, have struggles. Firefighters have to put fires out. So we're trying to understand how this sustainable environments.
I started to revise trees, forests, ground, and correlate the names. And that's named down. That how well
That
and what's changed. His base is in Tucson, Arizona, and it's the world's largest trading laboratory. It looks a bit like a tree from the outside. Inside, it's piled high with samples from all over the world. Some trees, like this giant sequoia, tell a story that goes back thousands of years.
The high examples, the heinous mountains, like this one, have a really distinct pattern of climate and fires. So we can see the patterns. There's wide rings, narrow rings. There's a drop here right there.
Because that's a thin line. That's
These fire spots. They're black lines and eries that come right into the openings. And we can count on and see.
tree pits show fires occurred around twice a decade in the Hades Mountains.
In fact,
But the most striking feature is the period. None of the samples show fire scars in their tree rings after around 1900. The 1880s marks a critical transition. It's when grazing was moving on mass to New Mexico. Grasslands became so degraded they stopped the spread of surface fires. And in the early 1900s came a policy that's a key contributor to the mega fires of today. Fire suppression. The view of fire as an intruder, as an enemy, stands out due to the virtual absence of fire for most of last century. Look back thousands of years at the sediments of this region, and there's no other period without fire. Especially fire of the last 120 years in Mexico has only slightly it's completely changed the landscape. That's made Bill Armstrong's job today incredibly difficult. He's been fighting fires for decades. He'd much rather like them.
We have a ton of conflict here. Stadium of fire. With our tendencies, race and spread, we can't. Many times we approach these fires.
What many people see as lush and healthy forest, Bill calls a tree.
Sorry. If you look around and you see this enormous building of woody gray fuel from the ground, free small, people's small. If you don't you're looking at I'm going to treat the anchor and super often north of it. I look at this as cancer. This is landscape and I don't know how to describe it. You find it beautiful. I find it very sad for
This is a firefighter's most nightmare. Surface and ladder fields like these logs, shrubs, and small trees help a fire move from the ground at its relatively low intensity up to the tops of the trees where it becomes what's known as a crown fire.
Once a fire transition into the ground, there's no way that we can suppress them. It's beyond our capabilities to stop. They run from critical intensities, raise the spread faster than you can.
In Bill's experience, there's only one way to stop this kind of a high intensity blaze: by fighting the fire in the fire.
This happened in the last decade. It was still the academy in the 1993.
Walking through this open land is like stepping back in time to the age of the Pueblo fields.
So I think Dr. Nikita Patajoshi is with us and she's about to join. Make her the host. Hi, Dr. Joshi, आपका स्वागत है, आपका अभिनंदन. I have already introduced you to my guests on the delegates before, and we have made the proposed kindly unmute yourself and start with the deliberation. Just a small recap. Dr. Nikita Joshi is working as assistant professor of law in National Law University, and he's with Dr. Joshi, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, Dr. Sharma. Am I audible?
Yes, very much audible, and we can see you as well, ma'am.
All right. Okay. So should I go ahead?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Sure. Thank you. I'll just take a minute to share my screen. I hope my screen is visible to all of you.
Yes, ma'am, very much visible.
All right. Thank you. So a very good afternoon to all the attendees. As you can see from the title of the session, there's some echo. I can hear some background noise. All right. I can hear my voice. There's some echo. I'll try to speak. Okay. So as all you can see, the title of the session is very generic in nature. Since I come from a non-science background, so basically I come from legal background. So I'm going to introduce all of you to a very legal background or legal discipline with respect to our environmental conservation. So the title of the session goes like looking at environmental conservation from the lens of law. How do lawmakers think about environmental conservation? How do judges think about environmental conservation? Because at the end of the day, when we talk about environmental conservation, it boils down to what the judges think it is. Because all our laws will get enforced through the courts and through the judges. Now, law does not really exist without philosophy. So I'll take you briefly through the philosophy of environmental conservation. In loosely translated terms, philosophy of environmental conservation would boil down to the question, why should we conserve the environment? I'm sure many of you already know about these two concepts called anthropocentric approach and an ecocentric approach. Just give me a Okay. So when I talk about an anthropocentric approach, so these are, like I said, questions regarding why should we conserve the environment. Anthropocentric approach believes that we should conserve the environment because every component in the environment, every component in the ecosystem is inferior to human beings. So the very purpose of every component in the ecosystem existing is to subserve the mankind or subserve the needs of the humans. So we should protect environment because we care about humans' needs, right? So because a human gets his or her work done through various components of the environment, we need to protect. For example, we need to protect water resources because human needs water resources for various day-to-day activities. We need to protect species X because species X is directly of benefit to humans. We need not protect species Y because species Y's existence or non-existence does not affect the humans. So like you can see on the diagram on the right, we call it an egocentric. So which means humans are at the top. Every other component of the ecosystem, excluding humans, be it living or non-living resources, all of them are at the bottom. So we are protecting the environment because we feel that these important components of the environment are of importance to humans. Whereas when we talk about an ecocentric approach, we are talking about a situation. We are talking about a situation where every component is at par with humans. So when I ask you the question, why protect the environment? The answer should be that we protect each and every component because they are in themselves of some value, irrespective of whether they are of importance to humans or not. Like I gave the example of species Y. Irrespective of the fact that species Y was of importance to humans or not, we should still go ahead and protect species Y because every component in the ecosystem and the environment has some value in itself. So this is considered to be the ecocentric approach. Again, you can see in the diagram on the right, where everyone is basically together at the same level. Humans and all non-human resources or components are together. Now, these are two approaches. There are n number of scholars who support anthropocentric approach. There are scholars who support ecocentric approach. For example, a very popular debate is something called an environmentalism of the poor. Now, when the debate arose, India was considered to be a poor country. India is still considered to be a developing country. Now, in countries like India, where they are tackling more pressing issues like poverty, we do not have the luxury to think about all non-human components of the environment. So, environmentalism of the poor says we have to protect our environment, which is understood. But we have to protect only those components of environment on priority basis, which are of importance to humans because we don't have the resources in terms of time, money, and effort to think about other components of the environment. So if you go by that logic, if you go by that idea of a nation's capability to protect its environment, many nations support the anthropocentric approach. But if you look at the ideal situation as to what the situation should be, there are various proponents of the ecocentric approach. Now, it actually essentially depends on one belief. So if I ask you, why should we protect the environment? It depends on your belief of whether we should take up the anthropocentric approach or the ecocentric approach. Now, let's talk a bit about law. There's no straight answer to the question. So if I had put the question in a way that does law support, at least laws in India support anthropocentric approach or laws in India support ecocentric approach? There's no straight answer to that. So we have seen laws. So I'll just give you a brief background. So when we talk about environmental conservation in India vis-a-vis the Indian legal system. Now there are a variety of laws which both directly and indirectly talk about environmental conservation. Some are very specific in nature. For example, the laws governing forest, the laws governing wildlife, and some very general in nature, which is many of you would have heard of the Environmental Protection Act 1986. Now, Environmental Protection Act is considered to be an umbrella statute, and the reason for that being, it does not talk about specific obligations, like for example, law specifically for water pollution talks about specific issues, defines water pollution, talks about what are the measures to check water pollution, talks about penalties, so on and so forth. When we talk about environmental conservation or Environmental Protection Act, it is supposed to take care of environmental conservation in general. Now, reading none of these statutes, will you get an answer to the question that I asked some time back? Does law support anthropocentric approach or does law support ecocentric approach? law does not really support any approach. It depends on how you use the law to take up an approach. Law per se does not have a stand. Laws are framed to talk about environmental conservation. But then comes the question, which means laws should define what environmental conservation means. So we'll then now go a step ahead of the philosophy to actually look at what the law says. Now, I mentioned about the Environmental Protection Act, which is more of a general law to take care of environmental conservation and environmental protection. Sadly, the Environmental Protection Act or any of the other laws, like I mentioned in this slide, I just want to ensure my slides are moving right. All right, thank you. So when we talk about these laws, none of these laws define environmental conservation. So we don't have a very ready recorder idea of what environmental conservation means from the perspective of law. As a result, so what is the problem? We have so many laws are being followed. Why do we even need a definition? The problem comes when there are certain gray areas. For example, I've mentioned one gray area, which is climate change. All of us understand the concept of climate change. Many of you would know a lot more about climate change than me. But the idea is when I talk about climate change and our efforts and attempts to, mitigate climate change or adapt to climate change, are they principles of environmental conservation or not? So we have an Environmental Protection Act. Can we really use? So when the policymakers, when the people sitting in the parliament discuss about what can we do about climate change, there comes two lines of thought. One, we have an Environmental Conservation Act. Our efforts to fight climate change also amounts to environmental conservation. So we will proceed under an existing law. Because environmental conservation also means protecting the environment and ensuring that there is no climate change or there is reduced climate change. Now, the second line of thought says that what is environmental conservation? Like I said, is not defined in any policy, it is not defined in any law. So I could say that environmental conservation only means protecting all the natural resources and ensuring their sustainable use. And for climate change, we need another law or another body of law or policy called climate change law. The reason I'm telling you about this debate is because when we talk about environmental conservation, so all our laws are there together in place to protect the environment. But what is environmental conservation? The law doesn't say. So what is included, what is excluded is something that we don't know. For example, what if climate change is included as a part of environmental conservation or not is something that we don't know. So there's growing debate and discussion and deliberation about what is environmental conservation, how to understand it, and certain gray areas, how to plug those gray areas. But another example would be biosafety laws. So things regarding biosafety, we'll consider them as a part of environmental conservation or not, is again another gray area. Now, in presence of such gray areas, in absence of environmental conservation or any definition of environmental conservation, lawmakers and judges are sure at least about one thing. When we say environmental conservation, there's one principle that we have to follow, which is the principle of sustainable development. Now, again, many of you already know about the idea of sustainable development. Let's look at the definition of sustainable development as is approved or as adopted at the international level. So countries all over the world have commonly agreed to a principle of sustainable development. The Brundtland Commission gave us a definition of sustainable development. So it essentially means it's a kind of development that meets the needs of the present generations without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their own needs. So in simplest terms, we'll go with development, but not at the cost of spoiling the environment. Likewise, when we are going with development of the present generation, we'll go at a speed so that the present generation is getting some benefits of development. At the same time, the future generations are also reaping the benefits of the development. Now, if you look at the definition, there are certain words that are highlighted in red. Now, let's take a look at this definition and then go back to our concept of anthropocentric versus ecocentric. Because our whole entry point of discussion has been, what does law understand by environmental conservation and which approach does it take? And like I said, if you read the law, if you read the various statutes that are existing, you can't really answer the question whether it takes an anthropocentric approach or it takes an ecocentric approach. But understanding of that approach is very essential to understand where we are landing 10 years from now. So I said there's no definition of environmental conservation per se, but lawmakers and judges have one thing in their minds when we talk about environmental conservation. We know one principle for sure, which is sustainable development. There's a definition of sustainable development. Now, when I look at this definition, what do you think of this definition? You think it is anthropocentric in nature, or you think it is ecocentric in nature? Can I have some responses in the chat box? So I'll repeat my question. So my question was, we understood what is anthropocentric, we understood what is ecocentric. And now we are looking at the definition of sustainable development from anthropocentric or ecocentric perspective. So it talks about needs of present generation without sacrificing or compromising with the needs of the future generation. Any responses in the chat box about whether it is anthropocentric or ecocentric? So we can take a minute to think about it and then maybe respond in the chat box. Okay. Qureshi sir has said it's anthropocentric. All right. Any other responses? There are two raised hands. Would you like to unmute and speak if you are able to unmute? Any other responses in the chat box if it is anthropocentric or ecocentric? Anthropo. Manaswini also says it's anthropocentric. All right. Okay. The way I highlighted the definition, it looks like it is very anthropocentric because we are coming down to the question of needs of a particular generation versus needs of a future generation. So on the face of it, it looks like it is very anthropocentric in nature, which means we are only thinking about we'll protect environment as long as it is satisfying human needs of be it this generation or the other generation. Now there's a contrary argument also, or argument at the other end of the spectrum. The contrary argument says we are talking about future generations and we are talking about the present generation. Nowhere have we spoken that it is present human generation and future human generation. So that argument says that the development or the principle of sustainable development in itself is ecocentric, because when we say present generation, it also includes present generation of all resources, of all entities. And when we say future generation, we say future generation of all entities. Definition doesn't talk about human needs, which itself means that it is not anthropocentric in nature and it is ecocentric in nature. It is again up to you to subscribe to which argument you want to. I would personally, buy the argument that this definition in itself is very anthropocentric in nature because it is a need-centric development or a need-centric idea of environmental conservation. So, which is why I also argue that when we talk about the principle of sustainable development, it's not really sustainable development, but it is sustainable destruction. So the idea was that we'll go ahead with development, but only to the extent that it does not harm the environment. So it's idea for balancing, harming the environment a bit and compromising with development a bit. So it was an act of balancing. What has happened is, when you look at how the lawmakers have interpreted it, if you look at how the judges, because like I said, at the end of the day, it is all about what the judges think it is, because every law will get enforced through the lawmakers and the judges. At the end of the day, the idea of sustainable development has been used in such a way that they ensure some development at any cost. So because the idea it has not been sustainable environmental conservation but sustainable development, it is as though that the term development has been used as a prerequisite. Which is why you will find very rare cases where development has been stalled at all or has been stalled altogether because it is harming the environment. So the whole problem has come up with the concept of sustainable development is right. I'm not against the concept of sustainable development. I'm against the way the word was formed. Because it was called sustainable development, it was believed that we need some level of development as long as it is not harming the environment, and even if it is harming the environment a bit, it is fine because we are going for a balancing. What we could have done is we could have rather called it sustainable use of resources or sustainable conservation. The problem with calling it sustainable development has been as though development has been considered to be a prerequisite. So at any cost, judges and the lawmakers allow some level of development at the cost of the environment. So what we'll do now is look at two case scenarios where the judges came up with their interpretation or their idea of sustainable development. Okay. The first, so we are trying to look at both of codes. So I'll just map the discussion so far. May I request our delegates to mute themselves? Because audio is not clear. I get some. All right. So I'll just quickly map the discussion so far. We started with the concept of philosophy as to why protect the environment. We then went towards to understand what answer does law give to it. Does law subscribe to a particular approach or not? We then went on to understand that law does not really tell us what environmental conservation is. So it's very difficult for us to answer the question whether it is ecocentric or anthropocentric. Now, the law does not tell us what environmental conservation is, but it does tell us about what is sustainable development and the fact that we should follow principles of sustainable development. Now, from the definition of sustainable development, we get some hint of whether law is anthropocentric in nature or law is ecocentric in nature. To develop that hint further, to look at how really judges have used the principle of sustainable development, we'll do two case studies, or we'll quickly look at two case studies to understand how sustainable development has been put in picture. All right. The first case study is comes from Vellore. There's a judicial decision by the name Vellore Citizens Welfare Forum. So, for those of you who hail from southern India, would know that Vellore is known for the huge number of leather industries that operate in Vellore. Now, through Vellore also passes a river Palar. Now, these leather industries which have been operating in Vellore or as a part of the operation of the leather industries, the tanneries, they were releasing around 170 toxic chemicals to the river Palar. So their waste, their effluents was all coming into river Palar. Now they are supposed to be treated waste. So if you go to our law on water pollution called Water Pollution and Prevention Act, it talks about every industry which is releasing some effluent or some waste into a river body or a water body is supposed to treat it before releasing it. Now, these industries, leather industries or tannery industries, they are not very huge or large scale industries. They are medium to small scale industries. Now, these industries did not have the financial capacity to actually treat their waste. How are they supposed to treat it? The wastewater that comes, they are supposed to undergo that wastewater through an effluent treatment plant and then release everything else into the water to ensure that those 170 toxic chemicals that are there in the water are treated so that river Pallar is not polluted. There is no water pollution of the river body. But obviously the tanneries were operating for years together without any treatment being done by them. Who's supposed to check this? The law establishes bodies called pollution control boards. There will be a state level pollution control board and regional level pollution control boards, which are supposed to check this and take actions. Now, the pollution control board failed to take any action against these tanneries. The central government stepped in. The central government also promised these tanneries, these around 200 tanneries around the river, that we will give you subsidy. Please establish a effluent treatment plant. All right. But the tanneries did not pay heed to the offer of the central government. So in all, these tanneries were operating, releasing toxic water and releasing toxic chemicals into the river, and they were operating. Now the matter has come to the Supreme Court to take some action. So there has to be some judicial intervention because the bodies which are supposed to enforce the law are not able to enforce the law. So then you have to go to the court. So a civil society body called Vellore Citizens Welfare Forum went to the Supreme Court. Now the Supreme Court has to see what action has to be taken. Now, action could mean closure of all the industries because for over 20 years they have been polluting the river Pallar. Not just they are polluting the river Pallar, because of the pollution of river Pallar and the people who are depending on river, many people have taken sick. So it has affected the health conditions of many people who are depending on river Pallar for their day-to-day water purposes, drinking water, washing, bathing, etc. So now the matter is of grave concern. So the Supreme Court has to decide what action can be taken. A, shut down all the industries altogether, which is the most appropriate step to do. B, shut down some industries or give them an ultimatum or a period that you have to establish effluent treatment plant within a certain years, and then shut down if you are not able to do so. Because all of these tanneries had a very valid argument that how will we establish a effluent treatment plant? We don't have the money. So financial incapacity was a very valid argument from their side. Now what the Supreme Court did was, like I said, one of the options was to shut down all the industries. So we are conserving the environment, we are conserving the water body, and we are shutting down all the industries. But that's not what environmental conservation means. Because environmental conservation has to be read together with the concept of sustainable development. Now, Supreme Court tried to balance the idea of development vis-a-vis environmental conservation. So on one hand, what is happening is our water is getting polluted. And because of water pollution, people depending on river Pallar is less. So there's water scarcity. So on one hand, water pollution. So in terms of environmental degradation, there's water pollution. But the solution is not to shut down the industries because on the other hand, there were two major developmental factors that the courts looked into. First is these set of tanneries around Vellore were a huge source of foreign exchange for the government. So India has a very good amount of leather industry export. 80% of the leather that is exported from India comes from this belt in Vellore, this tannery belt in Vellore. So shutting down these tanneries could mean 80% of your foreign exchange that you are earning from export of leather is shut down. We can't do that because sustainable development says development hona hi chahiye. There has to be development and also protection of the environment. So one major factor was there will be heavy loss of foreign exchange for the government if they shut down the industries. Two, these tanneries, mostly they were working as unorganized sectors, and these tanneries employed a huge number of workers, particularly unskilled workers. Now, if the tanneries are shut down, there will be huge or a large scale unemployment of the unskilled workers, and it's very difficult to, put or rehabilitate these unskilled workers into other industries. So it's like a counting of +2 -1 and likewise. So when the Supreme Court felt that they have to protect the environment, but not at the cost of development, and there were two very important factors for development. What the courts did, they did not go ahead with the order of closure of the industries. What they did instead is they imposed some minimum compensation on the industries. So the industries were supposed to pay compensation to the families of all those people. If you remember, I mentioned some people fell sick. So paying compensation to all of those families whose health was affected, so to some extent reimbursement of medical expenses, and then giving them an ultimatum of, I think, 5 years or 10 years to set up effluent treatment plant. So the whole idea is when the Supreme Court looked at sustainable development, they did ensure that those developmental points or developmental aspects have to be catered to apart from taking care of the environment. So you might feel that in this particular case, environmental conservation took a side seat. So River Pallar's pollution did not stop after the Supreme Court's decision. Compensation was given to the government, compensation to the families is fine. In the name of development, River Pallar continued to be polluted for a few more years because the effluent still was released into the river for a few more years. We call it sustainable development because our employment did not get hampered, our foreign exchange reserve did not get hampered. But what about the environmental resource that got hampered? That continued to get hampered, which is why I call it not sustainable development, but sustainable destruction. Instead of outrightly destroying the environment or destructing an environmental resource, we are doing it gradually. Before the decision came out, River Pallar was getting polluted. After the decision has come out, River Pallar is still getting polluted. It might slow down a bit, but the pollution of River Pallar will still continue. So sustainable development has only been used by judges or by courts to ensure development, not to ensure less destruction of environmental resources. Destruction of environmental resources is happening. It might slow down a bit. And this is the interpretation of sustainable development that our courts have given. A very similar case study is all of you would obviously know about the ambient air quality of Delhi going down severely, becoming 200 times worse than the AQI standards that has been given by the World Health Organizations, particularly in the time period around October to December, where the ambient air quality goes down. So a petition was filed in the Supreme Court by a child called Arjun Gopal, about banning of firecrackers in Delhi. Because we have two environmental issues, two grave issues: air pollution and noise pollution. So because of the two kind of destructions the firecrackers was causing to the environment, the Supreme Court now had to take a decision as to environmental conservation versus development. Now, what development comes out of burning firecrackers? Again, employment, because development need not only mean getting direct benefit. The fact that a large population of the country is employed in a particular industry itself means development. The Supreme Court was again faced with the question of whether to go for protection of the environment, because if they had to go for protection of the environment, they would place an absolute ban on the firecrackers. If they had to go for the development, they cannot ban the firecrackers, because again, the firecracker industry is a very huge area for employment, particularly of women and children. Now, these women and children going unemployed will have a huge impact on the economy in general, and will have a huge impact on the unemployment crisis in India. So now the balancing has to be done between environmental conservation, which is air pollution and noise pollution, and on the other side, the loss of employment. The Supreme Court cannot afford to come out with a decision of loss of employment. So what they did was they first went with complete environmental conservation. They didn't think of sustainable development, because if your development is hampering environment, we will go for environmental conservation. And they placed an absolute ban. So absolute ban on firecrackers. What then happened were these firecracker manufacturing units and associations, through their unions and lobby leaders, approached the Supreme Court. And then came in the real idea of sustainable development, which is you can take a decision to protect the environment, but you cannot do that at the cost of such a huge financial loss to these units and to the economy of the country in general. And then, because of the principle of sustainable development, some heed had to be paid to development. As a result, the Supreme Court toned down or diluted its order from an absolute ban on firecrackers to a conditional ban. So they imposed some conditions as to who can sell, who can get a license, in which time period it can be sold, and which kind of crackers can be sold, which cannot be sold. So if you went for only development, no action would be taken. If you went for only environmental conservation, absolute ban. But when they went for a mixture of both, when they went for truly using the principle of sustainable development, the absolute ban on firecrackers was reduced to a conditional ban on firecrackers. And that is when the idea of sustainable development came in. Because it is coined the way it is, judges are made to believe that some level of development is a prerequisite. We cannot completely zero down the development part. We might zero down the environmental conservation part. Like in the Vellore example, environmental degradation continued to happen for a certain number of years thereafter. But development should not be affected. So sustainable development means slow development, but development should not be affected. Another very related example is, I think last year or last to last year, central government took a decision to cut down 11,000 trees around the Rajaji Tiger Reserve, if I'm not wrong. Why? Because those trees had to be cut down to build a highway under a very prominent national project. Now, again, construction of a highway, development versus cutting down of trees, environmental conservation. Supreme Court refused to intervene. Why? Because we cannot stop development even if it is affecting the environment. So the key takeaway here is the way, so I'll put it in this terms, the problem is, firstly, neither have the courts understood what sustainable development means, nor the government has understood what sustainable development means. Secondly, there's a lot of overemphasis on the idea of sustainable development, which is the wrong conception of sustainable development. So this is primarily the key takeaway from the idea of environmental conservation vis-a-vis sustainable development, vis-a-vis the legal system in India. Now I'll just talk about one latest trend that again judges or law has allowed or judges have given way to. And this takes us back to the point of anthropocentric versus ecocentric approach. Now, to be able to get rights, so the law guarantees rights and obligations, or rights and liabilities. To be able to have a right, for example, I have a right to clean air, I have a right to clean drinking water, right to healthy environment, etc. To be able to have certain rights, law guarantees or grants something called a personhood or a personality. Now, all human beings have personhood, so we are capable of holding right, be it right to property, be it fundamental rights, which many of you would have heard of, be it, let's say, right to marry, right to speak, all our fundamental rights, right to equality, etc. Now, other than humans, certain other elements have also been given personality by law. For example, a corporation or a company. Now, a company will hold some property in its name. where will the company's right to property come from? So the law says a company will also be considered to be as though it is a person. We call it the concept of artificial person. Now, what has happened is with passage of time, so let's take the example of a river. A river is getting polluted. Going by the anthropocentric approach, you cannot take any action against it, or you would not take any action against it as long as humans are not depending on the river. Right? So if the river body is flowing and no one is depending on the river, no one will take an action against it, because who takes action? Humans take action against it. Going by the ecocentric approach, the very fact that the river is getting polluted is itself a problem, because river itself is of intrinsic value. But river does not have a right. So it's a human who will say that my right to clean water is getting affected because the river is getting polluted. The river cannot itself come and say that I'm getting polluted, it is my right. So what law has done, or the way judges have interpreted it, is to give every non-human natural resource also personhood, or give it right. So water or a river, for example, river Ganga is also a person. So if river Ganga is getting polluted, it is affecting her rights. So what has happened as a result is many cases have now come up before the judiciary regarding river pollution, where every river, irrespective of human dependence or not, is getting a standing or is getting a stand to come before the court. Now, obviously, a river body cannot come before the court. Any individual on behalf of the river comes to the court. So the idea then is to grant personality to river natural resources. Particularly in India, we have done it. Even abroad, we have done it with respect to rivers, animals, and birds, to protect all the species in general. So we have furthered a very ecocentric understanding by granting legal personality to all non-legal natural resources. To sum up, law does not give us a very clear understanding of what sustainable development is. Law does not give a very clear understanding of what environmental conservation is. It is only evolving with time. It all depends upon the interpretation of the judges, which is why if we need to truly move towards a very safe environment, if we really need to further the idea of environmental conservation, we need to train our judges who have to interpret laws in a way that they actually meet the end objective. So this is basically the key takeaway or the crux of Indian legal system vis-a-vis environmental conservation, where you see a huge gap existing in the way the legal system is framed to protect the environment. Thank you so much. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nikita. Just open the chat box. If any questions, we can. Shita, just open the chat box, please. I think there's a question saying that the nicotine and cigar industry also has similar, but I think small scale industries include women as employed for tobacco leaf tracking. CSR developing green champions for reducing pollution. And there's another question: what are the most effective methods for sustainable development? These are two questions I can see back in the chat box.
All right. So, first responding to Rizwan Mohammad's comment. I completely agree that with basically we made a remark, and I agree that many of the industries which the government is trying to regulate, be it from a health perspective or be it from an environmental perspective. For example, regulation of the tobacco industry. If the government has to place absolute ban on tobacco, or absolute ban on alcohol for that matter, they cannot straight away do it because policymakers have to think of multiple aspects. So one key aspect is, like he's mentioned, the amount of employment it generates or the amount of revenue it generates. So be it from a public health perspective, be it from an environmental perspective, regulating the industry isn't that straightforward because government has to think of multiple aspects, at least in terms of the employment it is generating and the revenue it is generating. And I agree, yes, CSIR is taking up initiatives to develop green crackers. Even in the Supreme Court order that I was talking about, they try to incentivize individuals by giving licenses who can come up or manufacture green crackers over and above other form of crackers. The question was most effective method for sustainable development. For me, the starting point is first to rename the concept of sustainable development, like I was arguing, and first call it sustainable use of resources. Because then we can go ahead with any step that we take and not have in our mind that we need some level of development. And in terms of effective method, I think we need to use some economics here to create some quantitative methods. So for example, in simplest terms, I was trying to show plus 2 minus 1. So 2 counts of environmental conservation, minus 1 counts of development. And what is the cumulative strategy or what is the cumulative answer? So some economics here to grade those factors and points and then cumulatively see what decision can be taken. Now, since that is actually, economics is beyond my domain, I can't give an example, but I believe that we need to quantify the idea. As long as it is subjective, judges or lawmakers will just do what they feel is development. Because even the idea of development will vary from one individual to the other. So I think the starting point is first to rename sustainable development and redefine sustainable development. And that is something that can only be done at the international level.
There's a lot of appreciation for you, Dr. Nikita. It was very nice presentation, very informative. His audio is there's problems of audio. In Google Meet, I can see some message. Again, audio is not clear. I would like no more questions. I would like to thank Dr. Nikita Patrici for a wonderful lecture. And I must tell you, because even like we said, we need doctors, we need lawyers also these days to regulate everything. Legislation is so important for us. So thank you so much for being with us. And I must tell you a message to us. And all environmentalists do need good information on the legal laws within. Thank you so much for your presence and from the bottom of your heart and from my patron principal and from the organizing committee. I would like to thank you for your time and for your wonderful presentations. Aapka bahut dhanyawad, madam. So now it's time for our next keynote address. Our next keynote address will be delivered by Dr. Satyabhan Yadav. Dr. Satyabhan Yadav is working as Associate Professor at Government VSR Arts College, Alwar. Dr. Yadav is a very keen researcher, a very good teacher, and a person who believes that the environment should be protected if we really want to protect the humanity and humans and everything. So with a lot of gratitude and respect, without taking much time, because we are being delayed in our sessions, so I will request Dr. Satyabhan Yadav to kindly start with this keynote address. Can we have camera members, Dr. Satyabhan? Sir, आपका बहुत-बहुत स्वागत आपका अभिनंदन.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद डॉक्टर ममता जी. A lot of thanks to Dr. Montani, Honorable Patron and Scott, Government Arts College, Government Arts College, Dr. Gomsinji, Organic Secretary, and a very dynamic personality, Dr. Mata Sarmaji, distinguished guests from India and abroad. It is a privilege for me to be here in this August session of 7 days international conference. I'm very much thankful to Dr. Hukum Sethi and Dr. Mamla Samadi for inviting me to be a part of this international event. The topic on presentation, today's presentation is more or less mostly related to the theme of international activities. The title is Green Economy and Sustainable Development Geographical Perspective. As you know that sustainable development is a continuous process, and there are a lot of factors which influence sustainable development. So, myself being a student of economics, I have chosen this topic, green economy and sustainable development. In this presentation, I would like to focus on three more themes of the presentation. First one is related to what green economy is. Then we will discuss what green growth is and what is the relation between green economy and sustainable development and the results or the impact factor of green growth on sustainable development. So, this is a very common word these days because green economy is related to the theme which is very closely associated with environment and ecological scarcities. In other words, green economy is an economy that aims at reducing environmental risks and ecological scarcities, and that aims for sustainable development without degrading the environment. So it's very clear. It is closely associated with ecological economics also. It has very far-reaching consequences on economic development or sustainable development. A report published by UNEP 2011 argues that to be green economy, an economy must not only be efficient but also fair. Fairness implies recognizing global and country level equity dimensions, particularly in assuring a just transition to an economy that is low carbon, resource efficient, and socially inclusive. So it's very clear that green economy means economy which is low carbon or which is related to low carbon, resource efficient, and socially inclusive. Simultaneously, green economy is also referred in some other sense, which is called the green growth. What green growth is? Green growth is a term to be described the hypothetical path of economic growth that is environmentally sustainable. It is based on the understanding that as long as economic growth remains a predominant goal a decoupling of economic growth from resource use and adverse environmental impacts is required. As such, green growth is closely related to the concept of green economy and low carbon or sustainable development. The main driver of green growth is the transition towards sustainable energy systems. Advocates of green growth policies argue that well implemented green policies can create positive for private sectors such as renewable energy, green agriculture, or sustainable forestry. So this is all about green economy as well as green growth is. As I again said, that green growth is something like a very new concept in the recent past or in the recent economic history. As far as ecological concerns or environmental concerns are concerned, economic development and sustainable development are closely associated with the policies which are being implemented by the various governments, not only in India but globally, because there are certain factors which influence human development, sustainable development with regard to green economy, with regard to green growth. Now I come to the second segment of this presentation, which is again related to the both concepts, ecological or environmental concerns, as well as green growth and green economy, which lead towards the sustainable development. So, over the past 3 decades, environmental policies have grown dramatically in India. The policies are sensitive to evolving issues of both local and foreign origin. A wide variety of problems have been handled by various legislations, such as air and water emissions, water waste control, biodiversity protection, etc. However, policies have historically been directed and at preserving the ecosystem and focus on reacting to local concerns. India faces economic growth problems that need to be tackled with limited capital, minimum externalities, and lack of stability. At the same time, sustainable development pathway results in lower costs because cost matters a lot in environmental protection. And so, being a student of economics, we can understand a huge cost that is paid by human being on maintaining sustainable development or maintaining economic growth. That is, state governments as well as different states have been indulged in policy making regarding sustainable development. So here I come to the next segment that green ideals are becoming more popular and influential and have been picked up by many people inside and beyond the green movement to different degrees. The word sustainable growth was a significant threat to orthodox political and economic arrangements in its initial years. Its use, though, has been progressively narrower and has lost most of its progressive cutting edge in the process. It has green politics to achieve. So again, green bird is a multi-dimensional bird. Here we can use this green economy, green growth, as well as green politics. So, green politics is also a very significant factor affecting sustainable development because green growth or green economy, like policies, are made by green politics. So, green politics to achieve sustainable growth in India. The trend study uh, states that states that the most well-known and often quoted concept of sustainable development that meets the need of the current without undermining the capacity of future generations to fulfill the needs of the human being. So, if political adherence to the concept of sustainable growth persists, when both sides seek to use it to defend their own actions, Greens should demand that the separate parties involve clarify their understanding and illustrate how the theory is reflected in their policies. Greens should point at and challenge alternate conceptions of fundamental values it embodies while reclaiming its progressive thrust. Multiple players will at least use the same language to challenge the topic and will face the challenge of defending their preferred meaning if they chose to continue to use the word in political debates. So, political willpower also very closely related, also affects green growth as well as green economy, which lead to affecting sustainable development. Next segment of this paper, because I have already mentioned that this paper aims to examine the underlying responses of India to current and evolving environmental problems, such problems which provides the framework for incorporating environmental issues into different sectors' policies. Against the context of environmental policy, this paper also attempts to define the drivers behind development in climate change problems on the policy agenda by revealing the secondary sources of this study. So, now I come to the concerned segment of this presentation, green economy for sustainable development. As I have been told that green economy is a economy which is helpful not only maintaining to the ecological imbalances but also sustainable development around the world. Green economy supports renewable resources and invest in their ecosystem. Resources are better maintained, contributing to strengthen defensive lines of vulnerable agricultural areas and family income. For subsistence farmers, ecological sustainable agricultural practices increase yields dramatically. Moreover, increase in access to fresh water and sanitation and non-grid technologies like solar power, like wood stores, etc., contribute to the green economy solutions portfolio that will further reduce poverty. Because the ultimate aim of governance is to reduce poverty or to reduce inequality or to maintain social and economic
equalities in the societies. So in this direction, we may understand this nexus between green economy and sustainable development. New energy and resources management solutions create prospectus for expansion in new ways, offsetting environment reductions from the brown economy. Energy efficiency is a guiding preposition for improved waste control, more shared transit, green buildings, or reduced waste along the food chain, both for electricity and material usage. To provide guidance, we have to maintain a balance between sustainable development and its tools, because subventions that are environmentally and socially damaging are deterrent and should be phased out. So the rational usage of subsidies will promote a green economic shift in selected conditions and over established period. To support the change, taxation and other market-based tools will be used to encourage the required expenditure and creativity. Moreover, although the funding scale needed for a shift to a green economy is enormous, good public policy and creative finance strategies will mobilize it. A green economy will produce as much development and jobs as a brown economy, and in the medium and long term, outperform the latter, thus providing green politics to achieve sustainable growth in India. Of course, on the road, there are also dangers and obstacles. So there are many hurdles or there are many obstacles in the way of maintaining or improving sustainable development in India. Of course, on the road, there are many dangers and obstacles. Moving for a green economy would involve collective participation by global leaders, civil society, and leading industries in this transformation. It would take a sustained attempt to reinvent and redefine conventional metrics of income, strategy, and value on the part of decision makers and their constituents. Nevertheless, the status quo, the British level of all would remain. So, observing this background in the presentation, we may summarize some of the conclusions in this study. However, to attain sustainable development, there are some pathways also. Like basically, let me state them chronologically. The strategic policy agenda, which incorporates the bringing of various key economic sectors, takes advantage of synergies and facilitate long-term development through mitigating scarcity. The linkage between them would not benefit from policies that concentrate only on specific sectors. Energy and other pollution reduction methods are good illustration of how the conservation initiatives in primary industries such as homes, transport, and production improve the usage of green economic energy on the supply side. By enhancing soil quality and growing water mechanism, because soil conservation as well as water quality also plays very significant role in maintaining sustainable development. Because during the days, we are just observing that climate change is taking place so rapidly around the world, and that is a very challenging situation before policymakers as well as before the other decision makers. So there is a need to increase waste management, which can be utilized by combining recycling and remanufacturing activities, enabling spending in that field to focus on areas such as waste and electricity. The need for water is strongly related to oil usage, and the opposite is valid as well. Green economy and inclusive growth, as I earlier mentioned, that green growth is not only a concept in economic development, but also plays a very significant role in sustainable development, in farming, in water quality, as well as in forest conservation also. So green economy and inclusive growth. The summit's central agenda was to uh, attain a rapid economic growth around the world. Rio 20 our summit also pointed out that uh, climate change in India or around the world for a green economy and its possible position in a better future have been revived. So, welcome, sir. In 2012, Average and Young published that India was the fourth most promising country for green energy investment. The country still has the second largest pool of scientists and engineers in the world who have instilled confidence in foreign investors searching for secure destinations for investment. India's success in information technology, technical services, and communications have contributed to its profile over the past decade. However, we are rating growth from 4th to 8th in 2030 according to many factors, including high finance prices, high cost of finance, as well as the structural adjustment in the economic institutions or the process of lending to the borrowers. So, uh, so far, the international economic model has helped India to well and amass capital in the economic field, but has a strong influences on the economy. The nation also adopted new environmental legislation after Bhopal pledged in 1984, where more than 2,000 people died and tens of thousands were wounded by the unanswered leakage of mustard gas from a pesticide factory. So this is again a very alarming situation before the country, that such type of incidents or such type of happenings or such type of incidents could not hinder our sustainable development in the country, because there are so many conventions and conferences have been organized in India, but the policy decisions which were taken by the various states or by the government were not as per the decisions or the discussion taken place. So finally, I would come to the conclusion of this paper. Complicating things through government agencies in India has always proven reluctant to implement environmental regulations, contributing to lawsuits as a primary means of compliance. The Indian Supreme Court directed the demolition of lines quarries in 1985 that harmed water availability and establishing a firm precedent. Consequently, the courts have been used a last resort in settlement of environmental disputes in those nations. In India, though it has also been the first resort because of the regulatory agencies' alleged reluctance or lack of political will to implement environmental laws and regulations. Informal legislation in which societal forces such as negative media attention or direct citizen attention impose local environment targets is another option utilized in India. Informal control measures involve demand for compensation by community groups, social ostracism of the political firms employees, the threat of physical violence and efforts to monitor and publicize the firm's emission or discharges such techniques. So this is all about this presentation. As I earlier stated that green economy, green growth, green politics are very significant words these days, or you can say that since the uh, various conventions were organized in India and abroad, this alarming situation or this alarming position of environmental degradation came to notice in India as well as abroad. There have been certain uh, conventions, there have been certain policy decisions have been taken by various governments, and green economy is very closely associated with sustainable development because without sustainable development, green economy has no meaning, green growth has no meaning, green politics has no meaning. And as earlier it was discussed that our basic or our primary object is to reduce poverty in the society. Our basic aim is to reduce inequality in the society. How to maintain social harmony, how to maintain social equality among the people is our basic target of all plans which were implemented since 1951 in India. Over the period, there have been various programs have been implemented by the government of India as well as the state governments to reduce poverty or to improve the people under BPL, below poverty line. So there has been no meaning unless or until you improve the life standard lifestyle of the people or living standard of the people in India. There have been a large number of people in India, according to the report by Professor Sri Rangarajan 2012, he pointed out that more than 77% of people are living near or around the BPL. And their monthly or their per day income is so less when we compare it to the international standards. So, sustainable development, green economy, green politics, green growth has no meaning till we get our people or the till we get lifestyle or living standard of our people improved. Thank you so much. Again, I express my gratitude to Principal Professor Hukum Singh ji and our organizing secretary Dr. Mamta for inviting me here. And it was a great pleasure for me. Now I ask to the distinguished participants if there is any question. If there is any question, you may ask. Welcome for your all panels. Thank you so much again.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a wonderful and fabulous deliberation. You come from the fraternity of the professors of college education, and trust me, you're making us proud. You being with us gives us support and motivates to do better. Thank you so much for telling us about the greener life and sustainable living and a balanced living. You said we must reduce, reuse, and recycle. We must take this liberty to tell you that ISTTP-5 is on greener living. So we have already launched ISTTP-5 and it is on the greener living, the way you said. Thank you so much. So without taking much time, since we are being delayed by half an hour in our sessions, I will request, first of all, I welcome all my guests, and I will request to bear with us. Ma'am, we are delayed by a session by half an hour, so our speakers are waiting. So, with a lot of gratitude and respect, I would like to call upon Dr. Vinod Kumar Bhardwaj. He is assistant professor in LBS College for He is a key researcher, an academician, and administrator. So I will be sharing his CV with you all on the WhatsApp group. Since he has to leave, so I will request Dr. Bhardwaj to kindly start the deliberation. So stage is all yours. Sir, आपका बहुत-बहुत स्वागत है, आपका अभिनंदन अलवर से. Please pin up Dr. Bhardwaj. Please pin up Dr. Bhardwaj. सर आपका स्वागत अभिनंदन हम बहुत खुश हैं आपको अपने बीच पाकर सर प्लीज अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ
आप मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं मेरी आवाज आ रही है
बिल्कुल सर हम आपको सुन पा रहे हैं और देख पा रहे हैं
ओके थैंक यू Can you see the screen over there?
Yes, sir, we can see your slides.
Okay. So, welcome all the delegates from different countries and as well as from my own country, India. This is a wonderful program going on, as I heard from the different corners. This is one study which we are making since 2000. And we made observations and the presentations were made in India and abroad as well, in US and other countries. I made this presentation. This is a wonderful study about the Thar Desert, the microclimatic changes taking place in Thar Desert. We are making the study, and this study is a real-time work we have conducted. Mamta ji, can you see the screen with my slides? Are you able to see?
Yes, sir, we can see, but sharing is not happening before this. We can see your laptop screen.
Oh,
Sheetal,
no.
please. Sheetal, you
I
take
think
off.
now you can see it, na? Now it is visible.
No. Yes, now we can see, sir. You are presenting. Yes, now we can see very well.
Okay, great. So this is one study we are making, and since 2000, we personally collected the data for that area, the study part, and mostly with desert. Rather, we made a comparison between the eastern and western Rajasthan. I just tell you in background behind that the desert in Rajasthan, which is spread in Pakistan and India, is called as the Thar Desert. Those who are not known about the Thar Desert name, the Thar Desert is spread in India and Pakistan, both countries, and Thar Desert, and 61% of the desert is lying, especially part of 3/4 of that desert is lying in Rajasthan itself. So what is happening that I think some problem is there. Why screen is not visible too? Okay, so this desert, what the study we made sharing over here, and you can see that the desert part which we are dealing with. I think there is some problem. Sorry.
You can move your slides, sir. We are on the first slide as of now, the microclimatic changes part is.
No. That I'm trying. That I'm trying, but can you see it from here?
Sir, we are on the first slide. Now we are on the second.
Okay. So now this is third, na? So it is a short disclaimer that the real-time data has been collected from year 2000, but we have been collected the secondary data for this study since 1990. So whatever we are going to analyze in the whatever we have analyzed in this project is the data from 1990. And let us see some facts about the desert that if we see in case of India, then it is one India's map. So in the extreme west, we have our state Rajasthan, the Rajasthan province, and in the extreme western part of Rajasthan state, we have the desert area, and we are considering these two districts. One is the Jaisalmer, and another is the Wadmer. So these two extreme desert districts have been taken into study. But on the other side, somehow some comparisons are also have been made, and these the extreme easternmost district of the state, Alwar and Bharatpur, are also have been taken just for comparison that what are the changes in the west and the eastern part of the state. And the photographs which are we are showing in this presentation, they all are have been taken from the desert itself. So they are the real-time pictures taken from the study area. So far as this desert is concerned, it is said that it is 4,000 to 10,000 years ago it got developed as desert. Otherwise, earlier it was a part of the sea, and due to the regression of sea, thus water has gone back and the desert has emerged as a dry land. And if we see these are some means expansion of the desert. So without wasting the time, desert has a number of paleo channels, and especially while in 2006 there was a severe flood in both Barmer and Jaisalmer districts. This desert has witnessed a severe flood. So during that flood, and after that, some studies emerged, and they talked about paleo channels and their existence in the desert area. River Saraswati has also been there, and River Ghaggar terminates in the desert itself. River Satluj and Yamuna were sometimes they used to flow through this part, but due to some tectonic forces, they got diverted from east and to east and west directions. And let's see why this study is being made. Why we are making this study? Because I also belong to the same province, but but I belong to the eastern part of the state, Bharatpur. And in my childhood, I saw that there were a lot of sandstorms used to occur during the summers and especially Lu period. So now the sandstorms has gone away. They are not too strong or they are not so frequent. So decreasing sandstorms is a serious matter How this is happening? Not so extreme droughts and famines. Earlier, drought and famines were very common phenomena in Rajasthan. Every alternate year or every third year there was drought, and famine was very common phenomena again. But severe famines were also recorded in some years. But now the intensity and magnitude of drought and famines has also decreasing. Successive changes in rainfall distribution pattern in the eastern and western parts of the state are observed. They are again very interesting, and I'll show you what kind of changes are taking place. Growing agricultural activities in the desert area, increasing human immigration, and highest population growth. Why? Because during 1991 to 2001 and 2001 to 2011, in both decades, these two districts have registered highest population change, decadal change in population. And the strategic importance of the area again we are made to this study. This study is basically based on field survey and observations since 2001, secondary data available through various sources, other sources to interlink the probable causes with the ongoing changes, discussions with the academicians and countryside people. Analysis is based on changing precipitation, magnitude and duration of the rainfall, land use changes, canopy changes, development and settlement issues are some important changes. Now, look, these are the two districts, Jaisalmer and Barmer from western Rajasthan, the above two districts, and the lower down two districts, Alwar and Bharatpur, are from the eastern Rajasthan. So this is the western part of Rajasthan. And see rainfall scenario from 1990 to 2021. If we observe, so see the first two districts, Barmer and Jaisalmer, the expected, I mean the Gazette notified data for the rainfall in the two districts, Barmer, it is 26.57 centimeter and Jaisalmer 16.40 centimeter. Whereas the observed pattern, I mean on the basis of the average from 1990 to 21, it is 33.36 centimeter and 21.53 centimeter respectively. In case of Alwar and Bharatpur again, if we find, then the expected and the new figures. Expected rainfall was 65.73, whereas observed rainfall is now down to 57.10 and 67.50 in Bharatpur, where it has come down to 59.31. So this is one how the rainfall pattern is getting changed in the state. Western Rajasthan, which is still a desert region, is getting increasing side of rainfall, whereas the eastern Rajasthan is getting the lowering downing of rainfall. And so, if we look upon the further rainfall intensity classification, this is one in the Indian Meteorological Department has given some data which is called as light, moderate, rather heavy, heavy, or very heavy rainfall. So these are some kind of data over here. Then actual rainfall area categorization is again also if the actual rainfall is more than 60 or 60%, then the expected rainfall, it is called abnormally high, then likewise excess, then normal, deficit, and scanty rainfall. These are again the categorization made by Indian Meteorological Department. If you see that rainfall in these districts between 2012 and 2016 in Rajasthan, if we see the entire Rajasthan, all districts, 33 districts, we find that the abnormally high rainfall was observed in 2012 to 2016. And coincidentally, both Barmer and Jaisalmer, these two desert districts I'm talking about, which are under study, these 6 districts were there which received abnormally high rainfall, and Barmer and Jaisalmer were there in the abnormally high category. So this shows that these two districts of the desert area is getting higher side of rainfall, or rather rainfall is increasing. Despite drought situation, rainfall has remained higher than the expected average in 5 districts. Again, in 2015, there was a tentative data up to September 26, which is the monsoon period in the state. And during the monsoon period, the reports, rainfall bulletin was issued by the department. And we found that the Jaisalmer and Barmer, the district which got high rainfall than the expected one in 2015 as well. These are again 2015 and 2016 comparison. We can see the entire is getting higher side of rainfall. 2015, then 2017-18. If we see, then expected rainfall is the area again got higher side of rainfall. So instead of going to year-wise data, we can say that since 1990, this area is getting high side of rainfall in 2000, but variations are there. We don't say it is happening every year. Sometimes there are gaps also, like in 2019. Barmer got normal rainfall. Normal rainfall means plus minus 19%. There can be increase up to 19% or decrease up to 19%. But Jaisalmer got deficit of rainfall. This is one variation. And rainfall and atmospheric humidity be now. What is happening? Why canopy is increasing in the study area? There is some reason, because atmospheric humidity is getting increased. We try to correlate the two figures, the rainfall and the atmospheric humidity. Then from 1990 to 2001, the data shows that the rainfall is, if the rainfall is increasing, then the humidity is also increasing. So after, on the basis of the analysis from 1990 to 2021, when we compare the data, we found that there is a close correlation between the two, rainfall and humidity. This means correlation is higher in Barmer and lesser in Jaisalmer, but still it is a high positive correlation between atmospheric humidity and the rainfall in the district. Result is, you can see the crops over there. These are the pictures taken from the desert area, and good crops are grown there in the desert in both Barmer and Jaisalmer district. Afterward development, what happened there? Changing landscape in the desert. You can see the data. This proves again that positive change in Barmer and Jaisalmer district. Forest land is increasing, barren land is decreasing, agricultural land under agriculture is increasing again, and pastures land is also increasing. So see the irrigation is, if see the data, what are the sources of irrigation? Than the study area. Canals are lesser, but tube wells are more used in Barmer, whereas canals are the major source of irrigation in Jaisalmer district. Rajasthan forest cover. Another one side is agriculture, that the positive change in land use pattern is taking place. Another is the forest cover in Rajasthan 2005 to 2007. The reports were published by the government, and it found that there was an increase in forest cover from 4 to 5%. Forest land, 4 to 5% increase was observed, and the both Barmer and Jaisalmer districts are lying in this category where highest percentage in forest land is observed. Rajasthan forest cover 21 to 22. In these reports, then we are finding now that the forest land is decreased in the district. So there is again fluctuation in forest land. Sometimes means 15 years before there was increase recorded in the forest land, but after that decrease is also observed in Barmer and Jaisalmer districts. Some observations from the areas, if we see upon rapid succession of natural vegetation, separate almost 600 species, replaced by newer species is acknowledged by botanists. The new species belonging to the annual and perennial categories, which are being seen here in this desert, helps to infer that succession is going on in the study area. Natural vegetation grown here is undergoing the pressure process of process of adaptation. The changes can be seen in form of look, color of leaves, dark to light. Earlier, the color of the leaves, especially that arc, was the dark color, and now it is becoming the light. Because when it becomes light, if we give water, if we pour water every day to the plant, the color also becomes light, and that is being observed in this study in the desert area. Thickness of leaves reducing, and length and thickness of spines is reducing. So these are the signs that the success is going on, and the area is undergoing from geophytes to semi-geophytic conditions as under the changing natural conditions of the environment. The natural vegetation found here has multi-process utility as follows. These are some medicinal uses and other uses of the plants which are found here as natural vegetation. Besides growing vegetative cover in the canal area, natural vegetation is also increasing in other areas which are out of the catchment of the canals. Effective changes in land use pattern, especially increasing under agriculture forest. Decreasing barren land is a remarkable development in the area. Rising in groundwater level, especially in the areas which have witnessed the ruinous during 2006. Further acknowledges the ongoing changes in the area. 2 to 3 crop practices in the desert. That there is changes in the area. Highest decadal growth in population in the state was registered in the area during 1991 to 2001, which is almost 50%, and the same is repeated in the next decade, 2001 to 2011. Now, these are some overall changes which we have observed, and after that, we are coming to that what would be the developmental approaches are there. Mildness in both summers and winters. Earlier, no. When we categorize some area under desert, then there are two special, landmarks. One is that the average annual rainy days is 2, and average rainy days is 2, and rainfall is less than 25 centimeter. If we end, winters are long, summers are also long, and summers and winters have extreme type of climate. Now, if we find here, if we see the data from 1990 till this date, I'm talking about till 2022, neither the winters have got the extreme temperature recorded in the desert area, nor the summers have got the extreme temperature recorded in the study area. Neither summers are too hot or winters are too strong as they are being recorded in other parts of the state. So this kind of mildness in means both summers and winters, through after a long gap, this year once again the highest temperature is recorded during early April in Badmer, but otherwise, a normal pattern is there that neither the winters are getting severe winter temperature recorded here, nor the summer temperature, highest temperature recorded here. No, not at all. Increasing rainfall and number of rain days, more than 12 days. Rise in underground water table, especially in Malwa and Kawas areas, which have experienced flood in 2006. In Kawas, the water table has lifted up to the depth of 10 to 15 feet, only which was earlier lower than 35 to 50 feet. So this is remarkable change over there. Mildness in both summers and winters, increasing rainfall and rainy days. These are in Malwa and Chuli areas. Again, the same rise of almost 20 is noted, observed in groundwater. Growing vegetation cover, variety of plants are appearing therein. Growing forest cover in both government-owned and community-owned lands. Growing agro-based practices, including animal husbandry, and increase in cash crop production are some remarkable and positive changes observed in the study area. This is one good sign over there. Again, stabilization of sand dunes. Otherwise, it is usually in the impression of the mind, those who did not visit the area, that the sand dunes keep on mobile. Certainly, sand dunes keep on mobile, but in some certain areas only now. They are confined to very smaller areas in Ramgarh and Sagar Bulge area, etc. Otherwise, mostly the sand dunes are stabilized. Recurrence of famine and drought with more interval and also less intense are also favorable changes in the study area. These are some pictures from the desert area, Kawas, 2008. You can see how ruinous is seen over here after the flood. And this is Kawas in 2012. Again, Uttarlai area and Kawas areas are wonderfully, you can see the natural oasis over here. These are some vegetations which are seen after the here only. Otherwise, before that, these bushes were not seen over here. And this natural greenery, the bushes you can see here in the desert area. Natural vegetation addition in Badmer after the 2006 flood only. Truly, and these are some other areas. You can see again the greenery over here. You can see the process of stabilization of sand dunes again over here. How the vegetation entrap the sand dunes and the sand get trapped over there and that it does not blow again. So sand dunes stabilization process is also very strong over there in the study area. These are some other areas. You can see the vast land over here with greenery, natural greenery there. So these are some pictures from the desert area. Water availability, I have already discussed. Kawas, you can see Malwa and some pictures. They are, you can see the agro fields over there, and then sand dunes over here, and then natural lands again under the vegetation. Now, apparent reasons are some there. The people say why in rainfall is increasing in the steady area, increasing rainfall, introduction of the. Some people say why these kind of changes are taking place in the steady area. Some people say that it is because of increasing rainfall. Some say that because of Indira Gandhi Nair project has been extended up to the desert. That's why these kind of changes are taking place. Some say growing natural vegetation is also, that's why it is taking place. Mildness in temperature, neither summers are too warm nor winters are too cold, and increase in soil moisture and recharge of aquifers, etc. But the still puzzle is there why there is increase in rainfall in the desert like Barmer and Jaisalmer. Some reasons have been given by experts. This may be because of the Indira Gandhi Nair project, but Barmer, where there was no canal up to 2008, but changes were more positive and more favorable than the Jaisalmer in this district. So reasons are something different. Of course, these may be some of the reasons, but causes, but these are not ultimate reasons of that. Calamity, if I want to show you some pictures of the 2006 flood over here in the Barmer and Jaisalmer area. So you can see these were the tehsils bitterly affected by the flood in Barmer and Jaisalmer. And some pictures you can see this was the scene of the flood in the Barmer and Jaisalmer district. You can see how havoc rainfall was there in the desert. And loss was also as given in the government records. These were the some loss. 3,300 deaths of human beings were reported in one night over there, and 8 lakhs people were affected. And these were some death of animals and how much loss was there. These are some from government record. Now challenge is what? These are the important things, because what I was talking about, the quest for development. So infrastructure development is the major challenge. What should we do? Because there are chances of flood again in the desert. Rainfall is on increasing side, so you cannot think that the depressions are safe. Depressions, I mean the valley like structures in the desert area between sand dunes, which were supposed to be safe because of the dust storms. If the dust storms are there, then of course those depressions are safe. But the 2006 flood, what has been witnessed by the study area in the 2006, and the calamity took place, and the casualties took place into depressions, because the villages and the small hamlets which are lying in the depressions, they witnessed this kind of means calamities. So of course now this is a bigger challenge, where to the settlements be developed in the district, either at the top of the sand dunes or in the depressions. Desert development plan approach is to every year government is sanctioning budget for water trail, but all the area is already getting high rainfall, it is getting better water facilities. Then instead of sanctioning budget for water trail, it is better to divert the budget for other developmental plan. Settlement planning, agricultural development, irrigation development, ICT project, and afforestation programs are the major challenges these days. Quest for new approach of development. This area experiences both drought and flood calamities. Therefore, an integrated approach for settlement planning is required to deal with both the calamities. Then, a development of drainage system in the area is must, in order to divert flood or rainwater on one hand and to utilize the excess water on the other hand. Then development of artificial oases or lakes in the depressions is to be promoted, so that excess water may be stored during rainy season, and it may be utilized later during peak period, as it is being seen in the Uttarlai area in Jaisalmer, in Barmer. These are, I mean, some suggestions are also given here. You can just see some suggestions. So like this, because it is a bigger topic which needs more time, discuss the means what kind of changes are taking place, how microclimatic changes are taking place, and what are the ultimate effects on the human life that is taking place, then what is the economic development of the area, how it is growing on, and what are the challenges really there in the study area. So these are some suggestions I have given over here, and I hope that certainly, because these reports are also published in some journals and I mean some books, so certainly it is widely available on net also. And we think that certainly this is the time when the government has to readdress the desert development plan approach, rather than thinking that what was the desert before 100 years before or 50 years before. But now the recent changes taking place in the desert area are to be taken into care, and short-term planning along with continuous and multi-level monitoring and evaluation may strengthen the socio-economic progress in the region. I acknowledge my team members who are making or gathering this data. I also acknowledge the university professors and college professors who really helped us to get this data analysis and come out with some report. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
And the topic you have chosen is the climate change, and I think that's the worst thing we can do to our mother nature. We are losing the flora and fauna and the human support with this climate change. Thank you so much for your time, your deliberations, and if you have patience, you can, because we are very delayed in our session. Thank you so much, sir. So now we have the last speaker for the day. He's been waiting since 11 a.m. Sorry, Dr. Ajay Prakash Gupta, I kept you waiting. But without taking much time in introducing to you, I will just say Dr. Ajay Prakash Gupta is currently working as an associate professor in CSIR in the Institute of Educative Medicine, person in charge of University Level Jammu. Dr. Gupta, आपका स्वागत, आपका अभिनंदन और बहुत sorry I kept you waiting and we just have 10-15 minutes. Please go ahead with the presentation.
Okay, Mamta, thank you very much. And I think my slides are visible.
Yeah.
Okay. So before I will start my presentation, I just say to thank you, Mamtaji. Once again, you've given me the opportunity to interact with your team as well as the participants. And I would like to update one thing. In next slides, my slide changed. Hello. Okay, so now here the first sentence in the biography is work in the CSIR-IIIM. Now my place has been changed. So I'm more the magnetic field of Mamta pull me there to Delhi. So now next week I'm going to join as a director of FSSSI in New Delhi. So
congratulations from the RRC community for your promotion and a wonderful position you are going to join.
So I'm going there for 3 years as a director. So wow. I think on the day next week on the Tuesday I'm going, on the 20th I'm going to join. So and I hope that in the next department also Mamtaji will in future also given me the opportunity to interact with their teams also. Okay. Okay. Okay, so this is my biography in last 32 years, whatever I did it in my career. This is very short form of this. But today I am going to talk about the toxins, because these toxins, which is around all of us, but we are aware and sometimes we are aware but not taking care of this. So these are the different types of toxins, especially with in deep, in a detail, I will talk about the mycotoxins, not much more discuss about the pesticide and herbicides, but these are the toxins which we are facing day-to-day life. So that is, one is the mycotoxin, second one is the pesticide and herbicides, heavy metals, VOC, volatile organic compounds, which is very common in the water or water bodies, air pollution, as well as water pollutions. So in the water pollution, not only the chemical pollutions are there, groundwater is also polluted because of lot of industrial waste, and microbiological pollutants is also over there. And because of this chemical pollution, there is a lot of issues with the animals or the which are fisheries are facing a lot of issues over there. So mycotoxins are the toxic secondary metabolite produced by certain filamentous fungi, that is called the molds. These are naturally occurring and practically unavoidable. These, if something is you will grow, there is you cannot avoid it. They will not come to your food or feeds. Mycotoxin can maturing corn, cereal, soybean, sorghum, peanuts, and other nuts also. Not only other foods, even the feed of animals also. Consumption of mycotoxin contaminated food or feed can cause acute or chronic toxicity in human and animals. The total, if you'll see that how many toxins are reported, that more than 300 toxins are identified as well as reported. The mycotoxin produced by the fungi have a toxic effect in the consume. Here the question is the consumption is the quantity that is in the ppb or in the ppm level. Means if you are taking the in 5 ppm or 5 pp 10 ppb, these are toxic for your body. Only a few regulatory contaminant food and animal feed stuff. These are mainly these are the common are the aflatoxin, ochratoxin, fumanisone, petrolein, zearalenone. But here the important thing is that mostly the focus is on the aflatoxin, because this many mycotoxins are not easily. What are the reason because the aflatoxin? Because the aflatoxins are the highest toxic mycotoxin. That is why most of the regulatory agencies are focusing on aflatoxins. Many mycotoxins, what are the problem with the mycotoxins are that they are not easily eliminated during the food processing because of their stability against heat, physical as well as chemical treatment. Members of 3 fungi genera, Aspergillus, Fusarium and Penicillium, these are the main mycotoxin producing fungals. And these 6 mycotoxins are regularly found in the food, poisoning unpredictable and an ongoing food safety problems worldwide, not in India, it's a worldwide. There is a estimation is that annual losses of US only the corn industry due to aflatoxin contamination ranges from $52 million to $1.68 billion. So feed contamination, again, the feed contamination, again, one of the problems I'm talking about earlier is the food, but this time I'm talking about the feed. Feed contamination also pose an extra hazards for the food safety due to what are the problem with the mycotoxin is that once they will enter in the system of any food or feed, and they will transport to the animals also, and it will go to their products also. So due to carryover of mycotoxin to animal derived products such as milk, meat, egg, leading the mycotoxin intake by humans. And if once they will enter in the any food chain, they will go to their products also. About 25% of world harvested crops are contaminated by mycotoxin each year. That is, the percentage is very high. Among the mycotoxin, aflatoxins are considered the most toxic, significant economic burden to agriculture. Most mycotoxins are chemically and thermally stable during the food processing, cooking, boiling, baking, and the frying, roasting, and pasteurization also. So these toxins are even not killed because of frying or the roasting. Many national and international public health and government authorities such as US FDA, World Health Organization, Food Agriculture and the European Food Safety Authority are paying serious attention to the mycotoxic contamination in food feed and addresses this global problem by adopting strict regulatory guidelines for major mycotoxin classes in food and feed. Around 100 countries have established limits the presence of the major mycotoxin in the food and the feeds. Unlike pharmaceuticals, what are the issues because of these foodborne mycotoxin? Unlike pharmaceutical industry and the commercial chemicals are rarely tested for safety before they reach to the market. US market, basically, whenever we talk about anything, we are correlated with the US market because they are very stringent about their regulatory or their testing procedures. So the Toxic Substances Control Act in 1976 governed chemicals in the commerce in the United States, but it is widely known to be weak and ineffective. The question is that weak and ineffective and did not require manufacturer to test or provide data about the health impact of chemicals before they access the US market. Health and safety testing was available only the health and safety testing was available only for just 200 chemicals. That is less than 2% of the total manufactured chemicals under the 1970 X law of US. Environmental Protection Agency could not effectively regulate chemicals with documented adverse health effects like asbestos and the methylene chloride, etc. Dangerous chemicals hiding in everywhere, everyday products. Now you can see I will go through one. So we are talking about the Indian government also, even the Prime Minister Modi, our also regarding the yoga, yeah, yoga is very good for your health, for maintaining to means protect from various type of diseases. But what are the drawback? Whatever mat we are using for the yoga mat, which is easily available in everywhere in the market, that is light spongy plastic material, is both products, and those similar commonly contains one compound which is carbonamide, which is the chemical which is used for making this mat is a more spongy and the more lighter. The chemical might seem harmless, especially since it sometimes breed make it softer and more attractive looking. And then as per the WHO link, it is to increase the risk of respiratory issue or the skin irritation with the repeated exposure. Means when you are using the yoga mat, please care should be taken. Try to use means the cotton cloth mat in place of using the yoga mat, which is more spongy but looking very good, but it's not good for your health. The synthetic chemical 1,4-dioxane is very common compound which is found in dyes. Dyes nowadays, hair problems is very common. So now a lot of people, not only a lot of people, even I am also one of the persons who is using something, but I'm not using dye, but we are trying to use is a mehndi. So just to avoid this toxic chemical 1,4-dioxane, so the dyes and deodorants, shampoos and cosmetics, as well as some food supplements have been classified as a human carcinogen. Means the 1,4-dioxane is a carcinogenic chemicals, and we have to avoid these chemicals around us by using some naturals. So not the BPA, that is the biphenyl A, linked with the birth defect, cancer and reproductive toxicity, has been banned from the products geared towards kids and the babies. Other people maybe some people knows that the toys from the China has been banned in US because of they are using a toxic chemicals for painting their toys. So BPA, how do they avoid it, has been banned in the product which is kids or the babies. They are using this type of quality of the plastics. They are banned in the US market. In the one of the study found that the 40% of, now we are using a lot of cane products also coming in the packing, especially in the packed food we are using day-to-day life. In the study, that chemical found is in the 40% of canes. Now let's see the percentage, the 40% of the canes brought at popular grocery stores and the 90% cane foods from the ethnic grocery stores are chemically toxic. Phthalates are again one of the like we are using the hairspray, we are using the perfumes, we are using nail polish and other personal care products, even in the shower curtains, food packaging and other plastic. Swallowing or inhaling of the even touching the product, these contain the phthalate could affect the human reproductive system as well as development, and the potential cause of continuous exposure or regular exposure of these chemicals may take you in some serious issues of health. Lead is again the bad news for your body. The chemical has been found in the cause of everything from the brain damage to hearing loss to miscarrying and the kidney damage. Commonly found in the oil paint, but also in the drinking water is also that very common. If the lead is coming into drinking water, if you see the old pipelines which supplied the drinking water to the home, their internal wall of that pipelines are coated with the glass coating, just to avoid the rusting inside these pipes. And this lead is directly coming to our daily drinking waters. Then VOC again, we are using a lot of spray and all other things for the cleaning of windows or and all other things also. So this often found is the cleaning stuff does not cause the eyes throat irritation, but it do the headache also. And in the long term, it is become cause cancer also. Like what are these common items which we have to think about to replace them, that is aerosol spray, detergents and cleaners. This is not possible, you can remove all the detergents and the cleaners, but whenever you are using, please care should be taken. Please try to be used as much as possible the natural or chemical free options. And this is the very interesting story is the 1970 to 2013. Furniture companies started using chemicals called the flame retardants. Nowadays, flame retardants is a very popular in the only in the sofas, even the wire, the electrical wire. They are also using this type of flame retardant materials in their wirings. So since the people spend a lot of time in their sofas, the chemicals have been linked to the cancer and reduce the IQ and the hyperactivity. The chemicals used for the making the products in the flame retardants, they are toxic and very bad for your health. And like we are using the popcorn. Popcorns is very common in the picture halls also. Generally, they are making their popcorns in their pot. But the nowadays, very for the easiness of that, there is a microwave popcorns is also available in the market. And lot of kids, those who are not their age is not up to the not more than 10 years, they are not safe with the fire. So they are buying their popcorn, which is are the microwave popcorns. And the microwave, what are the chemical which is used in the microwave popcorns is the polyfluoroalkyl substance, PFAs, and which is coated inside the wall of that is. And when you heat this popcorn during the cooking, and this chemical will go to the popcorn and will have very lot of side effects of their body. And again, the arsenic is very popular in the fishery system. You can say marine products which we are using as a seafoods, basically the seafoods like the oysters, escarpers, mussels, and the jellyfish, and so many other prawns is also very common, and which is very popular in the coastal areas. And the arsenic is because every time they are flushing water through their body, so this arsenic is absorbed in the body and they are coming to their products. And when you will take it, then the arsenic will go to your body and it will affect not only your hormonal system, but it will cause of the lung cancer also. So now this is the product which is very common is the Teflon. The every houses, I think in India, whoever is the above than the lower family backgrounds or the medium family or above medium family, you can see that in this particular product is available at their houses. Not only your houses, in the my houses also. So because why? Because this product use is very easy and the cleaning is also very easy. That is why the perfluoroalkyl and the polyfluoroalkyl substance are grouped up at least 4,700 synthetic chemicals. And commercial, these are the 4,700 synthetic chemicals are commercially produced to make surface stain, water and the grease. And now, to time regular heating of this product is releasing this type of polytetrafluoroethylene, PTFEs into the, and it is going to your body. Means long-term use or the regular heating of these products is a very harmful for your body. Another one of the most common product now at the time of COVID also, that is antimicrobial chemical, triclosan. Triclosan is also very popular. Generally, doctors or the dentists are recommended that before you are going to the bed, will try to use that is the mouthwash. Mouthwash which we are using is contain the compound is the triclosan. And you can see that how the study of the 2070s is saying that is the triclosan is accumulated on your toothpaste and easily absorbed into the bloodstream, your bloodstream, and putting your risk in the issue of the hormonal and the gut problems. Dioxin is also very common whenever you are using the frozen foods or animal products, especially the meat and dairy or fishes or shellfish. And this is coming with because they try to protect for the increasing the shelf life of these products, they are using the dioxin for they're protecting their products, but these are again they have a very affects your body in a bad way. Even everything, if you can see that these products are finally not only affecting your hormonal system, but finally these chemicals are going to be cause of the cancer. And if you see the data coming all around the world, the number of cancer patients are increasing because of that. These are the toxins which is used for making these products safe or trying to protect their products, they are cause the cancer. And one of the project that is, if you go, it is if you talk about the fruits, whatever is the orange or the banana, we are using the citrus fruit. Basically, we will talk about the citrus fruit. They are using one herbicide to just protect their fruit. When these fruits are still in the intact with the plant, they spray one of the herbicide which is called atrazine.
Very sorry to interrupt you quickly, Ajay, because I'm very sorry to interrupt. Please sum up fast because guests are waiting. I'm so sorry for this, but I would request if you can kindly sum up fast.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I couldn't hear you.
I think they sum up fast.
Okay,
We are
okay,
just
okay.
running short
Okay,
of
okay.
time. That's
Okay,
what
okay, okay, okay. So, okay. So now we will come to the, at the 1 minute. We are going to the, so, okay. So whatever we are talking about these toxins, so what are the, we will come to the sum of this way, how they affect on the brain development, cell signaling, hormone disruption, cognition, mitochondrial function, and how we can avoid the plastic water bottles and the food containers, eat organic GMO-free products, and use organic skin products for the products, and stop eating canned foods and replace tuna with the salmon. And these are the some household items which is available in the market, and they are how you these are good and other is what are their alternatives are there. These are the symbols which are placed on your products. So please take care whenever you see these symbols, read it nicely so you can understand what is in there is the side effects of them. And again, the toxins, how they will do, warning signs, skin problem, weight gain, headache, and so many things, and how toxin impact. These are the problems which can be possible. The toxins, and finally, these are the reasons which we have to avoid these. And this, why these regulatory agencies required to make a law which can control these types of chemicals. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think it was such an amazing presentation, and I'm sure that I'm going to be very afraid next time when I'm going to use some perfume or a gloves or a shampoo. I think Multani Mitti पे वापस जाने का समय आ गया है because last time you took me back to this time back.
Yeah, actually, because the easiness of the product is always a problem, because once you are trying to make the shelf life or trying to be easy, there is a problem.
Anyways, thank you so much for a wonderful presentation, and I appreciate your patience. You will be keeping since 11 a.m. And it's a pleasure to have you with us, and from the bottom of my heart and from my patron principal and from the RRC community and all organizers, I would like to thank you for your time and deliberation. Aapka bahut bahut dhanyawad.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Convey my regards to the Hukum Singh.
Yeah, he's regards there. He's very much here. Can we have a camera on, Dr. Principal Sir? Can we have a camera on, Principal Sir, please? Principal Sir, camera guy. He's very much here.
Okay.
Can we see your deliberation?
Sir, he is looking very smart. He is becoming younger and younger after August conference, I think.
Thank you from his side, Dr. Ajay. And congratulations, sir, ये director बन गए हैं हम. Promotion हो गया, बहुत बड़ी जगह ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं. पता नहीं तब हमारे साथ ज्वाइन करेंगे कि नहीं, but I would request कि wherever you go, you are a wonderful toxicologist. Trust me, stay with us.
Definitely, because that department is related to the food, because of FSI is the food department. So definitely, I am remains contact with these type of agencies and with you because you belongs to the Delhi.
Aapka dhanyawad, sir.
Okay, thank you.
With the kind permission from my patron and my guest, I would like to start with the valedictory session. We are delayed by just 15 minutes. Please accept my apologies to all the delegates and the keynote speakers who are joining us. Life is a song, sing it. Life is a game, play it. Life is a challenge, meet it. Life is a dream, realize it. Life is a sacrifice, offer it. Life is love, enjoy it. Sai Baba said it, and it is being fact. Life is the most important thing we all have. And this life sustains because we have a sustainable planet with us. Welcome every morning with a smile. Look on the new day as another special gift from your creator. Another golden opportunity to complete what you were unable to finish yesterday. Be a self-starter. Let your first hour set the theme of success and positive action. That is certain to echo through your entire day. Today will never ever happen again. On the behalf of our patron and principal and from the organizing committee, it's my pleasure to welcome you all to the valedictory session of the International Short-Term Training Program, ISTTP-5, with a chosen topic on production and regulation of chemicals and toxins for environmental conservation. पर्यावरण संरक्षण के लिए विष और रसायन के उत्पादन के विनियम, happening under the component 8, enhancing quality and excellence, our 2.0 scheme, and Commissionerate and State Project Directorate, College Education, Government of Rajasthan, India, organized by Rajrishi Government Autonomous College, Alwa, which is popularly known as RRC, signing in from this beautiful Jubilee Hall. A hearty welcome to all of you. आप सभी का ISTTP 5 के आखिरी दिन आखिरी सेशन में बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, आपका अभिनंदन है। वेदों में कहा गया है कि अतिथि देवो भव, अर्थात अतिथि देव का स्वरूप होता है। So now it's time to meet our guest of honors. आइए मैं आपको अपने अतिथियों से मिलवाती हूँ। डॉक्टर अजय वर्मा, फॉर्मर प्रिंसिपल गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज थानागाजी, फॉर्मर HOD Zoology RRC Alwa, Rajasthan, India, स्वागत है। Dr. Jyoti Sharma, Principal, Tijara, College Education, Government of Rajasthan, India. मैम आपका स्वागत है। Dr. Satyaprakash Yadav, इनको आपने अभी सुना होगा, he's with us. I'm happy to have you with us, sir. And he is Associate Professor in BSR Arts College. Alwa, sir, आपका स्वागत है, आपका अभिनंदन। Shri Rajesh Krishnasid, who is an environmentalist, a writer, and activist, and a senior Congress worker. Sir, आपका स्वागत, आपका अभिनंदन। माँ सरस्वती ज्ञान और चेतना का प्रतिनिधित्व करती हैं, वह वेदों की जननी है। माँ सरस्वती को संस्कार, साहित्य, संगीत और कलाकृति माना जाता है। माँ सरस्वती की आराधना करते हुए हम इस वैलिडिटी सेशन की शुरुआत करते हैं। सूरज उतरकर धरा पर खुद दीप जलाने आया है, हे शारदया, हे शैलप्रिया, यह अलग जलाने आया है। स्मृति पद के मंदिर पर यह नमन बरसाया है। भावभीनी आशीषों से हम सबका हृदय हर्षाया है। सूरज उतरकर धरा पर खुद दीप जलाने आया है। अब बहुत ही आदर और सम्मान के साथ मैं मंच आसन अतिथियों से आग्रह करती हूँ कि वह माँ सरस्वती की आगे दीप प्रज्वलित कर इस वैलिडिटी सेशन की शुरुआत करें। I will request all the dignitaries on the dais present here to do the left lighting ceremony. I will request all the faculty members to kindly join the left lighting ceremony. Thank you so much. कृपा माँ लेखनी पर वो अमर विसर्जना, पावन परस्पर चित्त का कल्चर करो गणना, है अर्चना है वंदना, जीवन सफल कर शारदे, फूट ममता दे लुटा माँ, हर कष्ट ले हर शारदे। जो शुभ करता है, कल्याण करता है, धन संपदा देता है और शत्रु बुद्धि का विनाश करता है, ऐसे दीप की रोशनी को मैं नमन करती हूँ, बार बार नमन करती हूँ। For all the delegates who are joining from the different parts of the world, a translation in English for what I said above. In India, Ma Saraswati is known as goddess of knowledge, wisdom, and education. So we are going to read the valedictory session of ISTTP-5 by remembering her, worshipping her, and by lighting a lamp in front of her. So lamp lighting ceremony is going on. So we have begun a valedictory session by lighting a lamp in front of God himself. आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। Now it's time. Now it's time to welcome our guests. One of the marvelous thing about the community, like being on our here as a community to protect the environment, is that it enables us to welcome and help people in a way we could have done as individuals. एक मुस्कान सर्वभौमिक स्वागत है। शब्दों का वजन तो हमारे बोलने के भाव से पता चलता है, वरना दीवारों पर तो वेलकम लिखा होता है। स्वीकार आमंत्रण किया, रखा हमारा मान, कैसे करें कृतज्ञता। स्वागत है श्रीमान, स्वागत है श्रीमान। Now I will request our patron principal, Professor Dr. Hukam Singh ji, to welcome our guest of honors. First of all, and I will request all the faculty members to kindly join this welcome ceremony. So I would request our principal sir to welcome Dr. Ajay Verma. And all the faculty members are joining here in this welcome ceremony. So now the welcome ceremony of the top of the system is going on. Sir, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। बहुत खुशी है आपको अपने स्वागत। फोटो वाला है भाई, फोटो आ रहा है। Now I will request to welcome Dr. Jyoti Sharma, Principal, Tijara College Education, Government of Rajasthan. Ma'am, आपका स्वागत, आपका अभिनंदन। Now I will request to welcome Dr. Pratibha Yadav, Associate Professor, PSR, Government Art College, Alwar, Rajasthan, India. Sir, आपका स्वागत, आपका अभिनंदन। मैं अपने वीडियो को बताना चाहूँगी, बहुत अच्छा Now I will request to welcome Shri Rajesh Krishnaway. Sir, आपका स्वागत, आपका अभिनंदन।
सर, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत, आपका अभिनंदन। हम बहुत खुश हैं आप सबको अपने बीच पाकर।
Now I will request to all the faculty members to welcome the patron of this ISTTP. I think captain is going on. Sheetal camera. Thank you so much. Sir, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। सर, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। Thank you everyone for doing the honors, and I would like to tell all my guests of honors and all the delegates who are present here. And right now, since we are running since 11 a.m. and it's now around 2:30, and still we have around 250 people from all over the world. So we would like to thank everyone, and we would like to tell our guests of honors that we are very, very happy to have them with us. There are two powers in the world. One is the soul and the other is the pen. There's a third power that always told, and that is a woman. So I would, as I always say, that RRC strongly believe in gender equity, and I would like to tell all the guest of honors and my keynote speakers, delegates, that in this ISTTP, women is keeping more than 50% stake. So women is vigilant and she's saving the environment. And today we have Dr. Jyoti Sharma with us, and she's the another power. Ma'am, aapka ISTTP-5 is happening under the auspices of RUSA, the Rashtriya Uच्च Shiksha Abhiyan. And Dr. Upendra Singh, I think he is left, but he's the one who's the global officer of RUSA. So I would like to call upon Dr. Vijay Singh Yadav for the welcome address. So sir, stage is all yours. Sir, आपका स्वागत आपका भी करते हैं. Can I have the camera on Dr. Yadav, please? Can I have the camera on Dr. Yadav, please?
सर को देखा टूटने लगा है. ISTTP-5 के इस इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के समापन समारोह में गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर डॉक्टर अजय वर्मा जी, पूर्व प्राचार्य राजकीय महाविद्यालय थानागाजी और हमारे पूर्व विभागाध्यक्ष जूलॉजी, उनका मैं हार्दिक स्वागत और अभिनंदन करता हूं इस समापन समारोह के. दूसरे हमारे जो गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर है डॉक्टर ज्योति शर्मा जी, हमारे डिपार्टमेंट से है, हमारे हेड भी रहे हैं और अभी प्रिंसिपल है गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज तिजारा में. मैं उनका इस सेमिनार के समापन समारोह में हार्दिक स्वागत और अभिनंदन. तीसरे हमारे गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर डॉक्टर सत्यपाल जी, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर इकोनॉमिक्स, ईएसआर गवर्नमेंट अलवर. मैं इनका हार्दिक स्वागत और अभिनंदन करता हूं. तो हमारे मित्र और हमारे से एमएससी से करीब 20-25 वर्षों से हमारे से जुड़े हुए हैं हमारे पुराने मित्र श्री राजेश कृष्ण सिंह जी. ये पर्यावरण है समाप्त हुई है. मैं इनका के समापन समारोह के अवसर पर इनका हार्दिक अभिनंदन और स्वागत. और इसके अलावा में हमारे प्राचार्य संरक्षक जिनके मार्गदर्शन में प्रेरणा से ये संभव हुआ है, उनका भी हार्दिक स्वागत और अभिनंदन.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yadav, for the welcome address, and we appreciate your time and your presence with us. Thank you so much. We'll recap from the 7 days of Green National Day. 31 keynote speakers, 2,000 registration from 26 countries, total participants about 5,000. What an exuberant number. So ISTTP-5 achieves the goal of bringing together academicians, scientists, engineers, doctors, researchers, professionals, practitioners, and consultants from all over the globe together under one forum, discussing the latest findings about environmental toxicology and wildlife conservation of natural resources and development of alternate sources of power while reducing pollution and harm to the environment. Let me get you acquainted with the countries who are with us, and many of them are with us right now, which is Philippines, Pakistan, Nigeria, Malaysia, Iran, Bangladesh, Ethiopia, Sri Lanka, Honduras, Libya, Oman, Egypt, Canada, Singapore, United Arab Emirates, Myanmar, joining us for the first time, Australia, United States of America, United Kingdom, Bulgaria, China, Yemen, Guyana, joining us for the first time, Kenya, Netherlands, Ghana, and of course the host country, India. The other countries are Malaysia, Bolivia, Tanzania, United States of America, Canada, Ethiopia, and India. So now it's time for some delightful honors. I would request all the guests of the dais and our patron principal and all the faculty members to release the 2 books, which is the extension of international conference on the multidisciplinary aspect of environment and sustainable development after COVID-19 2021, which is held from 15 to 18 December 2021, which is edited by Dr. Hukam Singh and Dr. Mamta Sharma. The papers received in this conference are published in the form of 8 books, and I'm going to display the 8 books. So all the papers which we have received in that conference, they are published in the form of 8 books. And these books are international books which were published by Pustak Bharati to Canada. So we have the honors of releasing book 6 and book 7th and book 8. These are recent advances in science and economics and recent advances in science and learning. So we can have the honors of opening the question.
कुल 8 बुकों को पढ़ते रहती हूँ। ये छठे 7वें 8 नंबर यानी टोटल 8 को लगा पार्टों में था करारा से
ये बारे में कहा हो गया साइंटिफिक नॉट मिली वाला
बेटा बोर्ड को कैसे आएगा कब का आना चाहिए राइट कनेक्शन करके एडिटर्स को तो आना ही चाहिए तो प्रेसिडेंट को भी दोनों एक साथ लेकर आपके
एक को सामने
कलरफुल एडिटर की नहीं करनी चाहिए ऐसे मत ऐसे
So can we have honors of
yes आठ मीटिंग करनी है
हाँ तो वो लड़के
दूसरी फोटो लगे आज ये तो
कौन से So this is the aim.
ये आठ पूरी सीरीज वो सामने देखते हो
So these are the right honors. And these are the extension of ISTTP-5.
so
Of 2021. Can I have the camera, please? Can I have the camera, please? So I would like to tell all the participants that there's again some glitch.
तो वो आता भगवान जी की तरफ देख रहा है
Thank you so much. And I would like to tell all the participants that there are 8 books. The title of the book 1 is Environmental Condition Affecting Human Life. Book 2 is Environmental Global Scenario. Book 3 is Emerging Trends in Sustainable Development. Book 4 is COVID-19 Pandemic, a Disaster. Book 5 is Multidisciplinary Approach towards Pharmacology. Book 6 is Recent Advances in Science and Technology. Book 7 is Recent Advances in Science and Economics. And Book 8 is Recent Advances in Science and Learning. And with this, we complete our target of publishing 8 books out of the 320 papers we received in ICMSD 2021. Can we have the camera for the books, please? We have displayed the books. So, very nice idea. Thank you, Dr. Sharma. Can we have the camera towards the books? Let me tell all the guests of honor that these books brings you a balanced state-of-the-art presentation of the latest topics, concepts, methods, algorithms, techniques, procedures, and application of fascinating field of environmental conservation, science, technology, pharmacology. It is written by eminent leading international experts. The contributors provide up-to-the-date aspect of topics discussed and present fresh and original insight into their own experience with the science and economics and other relevant fields. The rich anthology of the papers which comprise this volume and other volumes contain the latest development and reflects the experience of many researchers working in different environments. Thank you so much for doing the honors. I would like to tell the guest of honors that we have launched 2 new things in the inauguration. And I'm just reciting them again for them to know is this. We have launched ISTTP-5, and as I told Dr. Satyavan Yadav, we spoke on green living and we have launched from Indian. Can we have the brochure of ISTTP-5, please? This is the brochure of ISTTP-5 and it is on the, can I have the please? It is greener living, reduce, reuse and recycle. So we already have one speaker for that. Let's move ahead. Let's move the brochure. So this is going to happen from 1st to 7th January in 2023. So I would request all the delegates to come. We will be releasing this on the Telegram and WhatsApp group today. And we will request all the delegates to kindly register. In this ISTTP-5. Thank you so much. And पर्यावरण प्रदूषण के सबसे मुख्य कारण तेल कोयला जैसे ईंधन जलने से निकले पदार्थ, कारखाने व इंडस्ट्री से निकला कचरा, जंगलों की आग, प्लास्टिक कचरा, बढ़ता शहरीकरण, न्यूक्लियर वेस्ट, केमिकल खाद व कीटनाशक, घटते जंगल, गाड़ियों का धुआं, खनन आदि है। राजऋषि कॉलेज पर्यावरण संरक्षण को लेकर बहुत सजग है और कॉलेज के द्वारा किए गए कॉन्फ्रेंसेस और सेमिनार यह दर्शाते हैं। ICMSDC ऑफलाइन कॉन्फ्रेंस जो 12 से 14 अगस्त हुई थी, उसी कड़ी को हमने आगे बढ़ाया है। हमने कोलैबोरेट किया है गवर्नमेंट एमएस कॉलेज बीकानेर के साथ और उनके साथ मिलकर यूनाइटेड नेशंस का एक पेज है पूरा और वो ये कहता है कि ह्यूमन राइट एंड द एनवायरनमेंट दे आर वन, दे कैन नॉट बी सेग्रीगेटेड। So can I have the brochure of IHMRE 2023? So we से मुझे बताते बहुत खुशी हो रही है कि हम एक ऑफलाइन कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे हैं गवर्नमेंट एमएस कॉलेज बीकानेर के साथ, उनके साथ हमने कोलैबोरेट किया है and this is going to happen from 18th to 20th January 2023 and the topic is multidisciplinary aspects of human rights and the environment. ICMHRE 2023. Can you scroll the brochure please? Yes, it is. This picture is clicked by Dr. Yeah, most all the pictures are actually by Dr. Few we have taken from the human rights UN page, but this is also by him. So most of the pictures are by him. Wow. So we thank Dr. Changani since your name has come up. We thank you so much for the photographs. So this is the brochure which we have released on the inauguration day. Thank you so much. Can I have the camera, please? Thank you so much. The greatest leader is not necessarily the one who does the great things. He's the one that get the people to do the greatest things. The one who supports the people to achieve their goals. This is the best I can describe Dr. Ajay Verma. I joined somewhere in between my leave duration, and every time, whenever I was looking of some helping hand, Dr. Verma was working as the head of the department zoology that time, and he's the one who always lending me a hand of help. So with lot of respect, gratitude, आमंत्रित करते हैं डॉक्टर अजय वर्मा को उनके डेलीगेशन के। सर आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, आपका अभिनंदन। स्टेज ऑन योर सर। बहुत बहुत स्वागत है।
थोड़ा ही बोलना, आज की बात ज्यादा देर
Thank you very much. Daughter, of the honored guest. I'm glad that you have invited me to for this function. Earth, this was formed about 4.5 billion years ago. And at that time, there was only hot hydrogen gas. And afterwards, the water vapors, hydrogen, and nitrogen. These were the first chemicals which were formed. And slowly the water vapors, they condensed, and the rains, they came, and the next chemicals, they were formed. Amino acids were formed, carbohydrates were formed, and proteins were formed. And then the life originated in the microorganisms. So in the pre-Cambrian period, about up to 570 million years ago, microorganisms, they originated. And after that, in the Paleozoic era, up to 245 billion years, so 445 billion years, then these fishes, amphibians, they are. Then in the Paleozoic era, the next animals, dinosaurs, they are related in the Mesozoic era. And then the recent, the Cenozoic era, from 66 billion years to now, the mammals there. And about 84 lakhs of species are there. Animals and plants. Plants, there are 3 million species are there. But invertebrates, there are 12 cat species, and rest are the animals. And out of them, the fishes are only 40,000 species. And amphibians, there are 6,199 species. The reptiles are 8,240 species. Then the higher, the bird, they are 9,956 species. And the mammals, of them, we are the one. The mammals have 5,416 species. And Homo sapiens, our species, is only the one single species. So, what I want to tell from this is that so many billion years have they have made this earth and all the animals and plants, the living animals and plants. And about 10,000 years ago, the agricultural civilization that came into our country. And about 5,000 years ago, the urbanization came. And only about 275 years ago, the industrialization came. And the depletion of the environment, it was natural environment of that, then started. The depletion of the environment, then started. From the industrialization. So the chemicals which were natural at that time have been added by the human being for its own benefit. And these chemicals, artificial chemicals, have destroyed our life. So our main aim should be to conserve the environment, which was natural. And this is the moment there is only one species, our species. This species thinks the economically, that is the only species which collects, stores the food. By no other animal in the universe stores the food. That animal will collect or eat your food the next day, but then never. But human beings, they collect, they store, and then they sell them. So, from money point of view, Dr. Yadav will appreciate this thing. Only human beings, they sell the things. And they sell for the benefit of their own species. They are not, even they are using the animals for their own beneficial. So our aim, like nature's economy, the currency is not money, it is life. We are protecting our environment to save ourselves, to save the lives. So the main aim should be to save the environment, to save us. If we are exploiting the environment and not saving the lives, so there is no use. So then this should not be so we are we have started thinking about it. As I have visited many countries and there I have seen cleanliness, even in the rivers, not a single leaf I have found, not a single. So you can say that when you have to practice, we can know. So our main aim should be to protect the environment, as what the conditions are, the natural calamities they have increased. So, as Gandhiji said, that the nature can fulfill our needs, but not our dreams. So, we should take from the environment only that much that we need, so that there should be sustainable development for every. And these, for the last 7 days, we have been seeing how these chemicals and toxins, they have destroyed our environment and our life. So we need a clean environment, and so that future of the human beings and all other animals and plants. God has made human beings and the animals and plants. Plants, they give out oxygen and they take carbon dioxide, which we are excreting. So they want to complete balance, but now the level of the excretory these gases, they have increased. So our aim should be for the protection of the environment, which is always depleting in natural. Thank you very much for your invitation. I'm grateful to our principal, Dr. Singh, and the organization of the inauguration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And the one thing which I think from your evaluation is that art has enough power to fulfill our needs for now. It is in kind of Mahatma Gandhi very correctly. And you are right, there was a balance between flora and fauna, and now it's totally disrupted. So why sustainable development? Why wildlife? Why to stop pollution? Why to monitor the degradation of our natural resources? Why to save water? My dear friends, it has been predicted by the top-notch environmentalist of the world that third world war will be for water. It will not be for power, it will not be for money, it will not be for land, it will not be for emanations, but it will be for water. We have someone here who can be a role model for many others. And leadership is not about titles, positions, or the flowcharts. It is about one life. With a lot of gratitude and respect, I would like to call upon her Julie Sharma for her deliberation. And stage is all yours. आपका स्वागत है प्रबंधक।
Thank you, Mamta.
It's a pleasure to have you with us, ma'am.
Thank you all. Respected Professor, guest of honors who are present here, Dr. Mamta, Organizing Secretary, and all the delegates who have joined us from various countries. I had prepared a lecture for this session. However, I'll summarize, and I hope that all the 6 days comes in this. My earlier speaker, Dr. Yadav and Dr. Verma, spoke about the two most important things. However, I agree with them, but still I have got certain points which they will also think and let me know how we can reduce the policy. First and the foremost thing is that, right, the topic is restrict and not remove. This is what I'm going to emphasize. Dr. Yadav had spoken about 3 R's, and Dr. Verma also spoke that we will have to reduce all the pollutions, etc., for surviving on this earth and for protecting our earth. But what I want to emphasize is that chemicals, and this is the topic, effect not only. Chemicals are everywhere and have been around us since the universe was born. It's a part of our earth and life. We are exposed to chemicals all the time. Naturally, I think chemicals are present in the earth's crust, floors, walls, and rooms, etc. Man has always been exposed to natural chemicals arising from earth as well as from outside. Even our bodies contain chemicals. Whenever we think about chemicals, upon hearing the word chemicals, we think about something harmful or even deadly. And that is very true nowadays. Next. However, the positive part of the chemicals, now you just think about this. Chemicals are necessary to produce and industrialize food and fertilizer, protect our crops. Chlorine chemistry especially is essential to protecting our nature from drinking water, etc. Medicines, can we live without medicines? I don't find that survival on this earth is without a medicine. There is no sleep. To feed a large amount of population and huge amount of population, we need certain improvements in agriculture. We need clothes, breeding materials, and transportation facilities. Apart from that, the biocides and disinfectants are active ingredients in cleaning products that eliminate bacteria and viruses on a personal, household, and industrial scale, and in particular with respect to the medical environment and treatments. Personal hygiene products, can you imagine life without this on this earth now? Personal hygiene products including diapers, soaps, detergents, hand sanitizers, etc. are reliant on chemicals and chemical productions. Packaging and hygienic single-use products. We see that the single-use products are very harmful, but still there are certain advantages of this, as these all medical products, etc. They don't transmit any diseases causing microorganisms from one person to another person. In this way, we are also using the pesticides, insecticides, and herbicides, rodenticide, not only in increasing our agricultural products, but also protecting us from all other insects, mites, termites, etc. So it is quite apparent that the chemicals have made our lives very possible and have made us comfortable as well. In fact, chemistry is very root of life. Without chemicals, we will not be where we are today. We cannot ignore, next slide please, we cannot ignore the other side of the moon. Each point also has got the two sides, and here we cannot ignore the other side of the moon. We find that nowadays men, women, and all the children carry around huge quantity of chemicals in their body. So the second part, or the second, that is Dr. Gupta also had discussed about this part. However, what I want to emphasize is that apart from the chemicals present all around, the most alarming, frightening, and panicking part is the presence of these chemicals in our food items. We should be careful what we are eating today and how, what part of chemical is going inside our bodies. That is the point where I want to emphasize and draw your attention, please. Chemicals. See what you are going to do. These are some of the examples which I have taken. However, I'm not going to go into details of these. But the point is that we are taking all these things raw. Vegetables and fruits we are taking raw. Most of the fruits we take raw, as well as vegetables we take it as salads, etc. So whatever pesticide is present in them is directly getting into our body, and we are loaded with pesticides in our body. We are increasing the amount of pesticide in our body. The effect of all these pesticides is not very acute, but coincide passing on the time, we can see the effect of all these pesticides in this. Fruits and vegetables are very easily prone to this pesticide for protecting them, for transporting them. Apart from this, let's see what our WTS this thing scenario was there. Here we find that certain pesticides are present above the doses which are allowed. Apart from that, these pesticides are also present in our cereals and pulses. They causes many diseases. Not only diseases, the second part is that the nutrient value of these vegetables and fruits are also reduced. The carbohydrates, proteins, minerals which should be present or which were present earlier are reduced with the presence of pesticides, and the part of the fat percentage is increased. This has been found through the experiments which were done in the laboratories. Bread, the first food or the morning food of our diet from the various countries. This contains two main important chemicals, potassium bromate and potassium iodide, which are highly harmful to our body, and that is also cancerogenic. Next slide. Potassium iodide and potassium bromate. This slide shows the different types of breads, and among these breads, buns and palm, which we say, they contain a lot of bromate and iodide, and they result into thyroidism, whether it is hyper or hypothyroidism. This is the milk, which was said to be as a complete food earlier. Purane dinam mein complete food it was called, and it was the basic food which all people used to drink or used to have. But nowadays, this is also contaminated. Apart from the synthetic milk, which is produced over here, the different types of chemicals, minerals, and metals are present. And a very important hormone, oxytocin, was also detected in milk, which is very harmful for all the human, not only human beings, but also to animals and cattle is also very. Next. This is what we go to or up now this cancerous, so we will have to avoid it. The question now arises, just are the few examples which I have discussed. Breast milk. This is a very important and alarming sign that breast milk is also contaminated nowadays. See, the metals which are present over here, it goes into the breast milk, and it is carried or it is it is given to the infants or the newborn. Now you can imagine when the newborn is having this baby, what will be his or her condition at that time. So it is really alarming and panicking part that breast milk is no more nowadays pure. Apart from these chemicals or these metals, it also contains oxytocin, part of oxytocin also hormone that leads to the early puberty. So that is a very important clause, or we have to be careful about this. Next, this is one more important part which I wanted to share with you is that breast milk changes as per the name. For example, this is a very important property of the breast milk. If the child or the mother is suffering, is exposed to certain bacteria or viruses, the breast milk has the properties to fight against that virus or that bacteria. So that is the very important. And nowadays, this property is being reduced due to the presence of the chemicals around us. Next. Last one इसके बाद और अभी नकली वाला तो all know synthetic milk, इसके अलावा synthetic अंडा and synthetic cabbage etc. are also being introduced over here. These are the preservatives which are being added in pickles and jams etc. We have got two types of preservatives: natural and artificial. Natural preservatives, just like last slide I had shown. And this is the artificial preservatives which are highly harmful. Color वगैरह जो भी होता है, we add certain colors also. But the natural preservatives we have got two. You must have heard about it. That is sugar and salt. Whenever we prepare pickles etc., if we want a longer shelf life for them, then we add a lot of salt or extra salt so that they don't get spoiled. In the same way, jams and all these sweeteners. In the form of sweetener, we add sugar. So that sugar, when we are adding in higher quantities, naturally that also leads to certain diseases. So the natural preservatives are also not so good as we think, being salt, especially salt and sugar. Now the question arises: what we should do? These are some of the hidden facts. Actually, we just go to the superstore, buy all these things. But we, among us, we never think what is written in this or what precautions they are doing. Manufacturers never reveal any sugar content. They never reveal the salt content. They never really reveal what they have added as preservative, what chemical they have added as preservative. But we just go, we buy, and we are very happy that we are drinking the milk with Bournvita or with Nestle coffee. We are very happy and we feel like that we are having all these things. But we are not aware that we are having those chemicals also along with them, higher part of preservatives, because there is no label of any sugar content, any salt content, or what preservatives we have added. Because of this fact only, the Maggi was banned, because it had higher levels of lead, which was not disclosed, and because it was having monosodium glutamate, which was a flavoring reagent to give the flavor to Maggi. However, now it has been restarted, and that is the other. Because of all these chemicals, we are suffering from certain diseases. These are the few which I have mentioned, but as you all know, many more diseases are also there. That is diabetes, etc. And all these chemicals which are present around us or the surroundings. This is the question: what we should do? Should we stop eating? Should we stop drinking? Or should we stop breathing? Now, the topic which I had chosen comes over here to be like, we cannot do any three of this. We can't stop drinking, we cannot stop eating, or we cannot stop breathing. The cycle which Dr. Yadav had said, 3 R's: reuse, reduce, and recycle. And Dr. Verma also had specified that we have to reduce it and how to make our environment cleaner. What I see or what I emphasize is that is the life possible without chemicals? Each and every field we need chemicals. So we cannot just stop using those chemicals, or we cannot stop doing that. We can reduce it. We can reduce so as we cannot remove it, but we can restrict it. Restriction of uses, how can we do that? To produce or to feed such a large amount of population, a huge population, first and foremost is that integrated management and integrated nutrient supply should be followed. Because our population is increasing day by day, we need more food, more water, and more air, fresh air for all our survival. Conserve existing biodiversity, just as said, Dr. Verma had specified. Fishes, etc., are being deteriorated, number is being deteriorated. We will have to conserve the biodiversity which is still present with us. Move towards native food. This is the most cheapest method in which we can survive or we can avoid the chemicals by ingesting all other those foods just like pizza or Maggi or that sort of foods. For food products, we can choose locally grown vegetables and fruits instead of supermarket fruits, because supermarket fruits and vegetables, to keep them fresh, they apply a lot of pesticides, insecticides, and all other chemicals. So instead of those this thing, we can go to the local markets and get the vegetables and choose organics. We can have organic food. For cosmetics, instead of using all the artificial chemicals, we can go natural. Natural elements or natural materials are also very good, and we can use them as cosmetics. ये बहुत अच्छा है कि देसी खाना जिसमें ज्वार, बाजरा, मेथी वगैरह किस टाइप के आटे, cereals and pulses we can use instead of normal wheat, etc., so that we can reduce our diabetes. Some of the measures for vegetables, if we are buying those vegetables, we can wash them. We can use salt for washing them and taking out. Third and the most important, which I would like to draw your attention, is to peel the vegetables and fruits. Earlier it was thought that the skin of the fruits contains all the nutrients. But nowadays the skin of all these fruits contain pesticides and pesticides and chemicals. So instead of ingesting them along with the skin, we can peel them and then use these. Avoid 3 P's here: pollution, pesticides, and plastics. And last and not least, medically, still it is unknown facts which are present over here. There are medically, environment, and other areas where we have still not found about what chemicals are present. Then we will have to leave them to God, that is Bhagwan. So this is what I wanted to say. Although the reuse, recycle, and reduce was there, we cannot live without chemicals. So we will have to bear them, and we will just have to restrict their uses. That is the only point where we can do our survival, where we can conserve our earth and all the surrounding. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I have the camera, please? Can I have the camera, please? Can I have the camera, please? I'm just asking, I'm just asking one question for right. Dr. Ajay said not to use cosmetics, soaps, and everything. So I was back to Muttani. Now you said not to. Can you tell me what I'm doing? What I'm going to do? You can tell me, please. I'm not saying that God brings the way. It is so true that see what we have done to our mother nature. को आपने बताया वो कितना भयानक है कि हमारे पास पानी भी नहीं है आज में तो हम उसको कैसे पी सके कि ये शुद्ध है. So
नेचर का मैनेजमेंट ना आपकी कॉस्मेटिक्स की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी किसी भी चीज की जरूरत
So I would like to thank Dr. Sharma for such an amazing lecture. Dr. Sharma, I would like to bring one thing to your notice. You spoke about breast milk. You said it has heavy metals, but my research said this has got pesticides also. Yeah. Mother's milk is loaded with non-chlorine pesticides such as DDT, and they are floating carcinogens, mutagens, and teratogens.
I have just summarized them because of lack of time. Now, see, from where these pesticides are coming, they are very simple. From the paints. If the mother is exposed to the paints, they just inhale and that goes into the brain.
It goes to a nasal allergy, it goes inside and it gets stronger. You spoke about additives, food additives, processed food. And like you said, कि use of colors, तो मैं क्वेश्चन हमेशा सबसे पहले पूछती हूँ कि जब सब्जी मंडी में जाते हैं तो हम सब्जी कैसे खरीदते हैं? हम सबसे हरी लेडी फिंगर को उठाते हैं, हम सबसे चमकते गोभी को उठाते हैं, जो जरा सी भी खूबसूरत नहीं है उसे साइड में कर देते हैं, हम सबसे रेड tomatoes we buy. So do you all know when the flowers bloom? That time there's something which is known as cosmetic pesticides. They were sprayed to make vegetables and apples beautiful. And they are so harmful, like they become the integral part of those vegetables. So this is the kind of pesticides.
I had mentioned that.
I'm getting it from there. The colors. So I added pesticides to it. Yes, ma'am, we have to go organic. We have to go back to our roots. We have to go back from where we started. बाजार में जाते हैं पहले कपड़े का थैला लेके जाते थे, अब आते तो बहुत सारे प्लास्टिक्स लेके आते हैं. So let's go back to our roots. Let's go back. So what is the use of a fine house if you haven't got a tolerant planet to hold it? So अपना घर बचाने से पहले अपनी धरती माँ को बचाइए. Leadership is a trait. Leadership is an innate character. Leadership is a practice with a good thought. And with this good thought, we had a wonderful lecture from Dr. Satyavan Yadav today, and because of gratitude and respect, I would like to call him again as a guest of honor for a few words. So stage is all yours. Sir, आपका स्वागत आपका निमंत्रण.
Respected Principal Sir, Dr. Kumsing Ji, guest of honor, Dr. Ayurveda, respected Madam Dr. Jyoti Sharma, Principal Government Arts, Government College Tijara, and respected guest of honor, Rajesh Ji, and all my secretary of the Samati and distinguished participants who are within here and who are attending online from India or it is great privilege for me to be here. I request my sincere again to Dr. Kumsing and Dr. Mata Sarmani for providing me this opportunity. However, I have certain engagement in my video. That's why I presented my paper some time earlier. However, for few remarks, I would like to state that sustainable development and green economy are very, very close to each other. Because, as I earlier stated, that our basic aim is to reduce poverty, is to reduce inequality in the society, and to uplift the living standard of the people. It is a very common phenomenon around the world, especially for developing countries. I think because I am a student of economics, I rather prefer to speak on sustainable development along with economic growth. As I earlier stated that green growth, green economy, green economy are very closely associated with sustainable development. What is sustainable development? Sustainable development is जिसको हम हिंदी में कहते हैं सतत विकास या टिकाऊ विकास. For the next generation, we have to save our environment, we have to save our resources, we have to safeguard our human capital just to accelerate our economic growth, just to accelerate our economic development in the country. Since 1951, when we started our current era in India, in each and every plan, our priority was to improve quality of life. Quality of life means all those facilities or all those necessities which are necessary for a human being for a quality of life are required to provide him or her in a systematical manner. Because of there are certain hurdles in economic development before the government, because we are living in a world or we are living in a developing society. So we have a paucity of capital in our country. We have a abundant labor resources, but due to heavy pressure on our natural resources, our human resources, we are not providing all those infrastructural or basic facilities to all our people, because we are overpopulated country, or we can say that after China we are the second largest country in the world. So we have a huge pressure on our resources. So this is the situation that you have to work on with the resources and with your needs, with your necessities. So again, it is a very largest situation before the government as well as the policy makers as well as uh, politicians to accelerate, to have a minimum balance between all those factors. So I would not take much of time because already we are late. I have many more to say because as I stated that I was student of economics and I have extended many lectures in India as well as abroad because of certain limitations. It is not right time to speak on those topics and those other issues. So again, with this brief note, I again express my heartfelt thank you to Dr. Mukurusenji, Pracharya of Principal Government, Aram College, and Organic Secretary, Dr. Mamta Sharmani, and Organic Committee, and all those guests of honor here. Thank you again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nano. You very rightly said that sustainable development, the development without destruction is sustainable development. So let's move towards the development which has no destruction on the path. To become the kind of leader that people will follow voluntarily, even if you have a little position, and the nation which destroys its soil, destroys itself. Forests are the lungs of our land, purifying the air and giving fresh strength from earth. Now I would like to call upon Shri Rajesh Krishna Singh. He has been bestowed with the Youth Award in 1989 and Rajiv Gandhi पर्यावरण पुरस्कार in 2000. सर आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, आपका अभिनंदन है, हमारे लिए बहुत खुश है आपको.
आदरणीय आचार्य श्री पंडित मेरे गुरुजन गुरु अनागाती के पूर्व प्राचार्य डॉक्टर अभिनंदन जी, सतपाल यादव जी, ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी मुखा जी, एस्ट्रोकॉलर ज्योति जी, मेरे साथ पधारे कॉर्पोरेट पोस्ट के संपादक भाई जी और मेरे बड़े भाई विजय सिंह यादव साहब, गर्गन साहब. आज मैं यहाँ वैसे तो बहुत सारी गुरुजनों ने जितनी बड़ी बात कही है उसके सामने मेरा बोलना ऐसे जैसे सूरज को रोशनी दिखा था. ऐसे भी काफी समय से ये सेमिनार चल रही है और मेरा कैसे का आयोजन समझ लो रुकावट की रखी है. लेकिन आप लोगों ने बताया मुझको आज से 30 साल पहले का सीन जब बैठ करके वो सारा सीन हो रहा है और बहुत अच्छी यादें, अच्छे मुझे दोनों तरह की यादें कॉलेज से मेरी जुड़ी हुई है। क्योंकि आज हमको मैं सबके सामने कहता हूँ तो नेता बनाने का अगर कोई श्रेय है तो आर कॉलेज के प्रोफेसर को है, नहीं तो मैं तो बहुत अच्छा इस हिंदुस्तान में बढ़िया कोई डॉक्टर होगा, क्योंकि मैं ऐसा दुर्भाग्यशाली पैदा व्यक्ति हूँ जिसने पीएमडी सेलेक्ट होकर फर्स्ट ईयर में फेल होकर के दोबारा से अपनी लाइफ को जिंदा की। और ये मेरी दुर्भाग्यशाली स्थिति है। और उसी दिन से मैंने तय किया था कि कुछ ऐसा करो जिससे कि कम से कम सब लोगों के सामने जाने की स्थिति कम हो। और उसी दिन से जब एनएसएस में थे, जैसे विजय सिंह जी ने कहा, वैसे तो उस टाइम तो इधर उस तरह से जाते थे, लेकिन हमने उसको एक मिशन के रूप में अपने जीवन में उतारा और हमने कहा कि पर्यावरण के सेमिनार पर आया हूँ तो पर्यावरण का सही अर्थ में यही है कि हम जिस लोगों को जिस चीज की जिम्मेदारी दी गई है, क्या वो व्यक्ति उस जिम्मेदारी को निभा रहे हैं। प्रकृति ने, ईश्वर ने हमको सबको समान रूप से सभी चीजें उपयोग के लिए बहुतायत मात्रा में दी, लेकिन उनके साथ खिलवाड़ किसने किया। प्रकृति ने मानव को केवल इसलिए बनाया था कि वो प्रकृति की रक्षा करेगा, जीवों की रक्षा करेगा, वनस्पतियों की रक्षा करेगा। 4 जो राजा बनाए थे, जंगल का राजा शेर, वो अपने कर्तव्य पे आज भी कायम है, वनस्पति कायम है, वेद आज भी अपने समुद्र में अपने कर्तव्यों पर कायम है। कोई व्यक्ति, कोई जीव बना धरोहर में से उन्होंने अपने अधिकारों पे अतिक्रमण नहीं किया, लेकिन एक मानव ही एक ऐसा था जिसको जबकि सबकी जिम्मेदारी निभाने के लिए भेजा था, इन्होंने सबकी अतिक्रमण किया, जंगलों में इसने अतिक्रमण किया, जीवों के भोजन पर इसने अतिक्रमण किया, प्रकृति के साथ इन्होंने बहुत की बात कर दी। ऐसा भी काफी सारी चीजें बातें, बहुत उपयोगी बातें सभी वक्ताओं ने बताई, जो कि मैंने तो बिल्कुल बोल के बताया, वो बहुत बड़ा सब्जेक्ट है। क्योंकि शुद्ध के लिए युद्ध जो अभियान आज पूरे जो राजस्थान में चल रहा है, इस बात का मुझे बहुत गर्व होता है कि जब इसी कॉलेज का स्टूडेंट था तब से मैंने कार्यक्रम चलाया था और उसको पूरी राज्य सरकार ने इसको एडॉप्ट करके आज राजस्थान सरकार के अभियान शुद्ध का युद्ध चल रहे हैं। और उसमें भी अलवर जिले का IAS रिपोर्ट में जो सिंथेटिक दूध की बात हो रही थी, सब्जी की बात हो रही थी, हिंदुस्तान की सबसे बड़ी मिलावट की फैक्ट्री को अगर पकड़ी 2009 में, तो हमने राजेश कृष्ण सिंह के नेतृत्व में अलवर प्रशासन के नेतृत्व में इंडिया घी की पकड़ी थी, जिसमें 1 लाख लीटर नकली घी डेली सिंथेटिक पड़ता था। चाहे दूध का मामला हो, अलवर मेवात का बदलाव था, तब हमने सिंथेटिक दूध के खिलाफ अभियान चलाया। इसी प्रकार आज मैं इसको बोलेंगे किसी बात कर रहा हूँ कि आप प्रोफेसर में आपको इतनी बड़ी जानकारी है, ये जितने लोग बैठे तो सबको अपने आप क्षेत्र में मांग करें, क्या ये अपनी जिम्मेदारी समाज के प्रति हम निभा पा रहे हैं। जैसा माँ बापों के प्रति हम निभाते हैं, बच्चों के प्रति हमारी जिम्मेदारियां निभाते हैं, क्योंकि वो हमको कुछ देते हैं, हम उनको देते हैं। तो प्रकृति ने हमको कितना दिया है, समाज ने हमको कितना दिया है, क्या हम उसका 1% भी समाज को, उस प्रकृति को लौटाने के लिए कटिबद्ध है या संकल्प है। अगर आज का सेमिनार का सबसे बड़ा यही होगा कि हम उसको अपने जीवन में मान लें कि हम 1% भी हम लौटा पाए। मैं सबसे पहले आपको आया हूँ और जिसमें सबसे बड़ा धन्यवाद मैं हुकुम चंद जी को देना चाहता हूँ। वो केवल इस बात के लिए देना चाहता हूँ, आज 6 महीने पहले इन्होंने एक काम किया था कि 18 कॉलेज में जितने पेड़ हैं उनकी गणना करके, उनकी कुल लिख करके, उनकी जो जीरो टैगिंग जो इन्होंने प्रक्रिया अपनाई, उसी को हमने अपने जिले में लागू कराने के लिए आपके इनिशिएटिव लेकर के जिले स्वास्थ्य विभाग के मंत्री शांति धारीवाल जी ने पूरे राजस्थान में उसको लागू करवाया। उसके लिए मुख्यमंत्री जी को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। उन्होंने एक काम बहुत बड़ा किया, जिसके लिए अलवर जिले में जितने भी सड़कों पे पेड़ है, अब आगे विश्वास अपने निजी स्वार्थ के लिए एक 20 साल में पेड़ तैयार होता है, इसलिए मेरी दुकान का मेरे, लेकिन उसको आप उसके लिए रोकने का, पेड़ लगाए जाने का अभियान चलता है, वृक्षारोपण, पेड़ बचाने के कितने अभियान चलते हैं, ये देखिए। अलवर का नाम ही इन चीजों से जुड़ा हुआ है। ऐसे अलवर जो जहाँ में 4 अक्षरों का नाम है, ऐसे अरावली, ऐसे लोग जितने भी ईश्वर और जितने भी हमारे धर्म है, उनके सारे धर्म जो हमारे अलवर से आए हैं, हम हर जब काम करते हैं तो संकल्प लेते हैं जम्मू द्वीप पे वर्ग करने रास्ता प्रांत अलवर लगे जम्मू द्वीप पे जो केंद्रीय बिंदु है वो अलवर है जम्मू सागर उस जम्मू सागर से हमारा चुनाव है और प्रकृति को बताने वैसे हमारा जो है वनस्पति है हमारे अरावली की जो वनस्पति है पूरे विश्व में प्रसिद्ध है 186 प्रकार की प्रजातियां इस अरावली में पाई जाती है जो किसी भी जंगल में यहाँ तक हिमाचल में भी जो 79 प्रकार की प्रजातियां पाई जाती है अरावली में 186 प्रकार की प्रजातियां पाई जाती है जैसा हमें बात कर रहे हैं कि हमारे सारे खाने में पीने में आप अगर प्रकृति के साथ जुड़ करके रहते हैं न आपको मेडिसिन की जरूरत है न आपको कोई देर की दिक्कत है मैं पूरे में इस बात का उदाहरण हूँ सभी मेरे गुरुजन बैठे हुए हैं जब कॉलेज में पढ़ता था तब भी 72 kg का था आज भी 72 kg का हूँ और केवल इसलिए प्रकृति ये अपने डायबिटीज है या ब्लड प्रेशर है इसको बीमारियां नहीं लाइफ स्टाइल है हमने हमारी लाइफ स्टाइल को बिगाड़ा है उस लाइफ स्टाइल को आज भी जो नेचुरल रूप से जो डायबिटीज हमारे क्रिएट हुई है या बीपी क्रिएट हुआ है वो हम नेचुरल रूप से आज भी ठीक है आज भी अस्थमा के लिए पूरे हिंदुस्तान से अलवर में लोग दवा लेने आते हैं इसके लिए अमेरिका की कंपनियों ने एक अभियान चलाया था टॉप सिरप की कंपनियां थी कि अलवर में जो पाया जा रहा भाषा है इसके लिए इन्होंने वहां से एक अभियान चलाया कि भाषा में रहने से अरावली के जो हमारे जीव है हमारे वेद में रस करके जीव खत्म हो जाते हैं इसलिए भाषा को हटवाया गया हमने उसके खिलाफ विरोध दर्ज कराया कोर्ट में सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जाकर के हमने रिट लगाई और हमने उस भाषा पर उसके पीछे मात्र मकसद था 30,000 करोड़ का जो कप सीरम का व्यवसाय है वो हिंदुस्तान से सील करके केवल उन लोगों के केवल एक भाषा का सिरप है जो कि नेचुरल रूप से प्रिजर्व होता है बाकी सारे सिरप जितने वो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक सिरप है और उनका पूरी जो मल्टीनेशनल कंपनियां उनका अधिकार क्षेत्र है उसको रोकने के लिए जाके युवाओं ने काम किया इसी तरह मैं तो आज आपसे सबसे हाथ जोड़ के निवेदन करने के लिए आया हूँ कि इस अरावली को अगर हम बचा लेंगे इस अरावली को हमने बचा लिया तो हम अलवर की हर चीज बचाने के लिए सक्षम है अरावली है सरिस्का इसलिए जरूरत है सरिस्का केवल शेर के लिए नहीं है अभी बात जब वर्मा जी ने कहा प्रजातियों की बात आई बायोडाइवर्सिटी जरूरत है उसके पीछे कारण है शेर इसलिए जरूरी है उस शेर अगर हमारा है हमारा बाघ हमारे बचते हैं हमारी सारी प्रजातियां बचती है 186 की वनस्पति बचती है हमारे जो जीव है वो सारे बचेंगे क्योंकि जैसे ही शेर आपने कभी सोचा तो ध्यान से जब अरावली देखने जाते हो शेर आप अरावली देखने जाते हो तो सोचा करो कि ऊपर टॉप पर जो पेड़ लगे हुए हैं टॉप पर किसी पेड़ लगाए थोड़ी उस पेड़ को हम नेचुरल रूप से पेड़ इसलिए लगते हैं और वो पेड़ है आप आज ट्रांसप्लांट कर सकते हो आज भी विश्व में बहुत तरक्की करी होगी आज ट्रांसप्लांट की तो ब्रेन ट्रांसप्लांट कर लिया लिवर ट्रांसप्लांट कर लिया लेकिन आज भी भोग का पेड़ आप ट्रांसप्लांट नहीं कर सकते वो भोग का पेड़ है जिससे अरावली को बचाया हुआ है हमारे छोटे जीव सरकारी जीवों के पीछे जो बहुत सारे जीव होता है वो अपनी जीवन में जान बचाने के लिए टॉप पर जाता है टॉप पर जाने के बाद जो उसके पास दिखाई होती है वनस्पति को निषेचन करता है उसके माध्यम से वो भोग का पेड़ करता है वही अरावली को ऊपर खींचे हुए अरावली पर खींचे हुए उसकी वजह से पानी का जो हमारे जितने भी पेड़ जो हमारे पहाड़ है ये पहाड़ नहीं है ये हमारे नलकूप है पहले जो बारिश होती है तो सबसे पहले पहाड़ भरते हैं उसके बाद छोटे बोल्डर्स का पहाड़ है वो रिसाव कर करके हमारे जल स्रोतों सब बांधों को उनके माध्यम से हमारे ग्राउंड लेवल पर विचार करते हैं इसलिए हमें उसकी प्रकृति के लिए सभी बुद्धिजीवी लोग बैठे हैं अग्रणी है इस समय मैं एक निवेदन करना चाहता हूँ अपनी क्षमताओं का प्रयोग आम जन के उसके लिए 10% 5% जरूर करें जय हिंद जय भारत।
Thank you so much, sir, for such an enlightening address. So you very correctly said कि काम करने का समय आ गया है. There is a saying which we always talk that think globally and work globally. Whatever small you can contribute to save the environment, please do that. There's no time for the talks left. It's time to work. ऐसा ना हो कि कुछ करने के लिए समय नहीं करना चाहिए. Sir, आपका बहुत धन्यवाद. आपने इतना अच्छा व्याख्यान दिया. Water and air, the two essential fluids of life on which the life depends. We have what we have named in the global garbage cans. What we are doing to our basic needs. That what was the one of the main topics of ISTTP-5. To me, the lush carpet of pine needles or the spongy grass is more welcome than the most luxurious Persian rubber. So now it's time to hear our results. The hard work put in by the organizers of our LCL work to conceive, design, and execute ISTTP-5 in last few months. So it's time to hear the feedback of ISTTP-5. With a lot of gratitude, respect, love, and adherence, I'd like to call upon Dr. Shashi Verma, who is Associate Professor in Political Science at महारानी सुदर्शन कॉलेज बीकानेर। मैडम आपका स्वागत, आपका बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन। इनको पोस्ट बनाइए और शशि यू नीड टू अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ।
सम्मानित मंच को मेरा नमस्कार। जो भी अभी इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से जुड़े हुए सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। 7 दिसंबर से 13 दिसंबर 2022 लगातार 7 दिवस तक चलने वाली इस कार्यशाला में पर्यावरण संरक्षण और अन्य कुछ और महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दों पर चर्चा की गई। निश्चित ही देश और विदेश के प्रमुख वैज्ञानिकों द्वारा जो शोध कार्य प्रस्तुत किया गया उससे हमारे ज्ञान में इजाफा हुआ। ममता अपना एक बार ममता म्यूट माइक। ठीक है, दोबारा बोलती हूँ, वही को हो रहा था। सम्मानित मंच को मेरा नमस्कार और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से जुड़े हुए सभी, अभी मुझे दिख रहे हैं 200 से ज्यादा लोग जुड़े हुए हैं, उन सभी को मेरा सादर नमस्कार। 7 दिसंबर से 13 दिसंबर 2022 लगातार 7 दिवस तक चलने वाली इस कार्यशाला में पर्यावरण संरक्षण के अलावा कुछ अन्य महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दों पर चर्चा की गई। निश्चित ही देश और विदेश के प्रमुख वैज्ञानिकों द्वारा जो शोध कार्य हम सभी के सामने प्रस्तुत किया गया उससे हमारे ज्ञान में इजाफा हुआ। उनके शोध कार्य से विश्व सरकारों को इस संदर्भ में अपनी नीति निर्माण करने में सहायता प्राप्त होगी। हम जो भी अपने विचार देते हैं, क्योंकि माना जाता है हम प्रबुद्ध लोग हैं, हम जो भी विचार देते हैं उससे ना केवल समाज में जागरूकता उत्पन्न होती है, बल्कि उस संदर्भ में, क्योंकि हम हर एक समस्या के ऊपर चर्चा करते हैं, तो उस संदर्भ में जो राज्य सरकारें अपनी नीतियों का निर्माण करती हैं और विश्व सरकारें जो अपनी नीतियों का निर्माण करती हैं, उन हमारी जो परिचर्चा होती है उनसे निश्चित ही वो कुछ ना कुछ लाभान्वित होते होंगे, या उनसे उन परिचर्चाओं में हम जो भी सुझाव देते हैं उन सुझावों को निश्चित ही अपनी दृष्टि में रखते होंगे। इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में जो भी चर्चा हुई, लोगों के बीच जागरूकता उत्पन्न हुई कि किस तरीके से हम अपने पर्यावरण का संरक्षण करें, क्योंकि हम सभी जानते हैं कि हमारा जीवन तभी तक संरक्षित है जब तक पर्यावरण संरक्षित है। यदि पर्यावरण में विसंगतियां पैदा होती हैं तो हमारे जीवन के लिए बहुत ही नुकसानदेह है। पर्यावरण में उत्पन्न विकृतियां हमारे जीवन को खत्म कर सकती हैं, समाप्त कर सकती हैं, पूरी मतलब कायनात को, पूरे विश्व को भी समाप्त कर सकती हैं। पर्यावरण के प्रति जागरूकता उत्पन्न करने के लिए हम सभी हृदय से आभारी हैं। राजस्थान के अति प्रतिष्ठित महाविद्यालय राजऋषि महाविद्यालय के ओजस्वी यशस्वी प्राचार्य महोदय डॉक्टर हुकुम सिंह जी के और अति कर्मठ उच्च शिक्षा में नवाचार लाने हेतु प्रयासरत, शोध कार्य के लिए समर्पित बहुत ही डायनामिक पर्सनैलिटी की स्वामिनी मेरी प्यारी सखी डॉक्टर ममता शर्मा, जो निरंतर कार्यरत है पर्यावरण संरक्षण हेतु जागरूकता उत्पन्न करने के लिए, वचनबद्ध है संपूर्ण ब्रह्मांड के प्रति कि वह एक ऐसी अलग जगा रही है जिससे पूरी मानवता सुरक्षित और संरक्षित हो सकती है। डॉक्टर ममता शर्मा न केवल अलवर, राजस्थान, भारत, बल्कि पूरे विश्व में पर्यावरण संरक्षण हेतु जागरूकता का कार्य कर रही हैं। डॉक्टर ममता शर्मा पूरी मानव जाति, पूरी जो भी और जानवर हैं, पूरे पशु पक्षी हैं, जहां भी जीव हैं, जहां भी जिंदगी है, जहां भी विकास है, जहां भी उत्पन्न होते हैं, जहां भी बढ़ते हैं, जो मृत्यु को प्राप्त करते हैं, चाहे पेड़ हो चाहे पौधे हो, क्योंकि उनमें भी कहीं ना कहीं जीवन होता है, क्योंकि वो भी जन्म लेते हैं, बढ़ते हैं, फिर समाप्त होते हैं। तो मैं ऐसा कहूंगी कि पूरी मानव जाति आपकी रेडी रहेगी, कर्जदार रहेगी, क्योंकि लगातार आप ऐसी जागरूकता पैदा कर रही हैं हम सभी के अंदर कि हम अपने जो संरक्षित कर सके अपने पर्यावरण को, तो पर्यावरण को आभारी रहेगी। इसके साथ ही आप एक बहुत उत्तम कार्य कर रही हैं। ये तो आप पर्यावरण के लिए जागरूकता, यानी पर्यावरण को संरक्षण कैसे करना है इसके लिए जागरूक कर रही हैं। साथ ही एक आप बहुत ही पुनीत कार्य कर रही हैं कि इस हेतु, यानी कि जो भी पर्यावरण संरक्षण के लिए जो शोध कार्य कर रहे हैं जो लोग, कि किस तरीके से पर्यावरण को संरक्षण करना है, इस कार्यशाला के माध्यम से आप उनके शोध कार्यों को पूरे विश्व के सामने ला रही हैं। यह हमारे राजस्थान उच्च शिक्षा विभाग के लिए भी गौरव का विषय है। पूरे राजस्थान में इस तरह की कार्यशाला, कॉन्फ्रेंस, सेमिनार का आयोजन निरंतर होना चाहिए, जिससे कि समाज में जो शोध कार्य हो रहे हैं, जो समाज के लिए उपयोगी हैं, सब पूरे विश्व के सामने आ सकें। तभी हमारी उच्च शिक्षा को प्राप्त करने का उद्देश्य पूरा होगा। शिक्षाविद होने के नाते हमारा कर्तव्य है कि हम समाज को और सरकार को इस तरीके से जागरूक करें कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा मानवता का भला हो सके, और आरआर कॉलेज की टीम ये कार्य कर रही है। इसके लिए साधुवाद देना चाहूंगी प्राचार्य महोदय को, क्योंकि उनकी प्रेरणा के कारण ही यह संभव हो सका है। डॉक्टर ममता शर्मा को और उनकी टीम, आपका यह अथक प्रयास बहुत ही सराहनीय है। मैं जानती हूं कि इसमें बहुत अधिक मानसिक और शारीरिक बल लगता है, तभी आप हमारी प्रेरणा स्रोत हैं। मैंने पिछली कॉन्फ्रेंस के समापन पर कहा था कि यदि हमें ऐसा मौका मिलता है तो हम भी आपसे प्रेरणा लेकर इस तरह की कॉन्फ्रेंस, सेमिनार और कार्यशाला का आयोजन करने की हिम्मत जुटा पाएंगे। और आज मुझे ये बताते हुए अपार हर्ष की अनुभूति हो रही है कि आपकी प्रेरणा आपके साथ, आरआर कॉलेज के साथ की वजह से ही महारानी सुदर्शन कॉलेज एवं राजऋषि महाविद्यालय अलवर के संयुक्त तत्वाधान में महारानी सुदर्शन कॉलेज बीकानेर में 18, 19, 20 जनवरी 2023 को मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी एस्पेक्ट्स ऑफ ह्यूमन राइट्स एंड द एनवायरनमेंट विषय पर इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। क्योंकि अभी समाज के दो ही मुद्दे हैं कि हमारा जो पर्यावरण है वो संरक्षित रहना चाहिए और प्रत्येक मानव को उसके मानव अधिकार प्राप्त होने चाहिए। क्योंकि यदि मानव को मानव होने के नाते कुछ उसके जो निश्चित अधिकार हैं वो प्राप्त नहीं होते हैं, तो एक मानव जो है वो मानव नहीं रह पाता, जानवर के सदृश हो जाता है। तो जो एक अभी हमारे विशेष जो मुद्दे हैं, मानवाधिकार और पर्यावरण संरक्षण, मानवाधिकार संरक्षण और पर्यावरण संरक्षण, दोनों को ही लेके हम ये कॉन्फ्रेंस करने जा रहे हैं। मुझे आशा है और मैं दोनों कॉलेज की तरफ से आपसे आग्रह करती हूँ कि आप इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का हिस्सा बनने बीकानेर जरूर पधारेंगे। मुझे आशा ही नहीं, पूरा विश्वास है, भरोसा है, आप बीकानेर में उपस्थित होकर इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस को आशातीत सफलता प्रदान करेंगे। समाज में मौजूद विभिन्न समस्याएं, विभिन्न मुद्दे जो समाज के विकास में बाधक है, उन समस्याओं को हम कैसे समाप्त कर सकते हैं, इस संदर्भ में समाज को जागरूक करने के पुनीत कार्य की दिशा में एक आहुति हम भी देने का प्रयास करेंगे, ऐसा हम दिलाते हैं। साथ ही हम एक आशा करते हैं कि आप भी आगे इस तरह की कार्यशाला का आयोजन करती रहेंगे, जिससे पर्यावरण संरक्षण की दिशा में जागरूकता उत्पन्न होगी। इस कार्यशाला की उपयोगिता और सार्थकता, सफलता इसी बात से सिद्ध होती है कि इस कार्यशाला में 26 देशों के 2 से पर्यावरणविद व शिक्षाविद जुड़े रहे और मैं देखती हूँ कि लगातार बहुत बड़ी बात है कि 250 से ज्यादा लोग लगातार ऑनलाइन जुड़े रहते हैं पूरे दिन, जबकि उनको अपना बहुत सारा काम करना होता है। तो कुछ लोग आते हैं, कुछ लोग जाते हैं, कुछ लोग आते हैं, कुछ लोग जाते हैं, तो हमेशा ही 250 से ज्यादा लोग जुड़े रहते हैं और लगातार ऐसा हो रहा है, एक नहीं लगातार ऐसा हो रहा है। तो मैडम आपको बहुत बहुत साधुवाद, हम सभी की तरफ से बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। राजऋषि कॉलेज के प्राचार्य महोदय डॉक्टर हुकुम सिंह जी, डॉक्टर ममता शर्मा जी, डॉक्टर लक्ष्मीकांत जी और आरआर कॉलेज की ऑल टीम का हम सभी प्रतिभागियों की तरफ से बहुत बहुत आभार, साधुवाद। आप बहुत ही पुनीत और महान कार्य कर रहे हैं, आप सभी का धन्यवाद। आज जय हिंद, जय भारत, इस आशा के साथ कि हम बहुत जल्दी ही रूबरू बीकानेर में मिलेंगे। आप सभी को शुक्रिया आपका।
We have seen my nights and working like 18 hours a day, what it takes to design a conference and what it takes to line up 31 speakers and what it takes to execute 8 hours sitting in front of the screen. Thank you so much for sharing my pain, and your support is incredible, and definitely I'm going to come there along with my team. We will come and will join you in the conference, and I'm sure it is going to be a super duper big conference as the other one was. So heartiest congratulations to you, to Vijay Madam, for such an amazing initiative, and we are very, very happy. I'm telling you from everyone, from my patron, from the RRC community, we are very happy that we have collaborated. It's a pleasure to work with you all. So now, with lot of gratitude and respect, I would like to call upon Dr. Lakshmikant Sharma ji for his feedback and a bit of kind of a thank you note. Dr. Sharma, stage is all yours. Like music and art, love of nature is a common language that can transcend political and social boundaries. This is the best I can describe you, Dr. Sharma.
दो बार दबा
Mute everyone, please.
ISTTP सेशन 5 इसके समापन के अवसर पर मैं हमारे सम्मानित अतिथिगण महोदय, हमारे विद्वान संकाय सदस्य, आयोजन सचिव प्रभारी, आप सभी का स्वागत करता हूँ। तो औपचारिक रूप से डॉक्टर विजय सिंह मुझसे पहले काम कर चुके हैं। मैं कृतज्ञता ज्ञापन के लिए खड़ा हुआ हूँ। सबसे पहले मैं अपने गुरुदेव को नमन करता हूँ, अजय वर्मा सर, जो यूनिवर्सिटी के हमारे टीचर रहे। और शायद हम लोगों को पता होगा कि जो इग्नू का राजस्थान में प्रचार प्रसार हुआ, एक आंदोलन के रूप में आपने इग्नू के कार्यक्रम और आपका ये नाम हमेशा जब इग्नू रहेगा, जब तक इग्नू सुनेंगे तो आपका नाम हमेशा हमारे जहन में आएगा। और बहुत अच्छे अध्यापक रहे, कहने की आवश्यकता ही नहीं है। आप खानागाजी से सेवानिवृत्त हुए हैं, अलग अलग नहीं। और श्री राजेश कृष्ण जो पर्यावरणविद है, अकेडमिशियन है, कांग्रेस के लीडर है और आप अभी तक 72 किलो गए थे, इसलिए मुझे पहचान नहीं, पहले मैं अब 92 का हुक्म। आपका भी बहुत स्वागत है। डॉक्टर ज्योति शर्मा अभी प्रिंसिपल है, हमारे बीच से अभी गई है। वो बहुत अच्छी शोध निदेशक हैं, बहुत सारे आपके प्रोजेक्ट्स रहे हैं और बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स को आपने कार्य कराया। और अभी भी हमने देखा बट नॉट अच्छा लगा उसका टाइटल। और डॉक्टर ज्योति शर्मा ने हमें एक गौरव और दिए थे जब पिछले वर्ष इन्होंने सर्वश्रेष्ठ शिक्षक का जो पुरस्कार प्रदान किए थे, ये हमारे लिए बहुत ही गौरव के क्षण थे। डॉक्टर सत्यभान, मैं अभी इनके बारे में पूछ रहा था हमारे प्राचार्य, और आप अर्थशास्त्री हैं, आपको सुना बहुत अच्छा लगा। इसी तरह आप आते रहिए हमारे बीच में। और मुझे पता लगा आपने बहुत सारे बुक्स का पब्लिकेशन किया है, राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय। तो हम सब को अरमान है, हमें 3 की तरह हमारे प्राचार्य जी, सचिव और डॉक्टर ममता शर्मा, डॉक्टर उपेंद्र सिंह जी, हम सभी आप लोगों की वजह से बहुत ही गौरवान्वित महसूस कर रहे हैं और आप सभी महानुभावों का हृदय दिल से आभार, धन्यवाद। सर, मैं कामना करता हूँ कि आगे भी आपका वरदस्त हमारे महाविद्यालय के छात्रों पर इसी प्रकार बना रहे और ये महाविद्यालय आपके स्नेही लगाव से लबालब रहे और हमारे लिए जो सहकार की भावना आपने दर्शाई है वो हमेशा बनी रहे। इस कामना के साथ मैं पुनः एक बार आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। क्या व्यक्त मैं अब कुछ अनौपचारिक रूप से बात करना चाहूंगा, बहुत समय नहीं, मैं ज्ञान का ज्यादा समय जो जिनके नाम में यूनिवर्सिटी बनी है, राजऋषि महाराज बृहदहरि, ये सही प्रोनाउंसिएशन बृहदहरि थोड़ा उसका तत्सम रूप है, बृहद सेवक से कहते हैं, हरि ईश्वर के सेवक, और आप बहुत अच्छे साहित्यकार बने और उज्जैनी के राजा थे और यहाँ आकर उन्होंने अपना अंदर किया, जो संत का चुना वो यही उन्होंने पढ़ा और ये अपने नीति शतक में लिखते हैं। तो इन्होंने नीति शतक लिखा है और परसों से डिस्कशन के थोड़ा सा ऊपर तो नीति शतक में इन्होंने पुरुषों के, पुरुष जहाँ को कहते हैं उनका तात्पर्य मानव, तो उन्होंने पुरुषों के 3 प्रकार बताए हैं। वो कहते हैं उत्तम पुरुष क्या होते हैं। उत्तम पुरुष वो होते हैं जो शांति पूर्वक एक टास्क आरंभ करते हैं, कोई भी अपने जीवन में लक्ष्य बनाते हैं उसे आरंभ करते हैं और उसी तरह से शांतिपूर्ण वातावरण में उसे पूर्ण भी करते हैं। इन लोगों के इस कार्य में बाधाएं आती, ये उन्हें हैंडल करते हैं, मैनेज करते हैं और अपने लक्ष्य संधान तक पहुंच जाते हैं। तो भट्टे जी कहते हैं कि जो हमारे शास्त्रों में भी लिखा हुआ है, शांत का कारण भुजंग शयन, ये ईश्वर का रूप है। अगर आप एक विषय सर्प की शैया बनाकर उस पर सो सकते हैं और शांत रह सकते हैं तो आप ईश्वर। तो ऐसे पुरुष जो है ये उत्तम पुरुष कहे गए हैं जो समस्त बाधाओं को पार करके अपने लक्ष्य की तरफ पहुंचते हैं। दूसरा उन्होंने जो टाइप बताया, वर्गीकरण किया, वो मध्यम पुरुष है। मध्यम पुरुष बहुत सोचते विचारते हैं, टास्क को आरंभ करते हैं और प्रारंभ करने के बाद जब बाद में बाधाएं आने लगती हैं उससे वो जूझते हैं। इसके बाद है तो बीच में छोड़ देते हैं या फिर इनकम्प्लीट छोड़ के वापस लौट जाते हैं। ये मध्यम श्रेणी के पुरुष कहे गए हैं, मध्यम श्रेणी के मानव कहे गए हैं। और तीसरे निम्न प्रकार के पुरुष हैं, महाराज कहते हैं कि ये मैक्सिमम ये लोग पॉपुलेशन में और ये बहुत सोचते हैं, जिनमें थिंकिंग पावर को ये अपना टास्क और सोच विचार के तय करते हैं और साथ ही साथ उसमें आने वाली बाधाएं भी ये एनालाइज करते रहते हैं। और जब मुझे लगता है कि बाधाएं ज्यादा होने वाली तो मतलब वही खत्म कर रहे तो शुरू ही नहीं करते। तो ये निम्न कोटि के निम्न श्रेणी के पुरुष हैं जो ज्यादातर है। और आज मुझे कहने में गर्व है कि हमारे ISTTP के सेशन के और हमारी जो कॉन्फ्रेंसेस के जो हमारे गुरुदान हैं, हमारे प्राचार्य और संरक्षक सिंह और उसका भाई भूपेंद्र सिंह जी और डॉक्टर ममता शर्मा, ये निश्चित रूप से महाराज ग्रंथि के अनुसार और आपका ये जो सुनूक है कार्य करने का जो जज्बा है, एक ही एकेडमिक सेशन के अंदर दौरान, मतलब अभी एक ही एकेडमिक सेशन हुआ है, आपने जनवरी 20 में ज्वाइन किया, उसके कुछ दिन बाद आप अन्य कार्यों में बिजी रहे, फिर आपने कार्य हाथ में लिया और इस एक एकेडमिक सेशन में ये 8 बुक्स आपके सामने रखी है। ये इंटरनेशनल बुक्स हैं, टोरंटो कनाडा से प्रकाशित हुई है, बहुत अच्छे रिसर्च पेपर इसमें है। मैंने भी कोशिश की थी, शायद मैं जगह पा नहीं पाया हूँ इसमें, लड़कों की आगे कहीं जगह मिलेगी हमें। और ISTTP के 5 सेक्शन आज पूरे हो रहे हैं, 6वां फ्लोर पे है, 7वें की घोषणा हो चुकी है और आगे कहीं आएंगे तो 10 का इनका टारगेट है। और बुक्स का भी मुझे लगता है 2 पर रहेंगे,
नहीं 10 आप 10 दीजिए, एक सबसे साथ
तो प्रोफेसर इनके नोट्स में जो क्या है वो आप
तो इसके लिए आपका बहुत बहुत बधाई। और मैं जानता हूँ कि ये सब में आपने सहयोग लिया। हमारे सभी विद्वान साथी राजनीति महाविद्यालय के जो अफसर हैं उन्होंने सभी ने आपका सहयोग किया। और थोड़ा सा नीचे लेके नेक्स्ट मैं आ जाऊँ। सर ये वो लोग हैं जो एडवाइजर सॉफ्टवेयर में दिखना रहता है। और मैं बताना चाहता हूँ मैं एक्सेप्शन हूँ, मैं नहीं, बाकी लोग हैं कि ये लोग बैटल ग्राउंड की पिच तैयार करते हैं। जो एक काम यहाँ दिख रहा है अपने को, इसका खातन तैयार करते हैं ये लोग। इनमें से मैं नाम लेना चाहूंगा रविकांत शर्मा। रविकांत शर्मा मैथ्स की तो हमारे बीच है। और फाइनेंशियल जो इसके पक्ष है प्रोफेसर अनिल छिंगाड़ी जो कि जमीन से जुड़ के काम करते हैं। कल जैसे हम बात कर रहे थे कि जो एनवायरमेंट की बातें हैं ये लैब से निकल के या मेडिकल हॉल से निकल के जमीन तक जानी चाहिए। प्रोफेसर अनिल छिंगाड़ी एक बड़ा नाम है जो धरती पे कार्य करते हैं। और हमने सुना था अंतरराष्ट्रीय सेमिनार जो मैडम ने कराई उसमें आए थे। इसके अलावा प्रोफेसर राज है, क्रिस्टीना मैडम है, अनुपम श्रीवास्तव है जो तंजानिया से आए थे। और मैं मेंशन करना चाहूंगा लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट डॉक्टर शशि वर्मा जो ना केवल ऑनलाइन हमसे जुड़ी रहती है, ये प्रोफेसर है पॉलिटिकल साइंस में, ये ऑनलाइन जुड़ी रहती है मैम हमारे साथ। और इसके अलावा ये यहाँ आकर यानी बीकानेर से अकेले गाड़ी ड्राइव करके अलवर तक आते हैं, समय इस्तेमाल की जाती है। सभी का बहुत धन्यवाद है। और दो पंक्ति मैं कहना चाहूंगा हमारे उत्तम पुरुषों के, कश्ती भी नहीं बदली, कश्ती भी नहीं बदली, दरिया भी नहीं बदला, और डूबने वालों का जज्बा भी नहीं। ये जागते हुए भी इस मार्ग में बाधाएं नहीं, अब वाई फेस की हम सब ने देखा है। ये जागते हुए भी ये काम का जो जुनून था वो चेंज नहीं किया। तो कश्ती भी नहीं बदली, दरिया भी नहीं बदला, और डूबने वालों का जज्बा भी नहीं बदला। तस्वीर नहीं बदली, तस्वीर नहीं बदली, शीशा भी नहीं बदला, और नजरें भी सलामत हैं, चेहरा भी नहीं बदला। नजरें भी सलामत हैं, चेहरा भी नहीं बदला। ये जो मैंने दिखाया आपको जो बैटल ग्राउंड में काम करते हैं, ये ऐसे लोग हैं जिसपे हमारे और भी साथी प्रोफेसर संजय दर्जन बैठते हैं, डॉक्टर महावीर सिंह जी है, सीढ़ी पे डाले जैसे के मामले बहुत अच्छे सुन जाते हैं, मतलब अच्छे से उनको मिल जाते हैं। तो ऐसे ये लोग हैं जिनको नाम की भी जरूरत नहीं, ये नाम के लिए काम नहीं करते, सिर्फ संस्था है और संस्था में एक अच्छा कार्य हो रहा है उसके लिए हम जुड़े रहते हैं। तो ना और इनको क्रेडिट की भी बहुत आवश्यकता नहीं, मैं क्लियर करूँ तो इनके लिए दो लाइन रखते हैं कि है शौक है सफर ऐसा, सिर्फ सफर का शौक है, सफर दोनों हो सकते हैं SUFFER है शौक है सफर ऐसा कि उम्र से यारों ने, है शौक है सफर ऐसा कि एक उम्र से यारों ने मंजिल भी नहीं पाई, रास्ता भी नहीं, करेक्ट मिला नहीं मिला, क्यों करते क्यों करते। और अपने लिए है कि बेकार गया बन में, बेकार गया बन में सोना मेरा सगी होगा, बेकार गया बन में, बेकार गया बन में सोना मेरा सगी होगा। और इस शहर में तो अब सिक्का भी नहीं बदला कि बेसिम्त हवाओं, बेसिम्त हवाएं तूफान लाती समंदर में, और बेसिम्त से अर्थ है कि वो बिना किसी डायरेक्शन के आती है, उनके वेग क्या होंगे पता नहीं अपने को, और किस डायरेक्शन से आएंगी, किस वेग से आएंगी, और कब आएंगी, कैसे आएंगी हमें पता नहीं। ये बाधाएं हैं जिनका जिक्र जी ने किया था कि बेसिम्त हवाओं में हर लहर से साजिश की, बेसिम्त हवाओं ने हर लहर से साजिश की, ख्वाबों के जजीरे का नक्शा भी, ख्वाबों के जजीरे का नक्शा भी नहीं बदला, जजीरा टापू समुद्र के बीच में है, ख्वाबों के जजीरे का नक्शा भी नहीं बदला, और डूबने वालों का जज्बा भी नहीं। साथियों धन्यवाद उन सभी जनों का हमारे कीनोट स्पीकर्स का, पार्टिसिपेंट्स का जो हमारे साथ लगातार जुड़े रहे, राजर्षि महाविद्यालय के विद्वान संकाय सदस्यों का, जो अन्य सभी कार्य करते हुए भी बीच बीच में आकर हमें संभालते रहते हैं, हमारे स्टूडेंट्स क्लास में जब भी उनके विराम होता है वो यहाँ पर बैठते हैं, इस जगह आप देख रहे हैं और ये स्कूल सबका स्वागत करते हैं, धन्यवाद ज्ञापन करते हैं। हमारे जो पदाधिकारी इलेक्शन हुआ है डिप्रेशन में, इतने मतलब डिसेंट और इतने डिसिप्लिन बच्चे हैं, वो चारों अब चले गए इनके, और इनका तो मैं धन्यवाद ज्ञापन करता हूँ कि कम से कम इन्होंने कोई ऐसा विघ्न उत्पन्न नहीं किया कि हम अपने कार्य में रुक जाए। ये अभी बैकवर्ड है, हमारे प्रेसिडेंट है प्रणय शर्मा, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट है नमन, महासचिव है और हैप्पी यादव संयुक्त सचिव है। इसके साथ ही एक नाम रह गया था डॉक्टर सुधा सुप्तो है, जो भी बड़े ग्राउंड में हमारे टेक्निकल साइड ये टेक्निकल साइड इंजीनियर फिकर होता है कानून में, आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ, धन्यवाद। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you so much. Can I have the camera, please? Thank you so much, Dr. Sharma. Your way of presentation is as amazing as always. And I always say that he's a blend of a botany professor and a poet. And every time you come up with something which is very shocking, you come up with a good kind of shocks to us. Thank you so much for the good words, and trust me, whatever you have said today for us, for the organizers, and for everyone, it is very motivating. You know, a small word of motivation can make verses clear the question. So thank you so much for all the support and everything. And so nice. A true conservationist is a man who knows that the world is not given by his fathers, but borrowed from his children. Now it's time for the valedictory address, which is to be given by the patron and principal of RRC, Albert Professor Dr. Kamsi. There's something about it, how I explain it as a leader. The most dangerous leadership myth is that leaders are born, that there is a genetic factor in leadership. No, that is the most nonsense thing. In fact, opposite is true. Leaders are made rather than born. लीडर समाधान के बारे में सोचते हैं और बात करते हैं, अनुयायी समस्याओं के बारे में सोचते हैं और बात करते हैं। ऐसे लीडर्स की दृष्टि में वास्तविकता को बदलने की क्षमता होती है। कई बार हमें उत्थान और प्रेरित होने के लिए कुछ प्रेरणा की आवश्यकता होती है। इस तरह आज ये राजर्षि कॉलेज धन्य है और प्रिंसिपल डॉक्टर हुकम सिंह महान ने असली लीडर अपना अनुसरण करने वाले नहीं बनाते, बल्कि वो औरों के गुण निखार कर उन्हें अपने जैसा बनाते हैं। इसी तरह मैं अपने संस्थान के प्रमुख का सबसे अच्छा वर्णन कर सकती हूँ। Now, with a lot of gratitude and with the narration, I would like to call up the patron of ISTTP-5 and principal of RRC Albert, Dr. Hukam Singh ji, to kindly grace the stage and formally deliver the valedictory address. Sir, stage is all yours. Sir, आपका स्वागत, आपका धन्यवाद।
सम्मानित वर्ग, परम आदरणीय साथी, dear guests, co-principal Professor Ajay Kumar, बहन जी प्रोफेसर ज्योति शर्मा जी प्रिंसिपल तिजाना, अनुस युवा अर्थशास्त्री प्रोफेसर पर्यावरण में राजीव गांधी पर्यावरण पुरस्कार से सम्मानित, युग अवार्ड से सम्मानित एक्टिविस्ट, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा माननीय राहुल गांधी जी की अलवर दो में से एक शख्सियत भैया राजेश कृष्ण से जो अनवर भारत जोड़ो यात्रा में अनवर जी से दो व्यक्तियों में से एक आपके साथ विद्वान साथियों, इस कार्यक्रम का जनक यूजीसी रूसा आयुक्त है और उपस्थित माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय, माननीय शिक्षा मंत्री महोदय, माननीय अलवर के राजा AICC मेंबर अमर साहब, अलवर के दो मंत्री माननीय टीकाराम जूली जी, माननीय पुतला रावत, उच्च शिक्षा के प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी माननीय कंसा साहब और रूसा के प्रोजेक्ट डायरेक्टर हमारे भाइयों माननीय सुनील शर्मा जी और मेरी कॉलेज की इकाई के नोडल प्रोफेसर रूसा जी, इस कार्यक्रम की उद्घाटन और ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी विभूति प्रोफेसर ममता शर्मा जी, मेरे महाविद्यालय की समस्त विभाग प्रभारी, जैसा सर ने अपने उद्बोधन में कहा, किसी भी काम करने के लिए एक व्यक्ति नहीं बहुतों की आवश्यकता होती है, बहुतों का योगदान होता है। ऐसे ही हमारे लिए हमारे बीच में कार्यक्रम गणित विभाग के अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर अधिकांश, भौतिक शास्त्र के विभाग अध्यक्ष, और जब से ये मेरे महाविद्यालय में आए, मेरे महाविद्यालय का शास्त्र इनके नियंत्रण में और से विद्वान प्रोफेसर लक्ष्मीकांत जी, भौतिक शास्त्र से ही प्रोफेसर दरगन जो हमारी मुख्य इकाई के सचिव थी, जो प्रोफेसर पहले है वो रुकता है तो नोडल के ही हमारे स्टाफ के सचिव भी है। विदुषी प्रोफेसर सुभाष उत्पाद और इतनी विनम्र जो एक शिक्षक को हर व्यक्ति को होना चाहिए कि मैंने अगर जरा सा भी इशारा किया जो बच्चों को काम करना चाहिए, जो हमारे यहाँ बहुत सारे लोग लगा रखे उनको करना चाहिए, वो सारे काम हिंदी विभाग के अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर हर परिस्थिति में कॉलेज प्रशासन की हर समय रात के 12 बजे कॉल किया जाए तो 5 मिनट में हाजिर। ऐसे कुछ लोगों के सहयोग से हमारे बीच में नहीं है प्रोफेसर राजेश यादव जी, अजय वर्मा जी, भाई ओमपाल जी, जो मैं बड़े का दर्जा देता हूँ, फरवरी का रिटायर है। ऐसे बहुत सारे लोग हमारे कामों के पीछे हैं। एलपी शर्मा जी ने महाराज मंत्री का यहाँ उल्लेख किया था, ये बात सही है, उत्तम मध्यम और रक्षण कह रहे थे। तो मुझे पता नहीं उत्तम कौन है, लेकिन ये सच है कि जो ये पर्यावरण की अलग हम जगा रहे दुनिया में, इसको लेकर 50 तरह की ITI क्या आरटीआई और तो क्या करूं मैं आपसे, माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय, माननीय उच्च शिक्षा मंत्री, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री, माननीय चीफ सेक्रेटरी और माननीय कमिश्नर, शायद मुझे बची मंत्री महोदय, हाँ शिक्षा मंत्री, लेकिन वही बात ऐसे अहमद ऐसी की बात कि बेटा तो अपनी हस्ती को यदि कुछ मत बचा हो, बेटा तो अपनी हस्ती को यदि कुछ मत बचा हो, खा पर मिलता है। जिस रात से मैं तब तक को गया वह शांत सलामत रहती है, जान की कोई बात भी नहीं, जान को सत्य संस्कृत है और धन्य है मेरे उन गुरुजनों को, माता पिताओं को, जिन्होंने मुझे संस्कार दिए। बाधाओं का जिक्र मैंने आपसे कर दिया, हमें हमारा काम करना है, हम अच्छा कर रहे हैं, लेकिन कर दरिया में रखा, जिसका जैसा स्वभाव है उसे पता नहीं जा सकता। नीम का पेड़ है, अगर उसको घीसे सूचोगे तभी उसका करवाता नहीं रहेगा, तो उसको सुनाते हैं। मुंडे पति मिलता, every man has every man, good wife, good friend, सब बुलाते हैं, सब हम इस पर चलते हैं। और अगर अनुरोध है सच्चे बनते हमारे साथ कोई अमृत पैदा कर रहा है, मारने वाले से बचाने वाला हमेशा बड़ा होता है। इसलिए कोई डर की बात, वो अपना काम करें। मैं ये मानता हूं कि पिछले एक वर्ष में से 10 साल मुझे नहीं कहना चाहिए, क्योंकि मुझे 1 वर्ष हुआ इस कॉलेज में, 1.5 वर्ष हुआ है, कॉलेज 1930 से संचालित है, लेकिन मैं कह सकता हूँ अगर अक्षुति हमारे से कर्मोक्ति न माने, जो काम यहाँ 1930 से आज तक मैं ये कह सकता हूँ, क्योंकि मैं भी बाबू साहब कॉलेज में पूरा जीवन निकला, किसी शहर में था, तो आरआर में क्या होता है, जीडी में क्या होता है, बीएसआर में क्या होता है, क्योंकि पढ़ने लिखने से मेरा कहा, इसलिए ऐसा व्यक्ति इन चीजों पर जरूर नजर रखता है, चाहे वो पढ़ते हैं, लेकिन इधर उसका जरूर ध्यान देता है कि जीडी में व्यक्ति काम क्या हुआ है और शुभरम क्या हुआ है, कौन कहा, ये चीजें सीखती थी। बाबू शोभराम कॉलेज प्रसिद्ध था, प्रसिद्ध है, वहां 85 प्रोफेसर है, लेकिन प्रोफेसर सत्यपाल को ही हम क्यों बुला रहे हैं, ये विचार नहीं है। ये बुद्धि, ये समझ है, फर्क है, और काउंटिंग है, छटनी है, कौन व्यक्ति किस स्तर पर है। ये अंतरराष्ट्रीय कार्यक्रम 27-26 देश सिद्ध साहब हमको देख रहे हैं, 5000 लोग 7 दिन में हमसे जुड़े, 27 देश में। तो ये आरआर कॉलेज का परिचय, अलवर का परिचय, राजस्थान का परिचय हो रहा है, भारत का परिचय। तो ये मंच सामान्य नहीं है। मैं एक बात कहना चाहता हूँ प्रोफेसर यादव कि पर्यावरण की तो बात हम कर ही रहे, हम मैसेंजर भी हैं, इंडियन कल्चर के हम राजदूत हैं पिछले 1.5 वर्ष। क्योंकि अगर मैं इस प्रोग्राम को नेशनल स्तर पर करता, स्टेट लेवल पर करता, डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पर करता, तो ये भारतीय ही रहता। और अब क्या है, अंतरराष्ट्रीय है, यानी 26 देश भारत की कल्चर से, सभ्यता से रूबरू हो रहे हैं। वो देख रहे हैं कि भारत कैसा है, वहां के लोग कैसे हैं, वह प्रिंसिपल कैसा होता है, वहां भी होंगे ना, वहां भी प्रोफेसर है ना, वहां भी स्टूडेंट्स है ना, उनकी भाषा, उनका प्रस्तुतिकरण, उनकी इंटेलिजेंस, ये सब बड़ा रहा है वर्ल्ड। इसलिए पर्यावरण तो एक मुद्दा है, एक बहाना है, असली काम को कर रहे हैं भारतीय संस्कृति की विकास और भारत के लिए गर्व की बात है कि लोग प्राथमिकता से परिचित। जहां आज 4 अतिथियों ने आकर के यहाँ संबोधन दिया, वहां के लोग देख रहे हैं अच्छा ऊपर एक एक्स प्रिंसिपल होगा, ये एक दूसरी मैडम प्रिंसिपल आई, एक अर्थशास्त्री है, एक पर्यावरण है, और अपने अपने फील्ड की माहिर। आप अर्थशास्त्र से पर्यावरण की बात कर रहे थे, वो रसायन से पर्यावरण की बात कर रही है, वो जूलॉजी से पर्यावरण की बात कर रहे हैं, और आप सबको मिला करके अकेले पी गए पर्यावरण सिद्ध। क्योंकि मुझे अच्छा लगा जब विद्वान प्रोफेसर ज्योति जी के व्याख्यान में, प्रेजेंटेशन में लास्ट में आया राम भरोसे सब आगे राम तो सोच सकता मालूम विज्ञान के कॉलेज का प्रिंसिपल, लेकिन उन्हें प्राथमिकता, आध्यात्मिकता, भगवान को तो छोड़ नहीं सकते। तो उनके जब भाषण में बैठेंगे लास्ट की स्लाइड में था आगे राम मनुष्य, विज्ञान में नाम है, विज्ञान में नाम है। अच्छा, और उन्होंने बात और कही अपने भाषण में कि देसी अपनाओ, देसी खाओ, मोटा खाओ, मोटा पहनो, तो फिर बेकार है क्यों किसी के सिर पर मानव ये जो भी कुछ हो रहा है, और ये यज्ञ हम कर रहे हैं पर्यावरण का लगातार 500 कर लिया, 10 कर ले, और बीच बीच में नेशनल और इंटरनेशनल कई सेमिनार करते हैं और करेंगे। ये जो अलग है, इस सब के लिए जिम्मेदार कौन है? मानव। भाई आप किसी शेर के, गीदड़ के, हिरण के, हाथी के, गौ के, किसी पशु के, पक्षी के सिर कैसे बढ़ोगे? पर्यावरण को उन्होंने बिगाड़ा नहीं। इसके लिए सबसे ज्यादा उत्तरदायी है तो मानव आदमी है, और आदमी की आवश्यकता पूरी नहीं होती। कॉस्मेटिक की बात चल रही, अरे कहां से आया, मुद्दा नहीं लगा ना। कॉस्मेटिक क्या होता है? लेकिन बड़ी बात क्यों डॉक्टर रवि खान तो प्रकृति से छेड़छाड़। प्रोफेसर सिद्ध जी जैसा था वैसा होगा, जैसा पानी अन्नमय कोश, प्राणमय कोश, विज्ञानमय कोश, मनोमय कोश, अन्नमय कोश। कहाँ ले जाऊँ आप? मैं अध्यात्म ले जाऊंगा समय। अर्थात जैसा खाओगे वैसा दिखाएंगे। अब जैसा खाओगे, अब खाद्य सामग्री को पैदा करके धरती माता, उसको हवा चाहिए, उसको अग्नि चाहिए, उसको ताप चाहिए, यानी पांच चीजों को दिखाना। गेहूं केमिकल से पैदा और उसको खाओगे, वही बात जैसा खाओगे वैसा होगा, जैसा खाओगे वैसा होगा। मन अब केमिकल का अन्न आपने खाया, खाद्य पदार्थ मिलावटी खाया, तो आपका जो आया वो क्या होगा? बीमार। प्रोफेसर करना ज्ञान करो, तो वैसा ही खा रहे। कुल मिलाकर हम स्वयं से खा रहे हैं। और जब तक मानव अपने आप से सीमित नहीं करेगा, प्रकृति के साथ प्यार नहीं करेगा, विधाता ने जो कुछ दिया है उसको यथावत नहीं रखेगा, उसके संतुलन को संतुलित करेगा, तो फिर कौरव का जैसे महाभारत कितने प्यारा है। अभी तो 45 लाख की बड़े थे, भगवान करोड़ों के नीचे वो चाहेगा दोबारा है। सुना है भगवान से बड़ी पैदा, इसलिए जब आपको बताया नहीं दोबारा आ गया हो,
सर सारा दिन कॉलेज में रहते हैं, ट्यूशन के टाइम पे
ये कह रहे हैं कि नहीं आएगा में प्रिंसिपल का नाम होता है। तो कहने का मतलब ये है ये कह रहे हैं यहाँ आएगा कॉलेज में मिलेगा। तो हम सब इसके लिए जिम्मेदार हैं, और मानव को इस पर पुनर्चिंतन करना पड़ेगा, मनन करना पड़ेगा। और अब मैं जो मेरा साहित्य है संस्था प्रधान के नाते उस पर आ रहा हूँ। ये ISTTP 5 था और आज उसका अंतिम सत्र है, समापन समारोह है। सम्मानित मंच, सभी को मेरा प्रणाम। और इसके साथ साथ 26 देशों की जितने भी डेलीगेट्स की जरूरत हमसे जुड़ी, चाहे वैज्ञानिक है, चाहे वो डॉक्टर है, चाहे वो आम आदमी है, तो लेकिन मैंने उसके लिए नाम दे रखा है वर्ल्ड में। जिनमें बताने की बात को लोग समझते नहीं है। मुझसे मेरे कार्यक्रम से जुड़ा हुआ विद्वत परिषद, वो विद्वत परिषद है। अब चाहे वो लंका का है, चाहे तंजानिया का है, जहां भी रहता है, जैसे भी जुड़ा है, सबको मेरा प्रणाम। इस ISTTP के फर्स्ट डे को डॉक्टर नितिन सावंत हमारे बीच में आए थे, जो वो यूनिवर्सिटी से थे। उन्होंने अपना उत्तर दिया। इसीलिए डॉक्टर वासुदेव गुरुमुले कमलागढ़ महाविद्यालय नागपुर इंडिया, इसी दिन डॉक्टर प्रेम अधीश्री जो मेडिकल डॉक्टर है मलेशिया से, इन्होंने दिया। डॉक्टर अजय कुमार गांधी औरंगाबाद महाराष्ट्र से, और फिर इसी मेरा भी कुछ व्याख्यान हुआ था उत्तम सिंह का पहले दिन था हमारा। ये हमारे विरोध स्पीकर थे। आप सबके प्रति आभार। दूसरे दिन डॉक्टर नगेंद्र सिंह जी जो एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर है करीमनगर तेलंगाना, आपका व्याख्यान हुआ। और डॉक्टर प्रीति गुप्ता एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर है जो कोलकाता से, आपका व्याख्यान हुआ। और डॉक्टर सतीश शर्मा जी जो शोध कॉलेज है उससे हमारे बीच में आए। आपकी बहुत आभार। तीसरे दिन हमारे बीच में आए डॉक्टर निशीत धारिया, HND यूनिवर्सिटी गुजरात इंडिया से। और इनके बाद डॉक्टर जसिंदर कौर जालंधर से, और इनके बाद मार्क लॉर्ड असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर फिलीपाइंस से, और इनके बाद कृष्णा एडम्स रिसर्चर्स एंड राइटर लॉस एंजल्स USA। आपके प्रति बहुत कम था। चौथे दिन हमारे बीच में जिस दिन हमने इसको इनॉग्रेट किया, क्योंकि शायद 10 तारीख थी, 10 दिसंबर इस महाविद्यालय का 92वां स्थापना था, तो हमारी टीम ने ये तय किया कि भाई हम साथ को शुरू तो कर देते हैं, लेकिन इसका इनॉग्रेट सेशन उस दिन मनाएंगे। तो हमारे बीच में अलवर भी जाने वाली शख्सियत और शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में सर्वोच्च पदाधिकारी ऑनरेबल प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर जे.पी. यादव भाई सर आरआरबीएम यूनिवर्सिटी अलवर हमारे बीच में पधारे। श्री योगेश कुमार मुस्तानी प्रेसिडेंट डिस्ट्रिक्ट कांग्रेस कमेटी हमारे बीच में पधारे। श्री अजीत सिंह यादव सेक्रेटरी पीसीसी राजस्थान और हेमंत आदि ग्राम उद्योग बोर्ड गवर्नमेंट ऑफ राजस्थान हमारे बीच में पधारे। और अपना सो एग्जामिनेशन और श्री राम बहादुर पवार एडवोकेट अलवर ये हमारे बीच में पधारे। इनके सानिध्य और संरक्षण में हमने हमारा इनॉग्रेशन सेशन किया था। इसी दिन बुक नंबर ये जो किताबें रखी है 5 और 6 को कुछ दिन हमारे पास आ गई थी, उनका एक विमोचन हुआ था। और पुस्तक भारतीय खबरों की ISTTP 6 जो फरवरी में हम आयोजित कर रहे हैं, वो उसका ब्रोशर माननीय कुलपति जी के हाथों से रिलीज हुआ था। और वो जो बात हो रही है बीकानेर की अंतरराष्ट्रीय कॉन्फ्रेंस 18-19-20 जनवरी को, वो भी उसका ब्रोशर भी लॉन्च हुआ था। और अगले दिन डे 5 को डॉक्टर निखिल जकोबी ये केरला से हमारे बीच में आए। डॉक्टर प्रेम सोमवार ये गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज सवाई माधोपुर से, मैंने सुना था इनको यंग प्रोफेसर है, ये बीच में आए। और सुरेंद्र प्रताप सिंह कोठारी SS जैन सुबोध कॉलेज जयपुर से संबोधित किया। आपका भी बहुत बहुत आभार। और डे 6 डे था। और उसके बाद के साथ आज हम आपके सामने रूबरू हैं, आप सबके सानिध्य में। आज डॉक्टर राजेंद्र पुरोहित जी एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर गवर्नमेंट रूरल कॉलेज राजस्थान बीकानेर वाले सर्वे उद्बोधन दिया। विषय मिस्टर निकिता कट्टा जोशी नेशनल लॉ यूनिवर्सिटी उड़ीसा के द्वारा संबोधन दिया गया। डॉक्टर अजय प्रकाश गुप्ता ड्रग टेस्टिंग ये डायरेक्टर हो गए हैं जम्मू इंडिया द्वारा संबोधन दिया गया। युवा प्रोफेसर अर्थशास्त्री सत्यभान यादव जी एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर BSR हमारे बीच में मौजूद है, आप द्वारा उद्बोधन दिया गया। और डॉक्टर विनोद भारद्वाज गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज दिल्ली द्वारा उद्बोधन दिया गया। और माननीय गुरुवत डॉक्टर अजय वर्मा साहब जी द्वारा उद्बोधन दिया गया। और दूसरी प्रोफेसर ज्योति शर्मा द्वारा उद्बोधन दिया गया। और भाई साहब सत्यभान जी और राजेंद्र जी सिद्ध साहब द्वारा उद्बोधित किया गया। आप सभी के प्रति मैं महाविद्यालय परिवार की ओर से आज पौष कृष्णा पंचमी सम्मान 2010 आश्लेषा नक्षत्र और सिद्ध योग में आयोजित ISTTP-5 के इस समापन समारोह में महाविद्यालय परिवार की ओर से, इस टीम की ओर से समस्त 26 देशों की 2000 प्रतिभागी और 5000 वो प्रतिभागी जो हमसे जुड़े, आप सबके प्रति आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ, साधुवाद ज्ञापित करता हूँ और उम्मीद करता हूँ कि आप सबका आशीर्वाद इसी तरह हमको अगले कार्यक्रमों में मिलता रहेगा, ताकि हमारा मनोबल बना रहे और इस पर्यावरण की सुधार की महायज्ञ में आप सबकी भागीदारी रहे। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you so much, sir. Can I have the camera, please? So we are now reaching towards the end, and thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. We value the insights and the guidance you provide to all of us. and your words of encouragement keeps us motivated to watch, and your presence is very, very important to us. हमारा कॉलेज आप जैसे जवान बहुत और जानिया प्रिंसिपल को मांगकर करते हैं आपका ज्ञान और बहुत हमारा मार्गदर्शन करता है और हमें बेहतर करने के लिए आपके बिना यह प्रशिक्षण कभी नहीं हो सकता था हम आपका आशीर्वाद मांगते हैं और आशा करते हैं आपकी Many doesn't start early for himself. We planted for personality. If we grow up from here, plant the seed. If you are 10 years, plant trees. In terms of 100 years, these people that were the recognize ISTTP. तो हमें अपने बच्चों को एजुकेट करना चाहिए जिससे वो पर्यावरण को बचा सके I thank all the participants who took contact with us and shared their feedback. My team, with my patron and principal, we promise that we have taken your feedback and we will definitely incorporate the inputs we have received from all of you. And you have been very kind to be with us for so long, 7 days workshop. It's really creditable that you have stayed with us. I would like to thank all the keynote speakers of ISTTP who took out their valuable time and joined us and added glory and truckloads of knowledge to ISTTP. Trust me, it's all your show. You all are so renowned scientists of your field, knowledgeable academicians. It was our pleasure to work with you all as a family. You all are wonderful human beings and backbone of ISTTP. I would like to thank our principal, Dr. Uttam Singh ji, who supported us in all times, starting from the conception of the idea of ISTTPs and execution. When we are working in all times, he ensured that he's around and support us. Dear sir, your presence motivates us and gives us strength to excel in everything that we do. Thank you once again for being the pillar of strength of us. I would like to thank Dr. L.K. Sharma, Dr. Ravikant Sharma, Dr. Upinder Singh, Dr. Sudha Sarwal, Dr. Sanjay Dagar, Dr. Mani Yadav, Dr. C.V. Meena, Dr. Anita Gupta, and everyone who is associated with us in one way or other from the RRC family. Thank you for holding our hands and supporting us. And the presence of you is a bliss. Words are inadequate to thank Dr. Mr. Sridhar Gupta, Rishi Sharma, and Dilip, who have been working with me tirelessly from morning 9 to evening 5. A big thank to all three of you. I would like to thank my friend who is far from here, Dr. Shashi Verma and Dr. Anubhav Saxena. These are the two pillars who work with me from awake, whole night they are working with me. Thank you so much for being there with me, my friends. I would like to thank my family who has been sparing me from last many months to work and starting and working and ending. I'm being less to them, but still they're supporting me. I will add with a quote. We may not be able to prepare the future of our children, but we can at least prepare our children for the future. So we must educate our children to be environmental friendly. As like us, they will also have one land, one mother earth, one mother nature. So let's educate children to be environmental friendly. Now I will request our patron principal, Dr. Uttam Singh ji, to kindly announce the formal closing of ISTTP-5. With a lot of respect and gratitude, I would like to call for Dr. Uttam Singh ji to formally announce the closing of ISTTP-5.
मैं ISTTP-5 पर समापन की घोषणा करता हूँ.
We can take the mountains, which means the rivers, so it's the hard time. It's a hard time to say goodbye. So I would request Dr. Dagar to kindly sing the national anthem. I would request everyone. We can all come here. I think he is visible in your yes, on this side.
See. Out. Punjab, Sindh, Gujarat, Dravid, Utkal, Himachal, Yamuna, Ujjal, Jal, Vidaran, Shubh Naame Jage,
जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे भारत माता की जय.
So with this we come to an end of ISTTP. With this we come to an end of the ISTTP-5. And I would, there's announcements, feedback link will be circulated in the chat box of WhatsApp groups and Telegram. Don't leave the group because we are going to circulate all the certificates. So, please help for the people who have not done these things are like an interrogation. Registration, assignment, and feedback. Please do all these three things because without this we will not be able to do the certificates. So this is Dr. Manka Sharma, alumni team is signing off from the campus of Rajashri, Dr. Namaskar, others who have been a wonderful people, lovely people. I hope to see you back in ISTTP. And before that, I would like to see you all in Bikaner, 18 and 20th January 2023. We are posting an online conference. It will be on hybrid mode. So it will be done online also and it will be on offline also. So bye-bye, see you and take care and have a wonderful day ahead and take care and be safe. Bye-bye. Yes.